Hey, I'm back from outer space with that sad look upon my face. You go around now. Power went out, if you guys are wondering. That's all. Yep, power went out. Several times in a row, in fact. Multiple times. It came on, it went off, it went off, it went off. Probably somebody hit a power pole or something. That's what usually happens. Somebody driving too fast, being silly. I just be in my house, I just be playing my games, and that's all I be doing, and it sounds kinda lame, but I don't drive into lightning poles, and I don't probably die from driving into those lightning poles. And that's a nice way to not die, because you don't have to drive into the lightning poles. I mean, or you could just not drive like an idiot, but that's also, you know, that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there. Man, we had this one, guy hit a pole. There's this one road. It's like a really tight turn, and people like to go way too fast, going down this road. And then on the tight turn, like nobody could ever like make the turn because they're going way too fast. And so they take out like there's like a cemetery there, and they had like these brick pillars at the entrance to the cemetery, and those things must have gotten destroyed like 8,000 times, and every single time they rebuild them, which is hilarious. But this one time, this guy made it a little bit further around the curb, and he took out a freaking light pole, and oh my god, man, I ain't never seen a light pole get taken out like that. The boy must have like rolled, like his car must have bounced, and then he hit like halfway up the pole, and the whole top of the pole was like shredded, like a dinosaur took a bite out of it. I don't think that guy lived. I don't know. I didn't look it up, but I'm not sure he lived. I don't think he actually lived. I'm gonna do a poll for levels. Let's do a poll for levels. Gotta hop back into chat here too. Chunks is probably like, where did he go? Which way did he go, George? Which way did he go? I was doing the world boss. I'm pretty sure that I did not get the world boss completion because I crashed like perfectly at the wrong time. So didn't even get to finish the world boss. Let's go back to the town and let's see if I have anything in my chest. What's up, Troy Ewart? Yep, I'm back from outer space. And everything is gone, and I got something in my stash. Maybe I did. Oh, I did get it. Look at that. Nice. Alright, where's my Sharko at? Baby Sharko doo 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 doo. Baby Sharko doo 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 doo. Didn't get one doo 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 doo. That sucks. Baby doo 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 doo.
Hail, wanderer. Laid before you is the bounty of history. A powerful calling.
Do they have anything new in here yet? Rock. I don't want a rock. I don't want a rock. That's a Necromancer set? I don't like that. That's not, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Their shop offerings are pathetic. Demons and buttholes. Where's the chinchilla? He's stuck in the cage because Mr. Kubus the monster dog is always out here. And I could never bring the chinchilla out because the monster dog is out here. That's right, I'm talking about you, monster dog. Here, you guys, here, get a good look at the monster dog. There you go. There he is. That's the reason why I can't bring the Chinchilla out. Right there. Because of him. And he knows I'm talking about him. That's right. Talking about you, Boobus. And your big old fat head. That's right, fat head, fat head. It's a don't got fat head. Bet you jump if I got a bag, crinkling bag in my hand. Look. Ain't need nothing in it. Ain't need nothing in it. No. But it crinkles, so it must have some food in there, right? It's trash. The only thing that's in here is trash. Well, you know all about trash because you like to dig in the trash can. Oh, wow. That was a lot of explosions. He said, you got some trash for me? I like trash. So I'll take trash. If you gonna get me some, I'm gonna take it. So we do not tease the doggo. We do not tease the doggo. I'm gonna take my points out of them. Where is it? I want my distant damage back. Y'all spiders stop being rude to my minions over there. I don't know what they ever did to y'all.
Themselves seem to whisper a warning of this place.
Mm-hmm.
Long ago, Astaroth's demons ravaged the land and left a bloody wreck. Astaroth is gone now, but his shadow persists. There are still
this corpse limit thing is pissing me off. I'm not sure if you guys have experienced this, but there's this corpse limit thing that's going on, and like, I don't know what they did, but they reduced the number of corpses that can be active on the screen at any given time. And it's just, it's awful. Like, to the point where literally the corpses just disappear really fast. Like, I don't even understand. Like, half the time you can only have like 2 corpses on the ground near you at any given time. Like, before all of them start to disappear. And what makes it worse is they don't actually disappear. Like, they start to disappear by basically becoming non-usable first. So they're still on the ground, and then you're trying to use them, but the other corpses have spawned and taken their place, so you can't use them, and it doesn't take them away very quickly. So you're sitting there trying to use a corpse that, like, I guess is expired. But like, no, you can't use this corpse. This is an expired corpse. You cannot use this one. No. We need to go to the store and get some lemon blade. We need the lemon blade. You make it smell like the lemon blade. Ugh, it's gonna have the stupid little border things. You know what I try to avoid whenever I'm doing these dungeons? Every single time. What I try to avoid? I can't stand them things where I can't stand still. Like, I like to stop and pause sometimes, maybe for just like a half a second, take a breath. You know, sometimes in between fights. Like, half the modifiers on the nightmare dungeons are literally like, yeah, you can't. No, you don't. You're not allowed. Don't stop moving. Never stop moving. Don't stop moving.
I need more time.
Oh no, whoa, 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 don't stop moving, no, whoa, whoa. Pretty much. Whoa, 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 whoa. That's right there. Oh god.
I need more time.
Quill rats. Pain. Pain in quill rats. That's what that is. Pain.
I need more time.
Dog just tried to jump out the window like an idiot. And people always ask me, why don't I play hardcore? Why don't I play hardcore? Because my dog just tried to jump out the window, and I had to turn around to yell at him to make sure he wasn't trying to jump out the window, which he totally would have, by the way, and broken the glass and cut himself up and been an absolute idiot about the entire thing and probably died from it. So if I didn't turn around and yell at him at that particular moment and die in the process, well, then I would have been goodbye doggo. Because he decided he wanted to be an absolute idiot and lose his mind for half a second. He literally, was literally climbing out the window, literally to the point where he was about to just, bash his head into the window and break it. You the biggest dummy in the world, I swear. I'm gonna put blackout curtains on them windows so you never get them to look out again. You want to be dumb, or gonna be dumb like that, and you won't be an idiot. An idiot. That's right. I said idiot. Your window privileges are revoked for the day, sir. Revoked. Revoked. That's right. Can't even look at him without dying. He's being so bad. I don't even know how to explain it. He's just being really bad. Like, really bad. Licking doorknobs, trying to jump out windows, doing just really stupid stuff. And I gotta turn around every 5 seconds to, scold him because he won't stop doing stupid stuff. The Grieving Woods. And, it don't help that I can't look away from the screen for a half a second. That also does not help, obviously. Where am I supposed to go? Up that way? I think it's up this way. I really wish they would tone down. That's one big gripe I have with the game so far. I wish they'd tone down the you can't blink too hard mechanics. Because some of the mechanics in this game are so literally you can't blink too hard. You can't look away, you can't scratch your nose, you can't eat a chip. You're not allowed to take a sip of your drink. I mean, I get it. The game's supposed to be difficult, but like, I mean, I don't need it to be as needy as my girlfriend. Nah, I'm not talking about my girlfriend right now, but like, I've had girlfriends before that were super needy, like to the point where they just wanted your attention, like nonstop, all the time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, every second of your life. Like, God forbid you did anything for yourself ever. Like, I don't need it to be a needy ex-girlfriend, okay? Like, just lighten it up just a little bit. Just a little bit.
I'm not ready yet.
Spirit Necro is pretty fun. It's what I started the game with. I mean, I know it's become a very popular build, but I'm sure there's other Necros out there that'd be really popular too. One Necro I really want to try out, that I'm probably gonna have to make another Necro for, because I'm not gonna do it on this one, is I want to try out a full-blown corpse explosion Necro. Full-blown corpse CE Necro is gonna be interesting. And what I mean by full-blown CE is, I mean I'm not using anything else but CE. That's it. So that is the only thing that I'm going to be using is Corpse Explosion. Everything else is going to be a supporting skill to Corpse Explosion. So this build, I'm not exactly sure how this build's going to work out, but it should be fun. The only problem with this build is they severely reduce the number of active corpses on the screen, which has been a huge detriment for the build entirely, because you literally just have like next to no stockpile capability. I don't know why they thought that was a good idea to like limit the number of corpses on the screen to like a really low number, but you literally can't have more than a certain number of corpses on the screen anymore before they start disappearing, which is not fun.
What's still got some good in it?
I mean, the rate at which Blood Mist pops corpses isn't really a big deal. If you use Black River consumes 5 corpses per explosion, so you'll be able to still get really good use out of that ability. You just got to make sure you have lots of corpses on the ground when you use it, which is what I'm talking about earlier. That it's a problem at this particular point because they limited the number of corpses available on the ground. But if you use Black River will make the Blood Mist a little bit more powerful in that, because even though it only uses like 3 or 4 corpses when you use Blood Mist, you can still use 3 or 4 Black River corpses, which is going to give you 5 corpses used per consumption, which is still 15 corpses, which is pretty nice.
Better than starting from nothing.
Yeah, I mean, you can set it up to reduce the cooldown of Blood Mist so you can spam it, which is interesting.
What's left, you ask? Better than starting from nothing. I'll keep my forge hot.
It's a dangerous world. Come make it less so.
Yeah, I recently just redid my whole Paragon tree on this Necromancer too. Had to go through and min-max everything. There was definitely a lot of min-maxing that could be done. Okay, mortar's under my feet. There's nothing like being in a safe location and then having an enemy spawn directly behind you. Many of the mechanics in this game are literally like that, where you literally can position yourself correctly, make sure that you're not in danger, and then they'll just spawn something directly on top of you, because why not? I like the game, I just don't particularly enjoy these, like, you can never stand still mechanics. Like, basically, your character needs to be moving all the time, every single second, like, or else. I mean, literally, like, or else. And if you're not moving all the time at every single opportunity, like, constantly staying in motion, then, you know, like, you're gonna die by some random thing that pops up underneath your feet at some point or another. Like that. And it's not like it just randomly occurs. Like, it would, I think it would be different if it just randomly occurred, like, in the area that you're in, but it deliberately goes underneath your feet. Like, it deliberately targets you, specifically. My goodness. Oh my goodness gracious. Oh, okay. That's a lot of monsters popped up out of nowhere. Y'all could die too, along with your friends. Every single one of you suckers can die. And I don't really care, stick a needle in your eye, cause I gotta do my dungeons and to get my jank. So I can make my tank and spank. I need a little bit of stuff here and there, and you can get out of my freaking hair, you stupid mortars. Leave me alone, stupid mortars. I have gotten Black River multiple times. I don't really know. I've just been no life in the game for so long that, like, I think most of the time when I get a drop, it's just because I've been playing for so long. The game's like, here, you've been playing for 17,000 hours. Like, we appreciate it. Your business. Here, have a Black River. And I'm like, okay, thanks. Okay. No, but I've gotten several of them so far. So I've gotten several. Let's see. What's my next dungeon? Critical strike chance. Bouts of flame. Oh, look. Stormsbane's Wrath. Oh, look. Champion's Demise. Champion's Demise isn't bad. Let's go do Champion's Demise. I've gotten the helm a couple times. It's one of the more common items. I recently released a video with the weights. The weights of the items attached. Like how the game weights out like what drops when. And, oh yeah. It definitely is more common to get the helmet than it is to get the Black River. The Black River is actually weighted a lot higher. Or, sir, well, a lot lower, technically, because the number is lower. Than the helmet.
Hello. Greetings.
low.
Greetings. Greetings. Hello.
How far can you go with minions? Minions are extremely useful. You use them for exactly what they're useful for. It's not about damage always. Although I'm sure you can make a damage build with minions.
Not while I'm in town.
This is not a damage build. I'm using the minions for utility. In my experience, it's basically one of two things. If you're looking at your skill tree and you're like, look at this skill. Maybe this skill could be good. Well, there's only two ways to approach a skill. Okay? There's only two. Utility and damage. Alright? If you're building it for damage, then you got to go all in. You're not going to get good damage out of something unless you go all in. If you're building it for utility, then that's a different story entirely. And utility is something that is useful. Most things end up being utility. You usually pick one main skill and everything else is utility. Or to look at it a different way, let's pretend you had a king, right? Whoever is appointed king is supported by all the vassals. Everybody in the country, you know, as long as you don't have usurpers and mutineers, everybody is supporting the king. They're trying their best to help the king be the best king that he can possibly be. The king is the skill that you choose to be the king. So in my particular case, Bone Spear is the skill that I chose to be the king. And the minions support the Bone Spear. Everything that you choose at that point should be a supporting skill for what you're trying to do.
What's left, you ask?
On the champion's demise. Cody's got a bed right there, and there's a blanket on the floor next to the bed. And he's literally just, he's just sitting on the blanket next to the bed instead of on the bed. Sometimes I don't think he has any sense in his head. Sometimes I don't think he has any sense. I've gotten 3 rings of men down so far at Stealth Cobra. I haven't gotten any more than that. I do plan to try and put together a Minion-mancer eventually. I kind of want to see how far I can push the minions. But, we'll see. The ham biscuit is going on over here. That is a lot of explosions, sir. Can you... That is a lot of explosions. Every single second I was over there was an explosion. I talked earlier about not being able to stand still for a second. Well, you know what? I exaggerated because that was not being able to stand still for a second. That was crazy. Come on, Golem. Let's try again.
I'm not ready yet.
The pain of it. I need one more shot on this boy. And he is just having fun playing with me. Yeah, spawn golem. That damage output that they do is insane. There was like literally like 3 of these guys that have the exploding modifier. Like, I think it might have been 4 actually, because I think I killed one in my first initial volley. That was kind of insane. That modifier wouldn't be so bad if I could stack fire resistance and actually protect myself against it, but like it doesn't seem like there's any way to protect yourself against that modifier. I never really used to do giveaways of items anyway, Insano71.
I need more time.
That'd probably be better for me in the long run, because I never used to do that kind of stuff. I always thought that was kind of cheesy, to be honest. I mean, felt a lot like buying your subscribers with items. I mean, we did swaps all the time, where we would give stuff away for free, like to anybody who wanted it. But I never really did giveaways for items. We would just, you know, freely hand them out to whoever wanted to show up. But those were more of like swap meets, where, you know, you could also drop items on the ground too in those and share items with other people. So it was, you know, like take a penny, give a penny, you know, sort of thing.
I need more time. I need more time.
Wow, 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 wow. Got the spiders everywhere. Spiders in your hair. Spiders on the floor. I can't wait to find one of the super rare uniques. Like, I don't expect it to drop at any given time. Like, I feel like I don't know when it's ever gonna actually fall, which is kind of funny. But at the same time, like, you know, I would get the craziest items when I would play Diablo 2. Like Mangsong's Lesson or like Griffin's Diadem. And they would come at completely random times. Like, I'd just be having fun playing the game, and all of a sudden there'd be like a Griffin's Diadem on the ground, and I'm like, or if I get Mangsong's Lesson, and I'm like, follow the rats. Punk. I mean, Shaco seems like it's the most universally useful. I really would like a Ring of the Starless Skies. I think Grandfather would up my damage on this Necromancer considerably.
I'm not ready.
I'm really interested to see how the lifesteal on Andariel's Visage work. And I also want to see the Nova effect. I'm actually really kind of interested to see how that Nova effect works. I think that Poison Nova could be extremely powerful on a poison build. A lot more powerful than it seems. The ability to have just like a Poison Nova going off all the time would be kind of nuts. I think I'd probably end up using that on like my Crit Wolf or something for like the ability to spam Novas. Could be really interesting on him. Also probably go good on like a Poison Rogue. And that'll also be a pretty interesting thing. I hope the Poison Nova does look like the Diablo 2's Poison Nova. I think that'd be neat.
I need more time.
I mean, if I had to choose, like if somebody gave me a list and were like, here, choose one, I think it would be the Shaco. The Shaco is +4 to all skills, and it's just kind of universally good across pretty much all characters. Like, I mean, yeah, there's other items that you might potentially want to put on certain characters' heads, but like, how are you going to beat +4 to all skills? It's really difficult. And on top of that, it also has a massive amount of damage reduction and other really decent stats. It's probably one of the best helmets you can put on like any character. So.
I need more time.
Oh, ouchie. I mean, it's kind of up in the air, I'm not sure. Certain monsters definitely do have a higher % chance of dropping specific items, like I believe spiders are one of the monsters that can drop two-handed swords more than everything else. So, I guess technically if you're killing spiders, you probably have a chance of getting it no matter what. Did I not pick up the stone? Apparently, I might be absolutely silly. Where's my goat man? My goat man one. Yeah, let's get some extra damage versus them goat men. Gonna get all of the goat man. Gonna shoot them in the face with my freaking bone spear. And they're gonna have a fear of necromancers for the rest of their freaking life. Yes, they're gonna get it. Why you glowy like that? Don't be glowing. Nobody likes spiders that glow.
I'm not ready yet.
Wah, 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 wah. What the hell just happened? I don't even understand what the hell just happened. I'll go back on slow motion and see how I died on that one. That was weird. He like took 2 swings and then like 16 explosions went off. And it sounded like ice explosions, but then there was poison puddles underneath my feet. And I don't know if I died by frost damage or if I died by poison damage or if he just dunked me on the head really hard. Like I don't know what happened there. Maybe I killed a bunch of the explodey spiders at the same time as he came up and attacked me, like, and it was just like a chain reaction of explosions, but it definitely did seem like a lot of explosions all at once, like really fast. That was some chain gun explosions. That's what I get for standing too close, I guess. Wah, 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 wah. Yeah, I think it's this enraged monster thing. I think that's what it is. Because every time I kill a bunch of monsters in a row, they all, like, do this little enrage explosion. And then the enrage explosion seems to hit multiple monsters. So, like, if I kill them all in a tight pack like that, it doesn't seem very friendly. It does not seem very friendly.
I'm not ready yet.
It affects the butcher too. Nice. I mean, I killed the butcher in like one shot earlier, so I'm not too worried about him. Got your booty spanked, huh?
I need more time.
Got your booty spanked. Had to get your booty spanked. Oh, Lord, got your booty spanked. The one that hurts me the most is when the butcher, so if you have the dungeon mod where all the monsters gain like a percentage of their damage as an additional type, if you have the one where it's 30% poison instead of physical, and the butcher spawns, he hits you like really freaking hard for poison damage, which penetrates barriers, and it's really nasty. Poison mod on the butcher is really nasty.
I need more time.
I'm just gonna stand back and let the minions do their work. We gotta let the minions do it all, then so they can be great. How they gonna blow up? There's so many tiny explosions. It looks like a light show on the 4th of July. Telling you a lie. Alright, let's go turn this rock in and finish up this dungeon.
I need more time.
Move on with our day.
I'm low on essence.
Why is that guy so resistant to damage?
I'm not ready yet.
Fur-lined boots. Alright, up to level 13, a little bit further, and we'll finally have the last glyph to 15, and then we can start working on the glyphs to 21. Beat. Go destroy these things. I'm so dangerously low on silver and iron ore. I gotta just destroy stuff now. I can't sell them for money. Got plenty of veiled crystals, but good lord, I ain't ever got enough freaking iron ore and silver ore. Cody's always got to move his bed around before he sits down. And then he sits in his little bed and he curls up into a little dog ball. And then once he gets into his little dog ball, then he looks back at you like, especially if you open up a snack. Watch. See, I told you. He said, what you got? You don't even have to have anything, by the way. Let me put that down. I can just take my empty hand like this. Watch. And then I offer him some. You want some? You want some? Neither you don't got nothing. It's I see that taffy though. Ha.
Plenty worth keeping. Good salvage. That got most of it.
Yeah, I'm so full on rawhide. Can't even hold it anymore. It just goes on the ground whenever I start dismantling stuff.
Good salvage.
That Jink said, bye! Critical strike chance, monsters and rage. Ooh, drain primary resource. No, thank you. That's a no. I don't want no mana burn. That's a nope-a-dope. That's a nope-a-dope one right there. Bah. That Jink said, bah. I don't want none of that crap. Get your butt out here, sir. I don't want none of that junk. Get your stuff out of my trunk. I don't want that one. I don't want that one. Poisonous Evade. That one's actually cut at ice. Whispering Pines. I don't care about the blood blisters. They're actually pretty easy to destroy. All you gotta do is pay attention. For the most part. As long as you pay attention, usually you're alright. And you have there's a little bit of a delay, at least, with the blisters. Like, with a lot of the other mechanics, there's no delay. Like, it's pretty much just you're dead. At least with the blood blisters, you've got a couple seconds of, like, leeway time so that you can, you know, move out of the way, kill them, you know, whatever. Like, also, if you're really fast, you can honestly just move on to the next group of monsters before they even pop. Which is also nice. So many explosions, na na na. They got all the blowy up dudes and they just coming for my cheeks and I don't like it. No, no, no. No, I don't like it. I got a DR guy hiding in the back. Oh, never mind. He came up to say hello. You should have kept your DR guy way in the back. It's always gotta be an explodey boy. There's always gotta be an explodey boy. Oh, that boy chasing me too.
I'm out of essence.
Give me just a second here. You ain't got no walls up in this jank so I can kill him in like one shot. Up here, that's right. Oh, okay, never mind. He's got a wall. He said, you need a wall? He said, I got a wall for you. He said, here, have this wall. What I was trying to do was get him up against the wall so I could kill him in one shot, but that boy about to die real fast. Hold on. Just give me just a second. We get my army up here. Where you at, mister? Mysticista? Why's my whole army stuck behind the wall over here? I haven't played around with Bone Spirit yet. I'm gonna have to give it a try. I had an idea for a pretty epic Bone Spirit build. I'm not entirely sure if it'll work out, but basically my plan was corpse explosion. So it's kind of an interesting idea. It's a hypothesis. So I want to make a pure corpse explosion necromancer. And then in the process of making a pure corpse explosion necromancer, one of the things that I want to do is I want to utilize the ability, which is, it's like a 40% chance every single time you corpse explode for a blood orb to spawn. Or every time you consume a corpse, rather. But every single time you consume a corpse or you corpse explode, you get blood orbs. And then using the Blood Artisan Curios, you could potentially just have tons and tons of blood orbs on the battlefield, like at all times. And you could just basically get free bone spirits, which could be interesting. I'm not exactly sure how well it would work out, but utilizing things like the maximum essence gives more damage modifier and things like that. I mean, oh, okay. I'm pretty sure I wasn't even in range of that, but whatever. The maximum essence gives more, more doojanks. It could be interesting. Go ahead and use a potion here real quick. Let me use one of my fire resistance potions, which is not going to help me very much at all. So, Blood Artisan Curios has this effect where it gives you, what is it, a free bone spirit every time you consume 5 blood orbs. So the general idea would be, you're going to be a corpse explosion necromancer, not a bone spirit necromancer. But you're going to generate blood orbs every single time that you consume a corpse, and pretty much every time you consume a corpse. And then once you have consumed enough corpses, you've got enough blood orbs sitting on the ground all over the place, which you're going to constantly collect. And those blood orbs are going to... I could have sworn I was outside of it, but whatever. So I got 1 death left. Let's go. But the general gist is you're going to have bone spirits firing off, hopefully, all the time, depending on how many blood orbs you're constantly collecting. And you got plenty of blood orbs on the ground all over the place. I don't know how well it would work out, but it would be like an addition to the corpse explosion build. Not exactly like the main damage of the build, because the main damage of the build would still be the corpse explosion. Yeah, no basic skill would be used in that build whatsoever. Corpse explosion build would not use any kind of essence or basic skills. Man. Nothing like not being able to see the entire battlefield. I don't know what's going on, but my Fortify is not generating today. Like, do I got something messed up in my build, or am I still using my necrotic carapace? Like, what the hell's going on here? Like it feels like it's not working. Like, I'm just not generating Fortify. A lot of my DR comes from Fortify, so if I'm not generating Fortify, then bad. Alright, well that one's finished. Let's go down the other path. Let's go die a couple more times. Actually, we can't die a couple more times. We only have 1 more death. So no more dying. No more dying anymore. We got to no more dying anymore. We got to no more dying anymore. We got to no more dying anymore. Oh, don't die, don't die, don't do nothing, don't die. What are you doing over there? Stop resurrecting people. That's rude. Do you feel having to constantly respawn the skeletons adds to the immersion? Makes sense. I mean, it feels like the Diablo 2 Necromancer, which is really what the Diablo 2 Necromancer was all about. Having to keep your skeletons up. I do feel like the skeletons are a little too weak, in my opinion. Like, my personal opinion is they should be stronger. I shouldn't have to worry about them dying constantly when I'm utilizing most of the buffs to keep them alive. Like, they have this passive, it's called Death's Defense. No, I don't want to do the Altar of Bishubosh. They have this passive that you can get for the Necromancer, and God forbid I actually look at anything in my tree while I'm doing this, because monsters will just pop out of nowhere and try and kill me. But this one right here, which is Death's Defense, is supposed to make it so that your minions cannot be one-shot, two-shot, three-shot, and they can instead only be four-shot. But the problem with the ability is that it doesn't seem to protect against multiple instances of simultaneous damage. And what I mean by this is, like, say your skeleton takes like 150% of his HP. And I don't know, let's just pretend he has like 10k HP like me. So he's got 10k HP, and let's say a hit comes in for 10,000 damage, okay? The skeleton is supposed to reduce that down to 30% and only take a 30% hit. But if 4 simultaneous instances of 10,000 damage come in and hit the skeleton all at the same exact time, he's one shot. So the Death's Defense passive, which is supposed to protect him from being one shot, doesn't protect him from multiple simultaneous instances of damage, which the game throws at you all the time. I think what they really need to do with this Death's Defense passive is they need to put in a small delay that basically says that the minion cannot be hit again for 30% of their maximum life until like 0.5 seconds has passed by, or like 0.25 seconds. Just some kind of tiny delay that would prevent multiple simultaneous massive damage bumps from just wiping the monster off the field of battle. Now, granted, it doesn't matter too much for me because most of the time I'm just spamming my raised skeleton to generate both my buffs and also my essence, so it doesn't really matter all that much. But it does seem like there are occasions where if you have multiple high damage instances going on all at the same time, and the skeleton gets hit by like 3 or 4 or 5 multiple high damage attacks, they basically just get wiped completely off the map in that instant, which is exactly what Death's Defense is supposed to protect them against, but does not. Now, granted, I don't have them set up as tanky as they possibly could be, so don't get me wrong. There's definitely tankier minion builds out there, and if you're doing like a full minion build, you can definitely make them a hell of a lot tankier than I've got them. But I do feel like Death's Defense should be providing a little bit more than it currently does.
I need more time.
The suppressor field is not my favorite. Gotta get into the suppressor field, and you actually have to like play with the monsters. The other main issue with the suppressor field in this particular build is that the bone spears exit the other side, and it causes some very odd hinky things. Let me see if I can show you what I mean. So when you fire off your bone spear, it travels until it hits like a kind of like an invisible wall, and then it bounces back with some spikes. The spikes are like a massive part of the damage, and you can get 5 spikes, which do a massive amount of damage. The suppressor field is too small, and so what happens is when you fire off your bone spear, it goes. If you're standing inside the bone spear, obviously, because that's the only way you're going to do damage to the suppressor monster. If you're all the way back as far as you can, you fire off the bone spear leaves the suppressor field, then bounces back with the 5 additional attacks, but they impact the outside of the suppressor field, which means you lose basically 5 hits of your damage just for the fact that the monster's a suppressor. It's something that I don't necessarily like about the bone spear. Because suppressor monsters are just kind of like a pain in the butt when it comes to Bone Spear. There's no way to get optimal damage output unless you can like back them up against a wall.
I need more time.
For which one? What are we talking about? Wolf Howl. Are we talking about the unique item, the Deathless Visage? I think that one's pretty nice. I think it's really good for trash mobs. Oh, I've already got one in my hands, don't I? I need to go turn this one in. The Echoes? You're talking about the Echoes. The Echoes are interesting. They kind of work really good for low HP monsters. They also interact very interestingly with the air wall, which cause massive amounts of explosions whenever you get an air wall monster, which is pretty cool. I don't necessarily think that it's like that amazing. It's nice. It's fun to play with, and I think it does pretty good damage output against the more weak monsters. But I think one of the issues is it doesn't really do good damage against like bosses and single targets and things that you're going to have issues with. It's a nice helmet, though. Solid. It's a solid choice. I'm just moving away from it. I don't know. I feel like they need to do something with the Skeletal Priest. I like the Skeletal Priest as a concept, but it's just a terrible execution. Like, the Skeletal Priest is an active, and I've talked about this before, it's an active, like, way to keep your army alive that doesn't really work like it's supposed to. I really wish it did work better, but it doesn't really work as amazing as it should. A minion build defeated Lilith. That's great. I definitely think a Minion-mancer can dish out some pretty amazing damage. I've played around with some of the stuff, and honestly, it really looks like Minion-mancer has a lot of good things that can beef up the damage output. It's not impossible. I mean, I've seen some of the mods that you can get for the minions. I mean, if you stack all the mods together, honestly, it's not outside the realm of possibility. And trying not to die because I only have one life left. The wind wall is not one of my favorite abilities, I'm gonna tell you what. Oh, one of the blisters popped. See, this is what I mean. Like, you can see my necromancers are hurt, or my minions are hurt, right? They're hurt. But, like, popping the heals on them slowly heals them over a gradual period of time. It needs to be an instantaneous heal. I don't know why it's not an instantaneous heal. What the hell was that? Could you just like cease to exist there, Pillar. I really wish it was a more of a useful heal. Just in general, I think they kind of like went on the bad side of things and made it into just a really terrible heal. It's not a direct heal, it's a heal over time, and even then it's a really small heal over time. Like, you would think that you could spam it, but it doesn't really even seem like you can spam it. Like, it's only like one heal at a time. Sometimes it's better just to let them die and resurrect them, because it's faster to get a full HP skeleton by letting it die and resurrecting it than it is by trying to heal it.
Still storming in there.
I need more time.
I don't know what the hell happened. My power went out, though, like a couple times.
We had a tornado come down like a few miles away from us. Mine went out too.
Oh. So it was yours went out too in Kentucky?
Yeah.
Oh god, I am gonna die. Oh god, oh god.
No,
No.
when yours did. but
Why did I
you went
why
out.
did I go in there? Why? I accidentally dodged directly into the worst danger ever. I can't believe I even survived that, to be honest. I think that's just a testament to how good my DR is.
I'm not ready yet.
Because that was nasty. I literally just dodged directly into danger. I don't even know why I did that. Like, spam the space button in the wrong direction or something. I was trying to dodge backward, I think. And instead of dodging backward, I dodged forward into danger. I did the bad dodge. You want to come join me? I'm just doing a really high level dungeon. I only got one revive left, unfortunately.
Let me finish this one.
I got exploded a bunch of times by a bunch of evil explodey monsters. This dungeon is so full of explodey boys, like it's a lot of explodies. They're very explodey and they don't care.
On my road. Piston blades, right? Trying to get that Renown.
I still haven't finished off all your Paragon points.
No, I'm just going to the Codex right now. Every aspect I don't have.
Hmm.
That should finish the dungeons.
Finish this dungeon. Minion-mancer sounds kind of fun, to be honest. There's a lot of really nice minion aspects, like the one where the skeletons put down the blizzards, and of course you can max out the number of minions that you have, so that's also fun. And then by the time you're done, like, there's a lot of damage reduction, and there's some good legendary nodes that you can pick up. It's certainly not it wouldn't be impossible. There's a lot of attack speed modifiers too you can get for your minions, like while they're alive, their damage goes up, and like every time they hit, their attack speed increases, and it's pretty cool. It'd be interesting to see like how powerful you could make your entire army.
That got most of it.
2.3 bone spear, but it's on an amulet, so it's a bottom roll, so that's not good. Crit damage with bone skills, damage to distant enemies, not good. Poopy. A 3% bone barrier, poopy. A poopy. Poopy. Honestly, I kind of thought a Thorns Necromancer, a Thorns Minion-mancer would be really interesting. I thought it'd be pretty powerful too. I mean, technically you got all that Thorns damage going out all over the place. Should be pretty powerful anyway. Found a cool interaction between basic Bone Splinter and Blood Surge. The Minion-mancer. Alright, I got a 55. Control impaired explosions. Poisonous evade. I like poisonous evade. I think I'll do that one. In the Whispering Pines. What do? They whisper. The Whispering Pines. Ah, yes, come to us. We shall eat your soul. And your mother's soul. What's up, Chad? Thorns has always been an odd one. In Diablo 2, Thorns got nerfed many times, changed, adjusted. Like, it never seemed to stay. I don't know. Like, I still remember the big patch where they nerfed the crap out of it, and it no longer worked the way they thought it was gonna work. Alright, so here's an example of the minions are hurt, right? So here's one that's hurt, right? Let me go ahead and use a heal on him. Right? Look. So slow. So very slow. Let me pop another one. Let me pop another one. Like, the heal, and it seems like once you get out of combat, they heal up anyway, so it almost seems like the frickin' priest is even worth using. Oot.
Maybe he's there for moral support.
Ook. Out of combat. He does seem like he's there for moral support.
Just y'all doing a good job.
I'm doing a good job healing your skeletons using the dark powers of the underworld.
I need more time.
Sound like a priest.
Well, they're undead. I mean, you can't heal them with regular healing magic because if you did, then that would be bringing them back to life, and that would technically be killing them because they're undead. Okay. You don't want to heal the undead. You gotta make them more undead and less not undead. The more undead you can make them, the better.
I need more time.
This Altar of Bishy-Bosh event is insane.
I need more time.
Please stop sending blowy-uppy dudes at me. I don't like it. P.S. No one does. PPS. Also die. Your minions gain 30% of the thorns that you get. So that's one of the things about building a minion build, minion necromancer with thorns, is you might as well just do minions with thorns on a necromancer because your minions are getting all your thorns anyway. 30% of your thorns. And you can up that contribution. Like a lot of the times there's a passive that you can choose to up it to like 30 or to 40 or 50%. And you can also get pieces of equipment that up that as well, even further, so you can up it to a higher amount than 50% contribution. You can basically make it so your minions are contributing the entire amount if you focus equipment.
I'm not ready yet. I need more time.
Playing around on a Thorns minion Goldeneye now. I mean, honestly, the Minion-mancer does seem like a really interesting build. Like, you could use Ring of Mendel, obviously. You can get the explosions. You could tag that along with, maybe, like, Blood Surge, if you wanted to go with, like, Blood Surge for your Minion-mancer, because that also goes around all your minions as well, which is interesting. So Ring of Mendel and then the Blood Surge aspect. And then you could, I don't know, Explodey Boy? I didn't even see the Explodey Boy. Then you could combine that for the, with the, you know, things that, like, give the minions more mitigations and attack faster, and, like, throw in the thorns in there. You know, like, by the time you're done, you could probably end up with some pretty crazy stuff. I've heard some of the legendary things aren't working on the minions right now, though, and they're still working on them. One of the legendary boards, apparently the power isn't actually doing what it says it's doing. It definitely would be fun to try a different Necromancer. Maybe after I get this last glyph to 15, we'll go theory craft a corpse explosion Necromancer, and maybe we'll get him made up. See what kind of doojinks we can make out of him. Could be very interesting. Oh, dang nabbit. That stupid explosion is just so dumb. It's the modifier for the dungeon, which is killing a... Or no, actually, no, that's not the modifier for the dungeon. That's a different modifier. The hell is that lightning explosion coming from? I thought that was the one that came from the killing the monsters.
I need more time.
I just want to kill stuff without getting blowed up every 5 seconds. I just want to kill things without getting blowed up. I can't kill nothing without getting blowed up ever. They always blow me up. Explosions everywhere. Always explosions.
Someone's happy about a razor blade.
Yeah, some people are having trouble getting their hands on that thing. I've had some people tell me they've gotten like 15 of them, and somebody else told me they couldn't even find one. They're like 2 level 100 characters, still haven't found one.
I've got several.
I found 3 so
I've
far.
salvaged.
And
I've salvaged a few.
I found 3, but like it took me a really long time to find my first one. I think I was like in my 90s by the time I found my first razor blade. I'm not entirely convinced it's the best option for a Thorns Necro, or a Thorns character anyway. Because it's, the thing is that, like, you're giving up an aspect slot. You're giving up all the modifiers on that armor plate. I mean, yeah, you're getting Thorns, but, like, you can also get Thorns from 2 green gems in there, which is a pretty decent amount. And then you can also get Thorns as a modifier on the armor, along with 3 other modifiers. And I'm not entirely convinced that it works out to higher damage output with the razor plate. Like, if you get a perfectly rolled rare and you put the right aspect on there and you get Thorns on there as well and you put in 2 Thorns gems, like, it might end up higher damage output just to have, like, a really well rolled rare than the latter.
27 more dungeons.
So what all characters do you have so far, Chunks?
I just have Twisting Blades Rogue, Penetrating Shot Rogue, Source, and a Bard.
I haven't got my Penetrating Shot Rogue all the way up yet.
Well, mine's not either. She's 70. Still needs some gear.
I need more time.
Enemy horde? What the hell?
I
My
need more
marker
time.
is trying to take me in a stupid way.
Did you guys see that pop up on my screen? It said enemy horde is incoming, and then all of a sudden, like, 18 million monsters spawned on my head.
Are you in a Legion event or something?
No, just in a regular, well, Nightmare Sigil dungeon, but... I don't know nothing about no enemy hordes.
For the Horde.
For the horde.
Ready.
Job's done.
Man, I used to frickin' job's done. Right away, sir.
Hey.
What's up, Zan? How's it going?
Doing good. I've been testing the crafting for sigils.
Oh, did you find out anything new?
Yeah, basically, it's not tied to your character progression. It's just tiered, like, different tiers have different pools that can drop when you craft them. So, if you do the low tiers, there's only 3 different options. And then it goes up as you level the higher tier dungeons.
Somebody came in earlier and they were telling us that apparently somebody did a full Minion-mancer. Stomped Lilith with a full Minion-mancer. Uber
Sounds like fun.
Lilith.
Sounds like a lot of fun.
Just full Minion-mancer stomped to the face. Honestly, sounds kind of neat because I bet you really don't have to do a whole lot to manage them, like comparatively to what you have to do to like dish out damage on like a regular character. Oh, okay. It did it again. A monster horde has spawned on your head. Was this something new that happens in dungeons? Like, what is going on here?
That's one of the dungeon effects is, like, that specific dungeon just spawns monsters on you.
Yeah, it just keeps randomly going, a horde of monsters is spawning on your head, and then like literally it gives you like a half a second to clench your butt cheeks together, and then like 8 elites just like laying on your head in a telly stomp.
This is giving you a half a second.
I mean, you got just enough time to read it before the monsters are literally like hacking your arm off. So
I mean,
I'm not sure it's. I'm not.
Warn you.
I mean, I'm not really sure that's enough time. That's the
They said,
The first
"Here I
time it
come."
happened, I was
there.
moderately okay. The second time it happened, I was in the middle of fighting a bunch of monsters. It seems to always happen when I'm fighting a bunch of monsters too. It's like, oh, he's currently engaged with more than he can handle. Here, have more.
Better than starting from nothing.
Ooh, that's a good roll. All stats, minion life, intelligence, thorns.
Do janks, and more do janks.
Yes, all the doojanks. I want to theory craft up a I finally want to do like my pure corpse explosion necromancer. I want to see how good I can make him. I think it'll be interesting. It's definitely one of those characters that, if you do it right, could definitely have some very interesting bonuses. Probably go with Blood Mist, since Blood Mist also helps out Corpse Explosion. Doesn't see any reason. I don't see any reason why not.
Yeah.
I need more time.
The only thing I'm worried about with the CE Necro is that they keep twiddling around with the maximum number of corpses allowable on the screen. It seems to be getting worse, not better. There was a couple times I was fighting monsters and the corpses that were literally in front of me that I was trying to use were disappearing because there were more corpses like further in front of me that were appearing from the monsters that I was killing. And that's kind of crazy. Like, for literally to me be in combat trying to utilize the corpses and then the corpses that I created right next to me. Like, I get it when we were in the dungeons together and you were, like, on the other side of the map and you were spawning corpses over there. But, like, I'm causing my own corpses now to disappear. That's not cool.
Better turn that redemption aura off.
It seems like it. That's what it feels like.
Or take off that nature's peace.
That's what it feels like.
The Barbarian would be mad.
The burr 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 da da burr 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 da da dur 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 da da dur dur dur. Oh, you spawned a bunch of monsters behind me? How about you have some of this poison? How about this? You like this? Does that make you feel good inside? Make you feel all warm and toasty there?
I need more time.
Yes.
I'm glad. Does it make you feel all warm and toasty?
Do the dungeons still... Do we still get the aspects and credit for them if we're partied up, splitting them?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, the Bone Storm extension is nice. I like the Bone Storm extension. Have I done the dungeon in the cinematic? I'm pretty sure I have.
What level of dungeons are you doing, Ginger?
The highest I can do without, like, relying on getting too difficult.
What's still got some good in it?
Why, you want to come mooch?
Yeah, if I can mooch, that'd be amazing. 'Cause I don't know how much damage I'm going to do at 87.
You're supposed to go, I can mooch if I want to. I can leave
Sure.
my friends behind.
Better than starting from
If you
nothing.
don't mooch, you're not as good as a moocher as I am, 'cause I mooch. He's a moochin' moocher. He mooches all the time.
What's left, you ask?
Don't bother the look guy. Oh, I'm gonna bother the look guy. Every single time he goes look, I'm gonna trade him. He's like, look, 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 look. And then I punch him in the face.
Is it a guy in town still doing that?
There was a guy, one of the world bosses, who was just spamming it. I went to another, I freaking like locked him in a trade window so he couldn't spam it.
Oh man, I love people.
Alright. Shiv to Ruins, tier 55. Let's go. I'm trying to get this this last glyph to 15. I've got some pretty interesting glyphs to go along with this minion support bone spear build.
Do you see that sword that Boras is linking? Asking if anyone wants it.
What is it? Sever Mayhem?
Yes, Necro.
Oh yeah, but I am well set with my 833, which I can't link in chat. Why can't I ever link anything? They really got to figure out this linking issue. Anyway, if you're looking at stream, it's an 833 plus 25, which is what is that? My quick math is always terrible. 58 and 858 is what I'm currently running right now. It's a pretty good roll.
The whole point of these games is making really good loot, and you can't show it off.
Every time I can't show off my loot, I die a little inside.
Well, you just have to tell people to inspect you.
I placed an X in the chat for mooching.
Delicious taffy. You know, this compound fracture ability, which is the after critically striking 10 times, you get 15% increased damage for 5 seconds. Like, I feel like the one-hander was utilizing it a hell of a lot better because I was firing more hits. Oh, okay. I don't even know what the hell just happened. I just walked down the stairs and instantly died. Is it one of those frickin' chargers?
Yeah, it's a fatty charger.
I have died to those guys so many times on accident. I'll like walk into the room and they're mid-charge and I will just like walk into their charge. And they just bowl me over, and I am just instantly dead. And I don't even know they're there, or that they were charging. I just walk into a room and then am charged. I'm pretty sure he was charging at you, by the way.
He was, and I think I'm just going to eat up all your revives, so I'm going to stay back.
Why did you revive? I could have, that's silly. I could have
I wasn't thinking.
You just...
I'm sorry.
Oh, here we go. He just tried to bowl me over again. God, that poison damage on him is insane. I mean, he's dead, but look at all those puddles. Like, holy Jesus.
I'm not ready yet.
That was a lot of puddles. There's another fatty coming. This one's not poison, though. He's shadow. There's another fatty over here. This old. Oh god, he's an explodey fatty too. The worst kind of fatties.
Well, you're just mean.
He's a fatty. I don't know what to tell you.
You just call people fat, man.
I mean, I'm not calling them anything that he's not already. I mean,
Yeah, I think I'm out of my depth. They're 20 levels higher than me.
oh yeah. I mean, this is like I said, mooch. I didn't use another word, did I?
No, you're right. You're right.
I did. I chose the appropriate wordage.
What level are they?
I need more time.
109. I mean, granted, I don't have any issues with it, but occasionally when a fat boy runs me over and starts screaming out chunks from the Goonies. He like truffle shuffle. I usually die to the silliest stuff at these dungeons. Like earlier, my dog tried to climb out the window. I don't even know what the hell was going through his mind, but he decided he wanted to try and climb out the window, and I'm like yelling at him, and I turned my head, and of course, as soon as I turned my head, I was dead. So.
Maybe he saw a squirrel.
I don't know what he saw, but he was determined to get out that window.
Or maybe he was telling you, hey, your power's about to go out.
My power went out many times. It's kind of interesting though that your power also went out, because that means it might have been like a grid failure. Like it could have been like a.
Mine didn't go out like when yours did, and I'm gonna.
Well, yeah.
20 minutes later.
20 minutes.
Yeah. I think there's some distance between Virginia and Kentucky.
Well, yeah. But it should have been a little bit shorter than 20 minutes.
I'm not ready yet.
But it was like a cascade. Probably some sort of like, they were probably opening up a time portal. That's probably what it was. Oh,
They come to say hi.
You're dead again?
It was one of those surprise. They spawned on top of me.
Yes, they do that. They like to do that. It's one of their favorite things, actually. They say, surprise! It's me!
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, everybody group up right there in the center. Come on, baby, get there. Don't beat for me. Everybody group up just for me. Wow, that was the first time they ever walled me. They walled me out of danger. I've never been walled out of danger before. That was cool. I think it was because I was standing too close to the wall, and something about like the positioning of where the wall spawned. They locked me in the corner, but I was behind the wall, so I was perfectly safe. I was like, oh, this is comfy. It's comfy back here. Feels nice. The guy who was in charge of the wall placement failed horribly. Here, grab the other bloodstone. Let's get the ham biscuit out of this town.
I need more time. I lack the required essence. I'm not ready yet.
Oh, really? I'm out of essence? Get my essence back.
I'm not ready yet.
So familiar.
So, MrBeast made an interesting comment on his Twitter channel, and I was like, I think a lot of people were very interested in this kind of thing that he said. So, he's a kind of like a YouTube genius. I think most people will admit that for him. Like, he's definitely a YouTube genius. But he made a boast that I think a lot of people don't think he can actually, like, pull off. And it was a really kind of a big boast. He basically said that he could get 1 million subscribers on a channel in 6 months with no affiliation with his current channel, and basically starting from scratch, which is, I think, a pretty hefty boast in my opinion. 1 million subscribers in 6 months with no ability to advertise that channel on his any of his existing channels. He would also have to not show his face, obviously, and nobody from his channel would be able to show their face, because that would just immediately be like admitting that this is actually MrBeast's channel, right? So it would have to be a completely anonymous channel for the challenge to work. He would have to achieve 1 million subscribers literally in 6 months, using nothing but basically what you would have when you first start a YouTube channel, which I feel like maybe he's severely underestimating what, like, a brand new YouTuber has, which is basically nothing. Like, we don't start with millions of dollars in the bank. We can't advertise. Like, we can't afford to, like, buy a bunch of Google ads. Like,
Team full of editors.
like, we've got like a team full of editors to help you out with stuff, tons of equipment to shoot everything with. I mean, half the time, like, when you first start out, you're shooting on a cell phone. Like, I think he severely underestimates what from scratch means. Like, I guess he just has so much stuff at his disposal at this point. I mean, maybe if you had, like, all the equipment, and let's just say, for, you know, just for pity's sake, that, like, if you had all the equipment already available to you. But I think the other big issue here is that, like, YouTube channels are usually about the personality involved in the channel, too. Like Alex from Nintendo Life, or, you know, Daniel from Ginger Gaming Mentor, or, you know, whatever. Like, the personality is a big thing, too, and I think he's really underestimating the fact that a YouTube channel from scratch would have no personality. He could not be the personality for that channel, because it would invalidate the test. He would have to create a new personality for that channel, and he would have to boost that personality.
I'm not ready yet.
So it would be an entirely new person. He just have to, like, pick, like, a random person and just try and get that person, like, 1 million subscribers in 6 months. I don't know if he could actually do it. I think the boast is a little too hefty, in my opinion. I think it's the from scratch. I think that's the thing that really messes it up. Like, because I have no doubt that he could make a channel and probably get, like, 1 million subscribers if he used his existing channels to promote it, if he used his existing equipment. If he appeared on the channel, like, he could probably just use his own personality to boost the channel.
I'm not ready yet.
Even if he just used people from his channel, like, he could use, because he's got a lot of, like, various people on his channel that are part of his thing now at this point. Like, they're just kind of, like, part of the channel. And, if he were to use his existing assets, I have no doubt he could achieve that, but the from scratch line seems rough. That's very rough. That's very rough. Oh god.
I'm not ready yet.
Does anybody else feel like the lightning spire mod is a little too aggressive? Like, I don't know what it is, but I feel like the way that it pops up and how it attacks you, like how it literally will just like come up out of the ground, like literally underneath of you pretty much, and then instantly hit you like multiple times, because it's usually like 4 or 5 pillars, right? Like, it is really aggressive. Like, it's really aggressive.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah, if you're in the kinship, Tomas, just put an X in chat and I'll invite you. Or you can just join on me if you're on my friends list. Where is the doojang for this thing? I think it's up there. I'm over here just killing everything in the world. We could have completed this dungeon by now.
I need more time.
That's terrible, Tomas. That's terrible. Watch this be a cursed shrine. Aw. I was fully expecting a curse.
I need more time. I lack the required essence.
Oh, there you go. That should be a bunch of EXP for you, doojang there. Cody, if you climb out the window, you're gonna die from glass cuts and all sorts of other evil things. I'm watching you like a hawk. I'm watching you like a hawk. That's right, do a big stretch. Big stretch. Big stretch. Big stretch. Gotta do a big stretch. Look at his big snoot. Look at his big monster snoot and his big teeth. Look at these big monster teeth in there. Look at it. Monster teeths.
Need something special?
My bags are full.
There's that.
What are we going to do when they eventually do make resistances useful? We're going to have to redo all our equipment.
I might take some points on the Paragon tree.
I mean, there's a lot of resistances on the Paragon tree. There really are.
You can still use these.
If resists are good enough, we might take a few points less damage and get resists.
I mean, poison and fire seem to be the worst by far.
I can break that down.
I might focus. 9 times out of 10 when I die by some sort of elemental damage, it's poison or fire. Every single time. Poison or fire, poison or fire, poison or fire. Man, that intelligence roll on there is so bad. The maximum essence is 16. And if I did re-roll this, what would I be looking for? Just health? I could also go at +3 to Crepify. Got health right now, though. You just died on your level 80 hardcore barbarian from a disconnect? It's terrible. They're going to have a disconnect protection coming in one of the patches. I'm not sure if you've heard about it. But the hardcore players are basically going to have...
Let's get started.
So it's going to use up one of your scrolls of escape, is basically what I've been told. So if you've got a scroll of escape, it's going to use that scroll of escape up. But it will basically just protect you from one, like, disconnect. So if you disconnect, if it detects that you've disconnected, it will automatically use your scroll of escape and send you back to town. I mean, it's interesting. I don't know. I definitely don't think it's cool when you die on hardcore from a disconnect, but then again, you know the reason why they do that is because people abuse it and will deliberately disconnect their characters to protect themselves from death. That was something that people did a lot. Or chicken mod, yeah, that's also a thing. Wow, 10% cooldown reduction. That's a perfect roll. See, I don't know if I'd rather have the life on the helmet or the 10% cooldown reduction, which would potentially mean 10 whole seconds off of, or well, 6 seconds off of Bone Storm, which lasts for 18 seconds, so would be up a hell of a lot more often. Perfect cooldown reduction helmet. I mean, defensively, having Bone Storm active more often seems better than having a little bit more HP, since Bone Storm is providing me with a massive barrier, tons of damage reduction, as well as other effects. It's a tough one. That's a toughie right there. That's a toughie. I could always, I mean, it's not like I need to, like, destroy my other helmet. I could always just debut it and play with it, upgrade it, see how it works. If I like it, I like it. If I don't, I don't. Right now I have a wasted stat on this helmet, so at least this one won't be a wasted stat. I need Skelly Mages. I don't know if I have a Skelly Mages in here. Do not have a Skelly Mage. This is heresy. Well, I'll get one in the next dungeon. I'm not really worried about it. Let me go ahead and socket this thing and put a gem in it just so that I can know for a fact that it is not trash.
With 7 royal sapphires.
I need more time.
I put yeah, the royal sapphires in there. Perfect cooldown reduction rolls. Nice though.
I cannot carry more.
So we're looking at 24 maximum essence, which is the same that I currently have. 44 intelligence, which mine does not have intelligence on it. 14.6% cooldown reduction when it's capped out there. That's pretty nice. And 26 all stats. It's a pretty decent helmet. Drifting Shade sucks. Suppressor kills my damage. I gotta go craft one. I got a bunch of garbage rolls.
Don't dally. Hand it over.
Yeah, the one I crafted was a suppressor, so I junked it right away.
Yeah, it's just for me. It just doesn't work out very well.
Splendid result.
Suppressor, Drifting Shade. Okay, well, and Suppressor and Monster destroys primary resource. Both of them. What kind of nightmare fuel is that? Literally both of them are Suppressor and Monster burns primary resource.
Come on, that'll be easy. You'll have a field day in there.
I will get my
You
butt.
should do it.
I will get my butt wrecked.
You should do it.
Let our skeletons do all the work.
They
That's right.
They can't.
Hours later.
They can't survive. They cannot survive the suppressor field. They go inside the suppressor field, and then I can't support them anymore.
What a superior
Yeah.
product.
It's like instantaneous. Okay, you're dead.
No faith.
And Drifting Shade and another suppressor field. I'm not having any luck right now. I'm just gonna craft a 31 to 35 because I really don't even care like what I run right now. I just need like one more dungeon to complete this 15 on this Doojank. Let's go with this one. This one's fun.
Don't be a stranger. Come back.
Yeah, don't be a stranger. It's Alderwood. Da-don't. Da-don't. Join the party, sir. You do have to mouse over the corpses. Yeah. I mean, you gotta be close to them. I don't think you gotta be, like, exactly on top of them, but yeah, you gotta be close.
Controller auto targets them.
Alright, this one should be easy enough for everybody. I'm literally just gonna walk through this one, like... Come and fire at my wagon. I'll be waiting for you.
Levels everything in there.
Well, once he goes inside, we'll know.
Yeah, I'm not inside yet.
Oh. I got you muted on the TV, so...
I was... every now and then I spawn at the dungeon and there's like 1,000 monsters outside the dungeon, so I'm like just happily murdering away. They are 88. What's up, Suppressor? Oh god. What the hell just happened? I don't even know what the hell just happened.
Get them cheeks clapped.
Yeah, hardcore in a level 34 dungeon. It was like some sort of instantaneous, I don't even know how the hell to put it. Like, all of the frost explosions, like, all happened at once, like, instantaneously. I heard the sound effect go off, like, 30 times, and all of a sudden I was, like, hit by 30 frost explosions or something. I don't know what the hell was going on.
Suppressors and frost and waller. What the...
Where are you at? Are you dying back here?
I'm on the...
Quit dying.
I'm on the right side. I can wait. Just kill stuff. The mess is up here.
I'm not ready yet.
Quill rats, man. It's always quill rats. They're Chunk's favorite. Chunks loves quill rats.
Can't stand them. They're annoying. What you say it is.
Chunk said we should populate the planet Earth with quill rats. That's what Chunk said. He said everybody loves quill rats. They want to give them big hugs. Bestest in the whole bestest.
We got separated. My friends were cut down.
Y'all just let this dead lady on the ground back here. Y'all don't even talk to her. Y'all just left that dead lady on the ground.
I need more time.
It's gotta be the Necromancer talking to the dead people. I see how it is. Necroists.
This way?
Yeah, that way needs to go still.
Oh yeah, one of the most hilarious episodes of Seinfeld was the episode where they where Kramer accuses Seinfeld of being a dentite. There's basically someone who's racist against dentists. And Kramer's like, and next thing you know, you're going to be saying that they should have their own schools. And he's like, they do. It's called the dental school. And he's like, ah. We didn't get wave 5.
I
My dying breath. Alright, where's my Sharko? Did you guys get me a Sharko?
Nope.
You didn't get me a Sharko?
Nope.
I explicitly put it on my birthday list that I wanted a Sharko.
But I didn't say I didn't read it.
And I requested that you guys sing me the song, Baby Sharko. Instead of Happy Birthday. Baby Shark, baby Shark,
The unique helm. Another cowl of the nameless.
A cowl of the nameless. Tell it to convert itself into a Harlequin Crest Sharko, please.
Convert yourself into a Harlequin Quest shotgun.
Okay, good.
It said no.
I think it said, okay, I'll think about it. That's what it said.
I'm pretty sure I heard a very firm and hateful no.
It wasn't hateful. It was.
I think it was.
It wasn't hateful.
It wasn't nice.
Oh, good. Now I got my damage bonus from my minions. The Dead Razor gives me 1% increased damage from you and your minions, up to 12%. I'm kind of interested in how it's worded too, because I think it might be a multiplier, not like a different bucket multiplier, because it has an X next to it too, and it also kind of makes it sound like it's on the monster, not like the other way around. I don't know. I'm not sure how to. I think it's a lot more damage than what it states. Is basically what I'm saying.
I like this. No.
Yeah, you anti-dentite blue, by the way. Why are you an anti-dentite, sir?
32% more damage to elites and 14% movement speed after killing an elite. Yes. Thank you. Something went in my stash. Oh, two things did.
See some steel you need? What's left, you ask?
Yeah, no soup for you.
What's still got some good in it?
Oh, I got that mediocre cultist refuge one. They're poison enchanted.
Better than starting from nothing. What's still got some good in it?
24% damage, bottom roll. Yep, terrible. Terrible. So following rats, huh? Let's look it up.
Hey, the perfect cooldown reduction on that cow.
Wow. Oh, you got one too? The Cowl of the
Yeah,
Nameless.
That's my second one.
Can't pull up the dang news article. There's an article on Gamer Rant and it doesn't work. Diablo 4 players may have discovered a hidden feature of the game, where the rats scurrying around the dungeons seem to lead players toward the best loot drops. Seeking out loot in dungeons is one of the core gameplay drops things of Diablo 4, so the discovery has the potential to players' serious leg up in advancing their characters, assuming there's any substance. Since the game's early release, blah 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 blah. Reddit user Zerger45, who recently took a look at Diablo 4 subreddit to share something they'd observed about the rats scurrying around in the in-game dungeons. Far from mere set dressing, the user claimed that these rats were actively leading them toward the most valuable loot in a given dungeon. Groups of rats would seemingly move deliberately through the dungeon towards specific groups of enemies, and those foes would consistently drop some of the rarest loot. Apparently, netted them multiple legendary items in only 10 minutes, which is meaningless. You get multiple legendary items anyway. Remarkable drop rate for the most coveted loot. However, it's just to be proven if rats actually do lead to the best loot, or if it's a big coincidence.
In Skyrim, there was a thing where you could follow foxes, and it would actually lead you to treasure. It was just a weird thing the AI was coded to do.
But the thing is like...
It's very unlikely for D4.
Well, I mean, let's look at it logically, from a logical standpoint, alright? Let's say, for instance, some monster in the dungeon did have, like, a Shaco, like, in his pocket. Like, okay. Like, let's just work under that assumption. And let's say the rats actually do lead you to the monster that has the Shaco in his pocket. If you full clear the dungeon anyway, wouldn't you inevitably kill that monster that has the shotgun in his pocket anyway? So what are the rats really doing for you in this scenario, other than just simply taking you to the monster that supposedly has it in his pocket that you're probably going to kill anyway? Unless it's an event. Unless it's an event. So the only way that I could see this actually being something is if it's not him taking you to a monster that has an item in its pocket, but more so that actually following the rat causes the monster to have the item in his pocket, if that makes any sense. So in other words, it's an event that you're following that causes the drop rate to increase for whatever group of monsters the rats lead you to. Which in that case it could potentially work, because if the rat is causing the drops to happen, then it would basically just be a matter of following the rat to the group of monsters and then killing the group of monsters. I have actually noticed like several times, like as I was walking around, there were just like these rats that just seemed to be like actually going somewhere, and I just kind of like followed them.
Yeah, look at the gloves I posted in guild chat for your charge bolts arc.
Oh, nice. Lucky hit, lightning crit, charge bolts, 5% chance to restore primary resource.
Like, it just dropped exactly what it needs.
Wow. Yeah. Those are actually really nice. She's doing really good, by the way. She's freaking like Rex.
Greetings.
Like, she just keeps getting stronger and stronger every single time I play her. I don't know, the raccoon style that most of us employ usually has us killing everything anyway, so. Raccoon style.
Hello.
I just made this for my Necromancer. Kind of excited about it. Just need to find the aspect to go on it.
Yeah, the thing about that, the rat thing, that for Skyrim, the Fox's AI tended to path towards objectives. So if you shot a fox and just kind of followed it around, it would lead you to like treasure chests and like quests and treasure stuff, basically. Just kind of weird.
I said raccoon style. Somebody already posted a picture of a raccoon in Twitch chat. I don't know, the only way that I can see the rat theory working out to actually be what it's kind of like trying to pretend that it is if the rats are actually causing the drops to happen. If they're causing the drops to happen, that's a whole other ballpark. I mean, we can look around the dungeon. The problem with it is, though, is that we, like, as AoE characters, you tend to just kind of kill the rats as you go along. Like, it's just kind of like you just fire in your shot and they just die.
Brace, supervise.
So you're gonna have to, like, you would have to, like, deliberately not kill the rats. You'd be like, don't kill the rat, there's a rat over here, don't kill him.
I am in a dungeon with a rat right now, and it just ran me into a butcher.
We'll kill the butcher.
And then he ran away, and then he ran into a wall. I went to follow him, and now he's just stopped beside Butcher's corpse.
So pathing toward the butcher. I mean, it's not necessarily like false, but does it actually give us anything? Like if we're killing everything in the dungeon anyway? Not really.
I mean, it's just pathing.
Pathing to the monster that has good loot drops. I mean, the butcher pretty much always drops something nice, right? He almost always drops a legendary for me. Like, at the bare minimum.
Maybe he hasn't eaten you enough.
I mean, last time he showed up, I literally one-shot him, so I don't know.
Well, maybe he's like, man, I gotta drop something. This guy's gonna kill me.
Well, alternatively, let's look at it from another perspective. Alright, we already looked at it from are the randoms randomly going toward monsters that have items. And we've already looked at it from the perspective of maybe the rat is actually putting the item in the pocket of the monster. Well, what about a third perspective? What if they are planted? What if they are
pockets?
What if they are planted events? What if, just like the butcher, the rat is a planted event, and following the rat is basically one of the events that naturally spawn within the dungeon? And so, if you don't follow the rat, you don't complete the event. Just like if you don't kill the butcher, you don't complete that event, or if you don't kill the treasure goblin, you don't complete that event, and so forth and so on. It could just simply be an event that appears within dungeons. Just a very subtle and a very unclear event.
Okay, so the next rat I found is going into the last room of the dungeon that he can get before the gate I open, and he's just running around the outside of the room. Just following the wall around.
Hello, Blood Bishop.
I open the door and see where he goes.
I haven't seen any rats so far in this dungeon.
Okay, now he just decided to leave. He's just running in basically like straight lines until he hits a wall and then turns.
I've also sometimes noticed that the rats glow. Have you seen that before? I've seen them glow red.
No.
I was in one dungeon one time, and I remember zooming in on him, and he was glowing. The rat was glowing red.
That would happen if it has the Avenger mod. If you kill enemies nearby, it buffs everyone else.
I would have thought he probably would have died, like, from all the AoE that was going on at that particular time, though.
No, the rats, I can't attack it.
So they don't die.
It is an enemy, it's just not hostile.
Had the bubble.
I'm the leader. Right, I get the bubble. You guys don't get the bubble? I get the bubble.
It's my bubble.
Apparently not.
It really isn't my bubble.
What the hell is going on right now?
I'm not ready yet.
I'm trying to find a rat. I don't know if there's any rats in this dungeon. Might make credence to my, maybe they're only an event thing. Because, like, I would think there would be rats in every dungeon, but I can't seem to find a single rat anywhere.
It's just the tile set.
I mean, some dungeons have snakes. Some dungeons have rats.
I need time to do that.
Some have lions, tigers, and bears.
Oh my.
You're a lion, tiger, and a bear.
I tried pushing cow, and I made it about halfway across the map before it finally leashed and you could go any further.
What about all the rats that are sitting in town? There's a bunch of them in town. One of the towns has like literally like 1 million rats running around it. I can't remember which one it is. It's Cool, I think. There's like a whole bunch of rats running around that city. Makes me want to go over there real quick. Let's go play with the rats. Let's go play with the rats. Let's go play with the rats. Yeah, I got a crinkling wrapper and I got stuffs and you can't have because it's got chocolate. So hot.
Looks like he's just laying there behaving.
See, I got a real fat rat right now. Look, that's as big as a chinchilla.
I haven't seen any chinchillas on your stream lately. What's going on with that?
Cody's always in here, and He's always banished to the Shadow Realm because he's never a good dog, ever, in his entire life. Where's this rat taking me? He's taking me on a journey, that's for sure. Every now and then he does like a little U-turn, but like there's so many of them. There's a lot of rats in this city. Like I'm following 4 rats right now, and they all seem to be going in the same direction. And I'm not sure if they all just have like the same pathing or what, but like they seem to be going in like a pattern. And occasionally they change directions, but I think it's because the player interference. Like I'm trying to stay back from them as far as I can, because it seems like the player interference is keep coming up here. Why do they keep coming up here? To this doorway. It's just like an empty doorway. They keep coming all the way up here to this doorway. And then they run back. They seem very interested in whatever is at this doorway. Cow level behind the door? Yes, right. I'm trying to see if there's
cows are now rats.
I'm trying to see if there's anything to click on. So you have to know the history of why rats would even have anything to do with this kind of stuff. Basically what it comes down to is that rats are shiny hunters. I'm sure if you've ever encountered that term before, but like there are basically animals within nature that have an unnatural desire to collect things that are very shiny. Not necessarily things that are valuable, but things that are shiny. But often things that are shiny are also things that are valuable, especially when you have like gems and jewels and stuff like that. So apparently rats throughout time, occasionally you will come across a specific rat, not usually all rats, but specific rats that will actually collect like things that are shiny. Well, that also happens to be like necklaces, jewelry, gems, all sorts of things. Anything that they can steal, anything they can get their hands on. I had a hamster once a long time ago that was a shiny hunter. He got out of his cage, and when we finally did find him, he had a nest behind one of the dressers. And I, pulled apart his nest once I found it, of course, and put him back in his cage. But inside the nest was like earrings, ball bearings, little like really shiny screws, like anything that he could steal from around the house that was shiny. So the general gist of it is that the rats are probably shiny hunters, which is kind of like a whole meme at this point, and they're looking for treasure, and that's why they're leading you to treasure. It's kind of like the whole thing. It's actually birds have also been known to be shiny hunters too, but like throughout history, there actually used to be people that would go and specifically tear down birds' nests, because a lot of the times birds would actually fly into like noble houses and castles and things like that and steal very valuable jewelry, and then they would put it in their nest. And so it was actually very profitable to go breaking apart rats' nests and breaking apart birds' nests, because you could potentially end up with like a gold necklace or like a silver necklace or something, like, hiding inside the nest.
Don't you look at me like that.
Basically, they're thieves. They're thieves.
I need time to do that.
killing time for the next dungeon.
I'm not ready yet.
There was enough dewjanks on the ground to complete the Whispering Tree quest. It's pretty funny. Check under Hugo's bed.
I thank you.
I see you trying to steal. I see you. Okay? You're not invisible. I see you trying to steal. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up, back it up, back it up. Back it up. Back it up. Thief.
This place is weird.
Don't huff and puff at me. I packed you a lunch. Go eat your lunch. You got a lunch over there. Go eat it.
Decent value. I thank you.
Alright. Let's get the show on the road. On the road again. I'm gonna steal your alligator, my friend. Oh, I took your alligator. What you gonna do? I got your alligator. This is alligator. I got him. He's mine. I'm gonna eat him.
You don't have these aspects unlocked?
What aspects?
The one that just popped up on your screen?
I don't know. Why?
Because I thought you had all your renown.
I got all my renown, yeah. I didn't, you don't have to... You don't have to do all the dungeons to get all your renown.
To get all the Paragon points?
No.
Really?
The dungeons are actually one of the worst ways to do it. That's like the last thing you do. The correct order is waypoints, exploration, altars of Lilith. Do all three of your strongholds. Then
Side
once
quests and dungeons at the same time.
Then once you do all that, then you want to focus on quests, and you do any of the quests that lead you to dungeons, because you get 20 renown per quest, and then if the quest leads you into a dungeon and you haven't done that dungeon before, you get 30 for the dungeon. So you get 20 for the quest and 30 for the dungeon, which is 50. And basically you just keep rolling quests until you run out of quests, and then once you run out of quests, you pretty much just do dungeons from that point. But like, you don't have to do all the dungeons to complete it.
You'll run out of renown acquisition before you run out of stuff to do.
It's
How do you
once
know which dungeons to do after you finish all the side quests?
You just look on the map and see which ones you haven't done. The map will show you which ones that you haven't completed.
I was just going
Yeah,
to the topics.
They have the orange dot if they don't have a aspect in them, or they have that aspect symbol.
It's like a little chest. So if you haven't done the dungeon before, it's a little chest.
I thought the orange spot or the orange dot was I've done them on another character.
Yes, which means renown is still available for this character, but you really just want to focus on one character, because The
Yeah.
Renown goes across all your characters, so the only ones that you should really be focusing on are the ones that are the little
I need more time.
Little blue dot.
not the blue dots, the chest. The ones that have the chest on. Those are the ones that you want to focus on because those are the ones that that none of your characters have done before.
Figured just going through the codex would knock them all out.
I mean, you can do it that way too. Anything that's grayed out in the codex should technically be a dungeon that you haven't done before also. Yes, they're definitely going to add more unique items.
I bet the first couple that come in the first season are gonna be like Stone of Jordan and
Oh yeah, well,
things like that.
You really think they're not going to add a Soj?
There's gonna be a Surge. There's probably gonna be like a Manald Hill.
Honestly,
like
a
that.
Mantled Hill would be nice. Some
Yeah.
resource regeneration, Mana Steel. Hell yeah, I'll take that.
What's the other one? A Nagel Ring.
Magic Find. There's no Magic Find within the game right now, and Nagel is all about Magic Find.
Yeah. I mean, there is minor with the affix, but you gotta roll it.
I haven't got the Magic Find affix
Ow.
since the 1.3 patch, and I'm not sure if they took the Magic Find sigil away or what, but I have not seen one since the 1.3 patch.
Same, actually.
And I can't confirm or deny, but like I feel like just every time I roll, I've still not gotten one, and I've been rolling a lot of sigils lately. It almost seems like they took it away. Maybe a lot of people complained that it wasn't working, and then they went and checked and found out it wasn't actually working.
I need more time.
That would be bad if it wasn't working, because it felt like more stuff was dropping when I used them.
Baraka plays said not a single one for him either. I mean, I could just roll a bunch of low-level ones and just spend a bunch of dust for no reason just to check and see. It's not like the dust is really all that hard to come by.
I'm out of essence. I need more time.
Well, that was fast.
Yeah, this is a great dungeon. I like it. Super easy, super fast. Especially solo.
We go down this way. Do quill rats count as rats? Watching my dog do stupid stuff.
I'm hearing him.
I don't even know what the hell he's doing. Like, he just looks like he's being dumb. Every now and then he just starts sniffing random objects and like I don't even know what he's doing. I don't even know.
Maybe he farted.
My bags are full.
I got a cultist refuge one. I want extra helmet.
You want a 40?
Go ahead, don't mind me.
My burden is too great.
Better than starting from nothing.
Come back when your second skin needs a
He said, I'll be watching you.
Cultists and snakes, they're the best.
You want some? There you go, you got some. Here you go, have another one. There you go, here you go. Have one, come on. These are delicious, you don't want some? Here, have one. Here, go ahead, have one. There you go, have another one. Look, you have as many of these as you want. I got plenty. Here, go ahead, take them. That's another one. There you go. Have another one. There you go. Look at that. See, it's a never-ending fountain. Just go ahead and take them. I want some too, though. There you go. You got some too. There you go. Here you go. There you go. There's some right there. Go ahead. That's the good one. Right there. That's the good. You know what? Just go ahead and eat out of the hand. Just go ahead. Just eat it all. There you go. Just eat them all. There you go. Look at that. Now they're all gone. See, look. You ate them all. Dang nabbit. That was an endless supply. That was a lifetime supply. You just ate it all in 2 seconds. Now you're gonna have the diarrhea. He don't even care though. Like, it cracks me up. He's so jealous of nothing. Like, he's literally jealous of everything, included nothing. Like, I could literally have nothing in my hand, and I just did, and I'm just eating nothing, and he's just jealous of the nothing that I've got. How dare you have nothing and I don't have nothing? How dare you? I want nothing too. Where's my nothing?
I need more time.
It's like when we were kids, me and my brother, and he'd have like 5 more Cheerios than me. Be like, Mom, he's got more Cheerios than I do. There's a unique item on the ground over here. Did you find me a Sharko, Barbarcto? Did you find me a Sharko? Ancestral boots. That is not a Sharko. Penitent Greaves. Well, the butcher's on somebody's head.
On me.
I need time to do that.
And he is not liking me a lot.
Who is you?
Sever.
Well, don't die, because if you die, he's going to leave.
I'm running.
Just bring him and just drag him over here.
I need more time.
My Necromancer legs aren't that fast.
They're not.
I'm in the middle.
I'm on my way.
Come on, get over here.
I need time to do that.
Sit still and die. Give me my doojang. What you gonna give me? 2 sigils. Will you stop coming over here to thieve? Thief! Get out of here, thief. I'm gonna elbow you with the people's elbow. That's what I thought. You don't want to get people elbowed. Yeah, Mr. Untamed. I'm playing Bone Spear. You've been playing Bone Spear since launch. No, I've been playing Bone Spear since launch. The first day, the first character I picked, it was Bone Spear. And if I was doing meta, I wouldn't be using minions.
I need time to do that.
I'm having fun with minions.
Do you know where you're going?
No, you guys already cleared like the majority of the
I
freaking
need more
dude.
time.
I just got here.
Yeah, I picked
Over
Bone
here.
Spear because it was not meta. It actually got buffed shortly before launch. I remember that because I covered all the patches.
I need more time.
I assume there's going to be a spreadsheet with signups for season 1.
I need more time.
Honestly, it's probably going to be like squads. I'm not really exactly sure how it's going to go, but
Yeah.
thing is I know a lot of us are going to want to try and hit 100 as fast as possible. And honestly, having big groups that can roll together is going to be a big advantage to that. So if we have like more than 4 people, like that we can rotate around and constantly like keep the 4-man team going, no matter who's online. Multiple 4-man teams would be good.
That fire hurt.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I have made up Last Wave Shrine.
Bah, we've gone on any bomb. Bah, we've gone on any bomb. Holy poison, Batman. I like the Corpse Tendrils ability, but man, I hate how, like, precise you have to be to use it. Like, in Diablo 2, like, if you wanted to use a corpse that was on the ground, you only had to be near the corpse. Like, you didn't have to, like, put your mouse directly over top of the corpse to use it. Like, the Corpse Tendril ability will not go off unless you actually have your mouse directly over the corpse. I still work part-time at a store, but for the most part, yeah, this is my job now, Mr. Untamed. I mean, Essence is probably the better one to beef up for right now.
I got one at 20, one at 15, and another one at 15.
You can do what you want to, Mr. Untamed. You can do what you want to. You can do what you want to. You can leave your friends behind. And if they kick you in the gonads, you can run away and hide. And if your doggy's mean to you and steals all of your food, you can go buy more at the grocery store and he'll probably steal that too. Tree fitty if I swap over to a blood necromancer. Tree fitty. Tree $150 or $3.50? Because $3.50. I don't know.
I'm really eyeballing that Shadow Necromancer.
Oh yeah, I finally did get all my Doojanks to level 15 too. I was gonna theory craft a corpse explosion necromancer next. That was my goal. But I'll go play a blood necromancer right now for tree fitty. Don't harm, don't mean no harm. I was actually thinking about that one. Honestly, I want to make one of every single character. So far, I have Bone Spear Minion-mancer. I've got a Freezing Arrow Rogue, which that one's really fun. I have the Trapper Rogue, which I have not leveled her up yet, unfortunately. I also have my basic Barbarian, which is totally off meta. I don't think I've seen anybody doing a basic Barb. in any kind of meta builds. I've also got my charged bolt sorceress, which is really fun. I've been having a lot of fun with her.
I can break that down.
Only recently just got her put together.
There's that.
Cody, if you don't get yourself out of there from stealing, I'm gonna people's elbow you. You want people's elbow? You gonna get a people's elbow? Look at you, look at you. You don't even care. You gonna get people's elbow? The double swing is interesting, but it's like I did a double swing barbarian during the beta, and it wasn't like, okay, Cody, just like ripping me the headphone off my head. It wasn't amazing. Like I wasn't in love with it. I think Leon did a double swing barbarian too, and he kind of felt the same way. It wasn't like super amazing.
I can break that down.
Lacks some AoE for sure.
I mean, it's.
You can still use these.
Cody, have you, or are you, or have you ever been a member of a communist party?
There's that.
You don't want to answer? You can't plead the fifth. You're a dog. You don't got the fifth rights.
I can break that down.
I like messing with Cody. Then he starts messing with me back, though. He'll jump up here and pull my headset off. He'll do it. He don't care. Oof. A bottom roll bone spear. Terrible.
Break that down.
I don't think these penitent greaves are better than the ones I got, but I'm gonna check. Let me pull out my penitent greaves. Tier 50. New York 50. Yeah, I'll just put them in here and sort it out later. It's not that big of a deal. I mean, it's just inventory tension. Inventory tension. Cody, why are you whining? Because I won't give you some of my chocolate treats that will kill you? You are aware that chocolate is the devil. It is the devil. Sing it with me, Cody. Chocolate is the devil. The devil. The devil. Chocolate is the devil. The devil. The devil.
Who's ball?
He said, I don't care if chocolate's the devil. He said, how you gonna give me some? How about that?
Bobby Boucher.
I see you're Mr. Alligator. Put your little alligator back. Every time you bring him in here, you always torment me with them. You said, here, take the alligator. Are you ready? Arkansas. Texas. What you got us? Gopher. Go. Dang, you caught that jank midair. Is the game free? No, it is definitely not free. It costs some money to play. But it's not free to play, so there's no monetization in here so far, except for the cosmetics. Which they need to do a better job on the cosmetics. Does anybody else feel kind of underwhelmed by the cosmetics?
Very.
Like, they just don't even, like, I kind of went in there with some money, too, like a little kid who was on, like, a field trip, you know, and I was like, all right, I got $20 in my pocket. Let's see what I can buy. And, like, there wasn't really a whole lot in there that I was actually looked interesting or cool. Like,
Yeah, it hasn't.
I think I bought the
changed
horse.
yet.
It's not really the best.
The in-game ones are better, which is good.
I still got to do this Gosplin Legion event to get the moose gear thingy. Horse. Don't stand in the poison. It's very, very bad.
I can see that. I'm trying to res you, and the poison is melting my face off. It's not pleasant. This looks like a cliff you could jump off of, doesn't it? Like one of the ones that has like the little events where you press spacebar and you go down. It looks like a spacebar cliff.
Yes, it does.
I need more time.
No kill rats, go away. Wow.
I'm glad they finally fixed the corpse explosion thing too. That was nice.
Why are they chasing me? Go away.
I need more.
Is it because I'm
I'm not ready yet.
the chicken here? Is that it?
Sometimes I swear they just beeline for specific players, and I don't know why. It's really quite weird. Yeah, corpse farts. Exactly. That's my headcanon anyway. Corpse explosion is literally the acceleration of the consumption of the bacteria within the body, which produces gases, which are then ignited and cause an explosion. It's not magic so much as it is like the manipulation of like the bacteria within the corpse.
So all this time I'm just a bugmancer?
Combining something that like causes the gases to ignite. So it's probably like really basic magic. It's like for the Necromancer, it probably involves like accelerating the bacterial growth, which probably doesn't even take much effort at all, and then a small flame that ignites inside the body once the gases reach critical mass that literally causes the final explosion, essentially. I had to dive for the glorious gloves. They were glorious! I wanted the glorious gloves!
They were shiny. I needed them.
They get me every time with that too. They drop something on the ground right next to the exploding monster, and I'm like, ooh, piece of candy. And I'm like, ah!
Especially when it's a unique and it's a helmet, you're like, ooh.
The beasts can't resist this. Even their own. I've enough.
Why are you
All
such
right,
a
can we give...
Why are you such a whiny baby? Baby.
I need more time. I'm not ready yet. I'm out of essence.
You hear him back here just whining?
Yes.
Just whining.
I'm not ready yet.
He's a professional whiner. That's what he does. He just whines. His whole life is whining.
He's gotta poop.
He might have to poop. He's gonna have to wait till I'm done.
I'm not ready yet.
Why is this guy taking like no damage? I can't. That's because he's not standing still. I can't hit him. Oh, he keeps teleporting away. That's what it is. So every single time I get him in optimal range and start unleashing into him, he teleports off. It also kind of seems like he's not taking very much damage, though. Like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm pretty sure I just hit him for like 17, 18 million damage, and he just kind of looked at me and laughed.
Bloody well done! With all this, we can draw out one of the big ones! that.
No, it's an alpha.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, he takes more damage than the one that we couldn't kill earlier.
That's it. Take this for your troubles. Good luck to you.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Give me my chest. I don't know where you were hiding all that, dude, James. Cody. Why you look like the cat that ate the canary? What'd you do? Hmm? You's bad? Were you's a bad boy? Do you want some more of this invisible food I got? Because I got some more. I restocked. he's so mad. I don't know what he's mad about, but he's so mad. He said, no, I don't want none of your invisible food. Tastes like poop anyway. Like, but you like poop. He's like, yeah, so.
I need more time.
Man, when he was a puppy, like, he would literally eat anything. Like, anything. Didn't matter what it was. He would just literally eat anything. Like, I mean, he'd literally be out there eating dirt. Mmm, delicious dirt. I like dirt. Yummy, yummy, yummy dirt in my tummy. Tastes really quite good. Yummy, 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 there's dirt in my tummy. He learned a little bit since then. He seems a little less inclined to eat dirt. Which is a good sign, I suppose, that he's learned a little bit. Like, oh man, I don't feel so good. I ate too much dirt yesterday. I shouldn't do that again. Like, nah, Dip, you think you think? Did it go well with that tin can that you ate the other day? Because, like, man, that tin can was hard to get out. It sure was delicious, though.
I'm not ready.
That was the most deliciousest.
I just got a surprise elite pack on my head.
Oh.
Super fun.
Those are the best, right? That's how you like them. Surprise. Surprise!
I need more time. I need more time.
The hell?
I need more essence. I need more time.
Ooh. Ow. That's what I get for making fun of Cody. He froze me and then he just started wailing on me.
I cannot.
Then my freaking my cooldown was down. He was like, bah, bah, bah.
I'm not ready yet.
Alright, Cody, you ready to go pate? Are you ready to go papadoodles? Are you ready to go papadoodles? Are you ready to go papadoodles? Oh god! He said super rapid. Let's go. Okay, I get it. Gotta go pepper through this. Okay, you ready to go? I can't go if you're on top of me, sir. I cannot go if you're on top of me, sir. Now get down.
He said it's about to be on top of you if we don't get out there.
Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, poor camel. still thunder in here.
I'm sorry, I'm back. He had to go doodos. That's what he had to do. He had to go doodos.
He was telling you.
I took him out.
He said, I got to go, man.
He said, gotta go right now. Gotta go.
My bags are
And doodos better, right?
Hmm?
What you need?
What about doodos?
Like DDoS, he didn't do that.
Oh,
Hey, what's that dog?
He went plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is. That's what he did. He said, plop, plop, fizz, fizz. Oh, what a relief it is.
I didn't know we could find recipes in this game.
He pinched the loaf. He dropped the kids off at the pool. He took the Browns to the Super Bowl. There's a whole lot of colorful euphemisms.
Better than starting from nothing.
Ugh.
Just trying to get my glyphs finally leveled up to full. That's a whole thing in itself.
What level you got them to?
3 of them are level 21. I think I finally had, I can't remember how many I had when I finally finished min-max in the board.
Still got some good in it.
But it was a lot.
My hammer sings.
How many am I running right now? I have my... where's my first board? So yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm running 5 right now. I mean, my first one, the Gravekeeper is already capped out at 21, I think. And then I also have the Exploit Glyph already capped out too, so not worried about that one. I got the Undaunted Glyph. I can't remember if I capped that one out or not, but that one's probably capped out. It's pretty much just between the 2 new ones that I chose, which is the Essence Glyph and the Dead Razor Glyph, which is kind of interesting. But honestly, the Dead Razor Glyph is already kind of finished, because leveling it up only gives me more damage for my golem, which is not really what I'm interested in. The only thing I was really interested in with that glyph is this very interesting, whenever your minions deal damage to an enemy, that enemy takes 1% increased damage from you and your minions, up to 12% for 10 seconds. And it has the X next to it, which from what I understand, the X generally means something really good. Like I can't quantify it exactly just yet, but if you look at a modifier and it doesn't have the X next to it, unless it's just been misclassified, it tends to not be as powerful as one that does have the X next to it.
The X was supposed to mean multiplication.
Yeah,
but
some
I don't know if it's 100% confirmed, but I think people said it means multiplication.
Yeah, and it's some of the modifiers that don't have an X are multiplication, and they're not showing an X. But as far as we know, if it does show an X, it's better than if it doesn't. Unless it's just one of those ones that's mislabeled.
Yeah, like the Druid crit one has a marker, but it's actually just additive. Like in most cases, they're multiplicative, but there are a few exceptions.
I'm actually kind of interested also if this one applies to the monster specifically. If it's not at a different part in the calculation. So like if it's applying to the monster, not to me, then it could potentially mean that the monster is taking 12% more damage. Which could be a lot more than like me having a modifier that allows me to do 12% more damage. Because my modifiers are generally affected by diminishing returns, multiple buckets, all sorts of other things, and so it doesn't usually actually equate out to 12% damage. But if he actually takes 12% more damage from me, that might actually be better than the other way around. Alright. I wish there were training dummies we could test out our damage on. I feel like that would help figure out a lot of these mechanics. But then again, they probably don't want us to figure out the mechanics.
Yeah. I've been doing Trio Whisper stuff, so I don't know if they count for you if you're not there with me, but you may have got free gifts. Who knows?
Let's go run this one real quick, get some, see if we can get a Sharko, I guess. Where the hell is it? Every now and then I can't find it because it'll correspond with one of the Tree of Whispers things or something. Oh, it's hiding underneath the waypoint. That's cheesy.
Yeah.
It was legit hiding under the waypoint.
Think you can see me.
Melee basic skills or range for a summon necro? I mean, honestly, for a summon Necro, you're probably better off doing the Decompose at this point. They really beefed up Decompose, and if you use that aspect, which spawns additional corpses, or chains Decompose to multiple targets, I think Decompose is probably your best bet on a Minion-mancer at this point.
Yeah, Decompose and Blight.
Well, it's just
That
Decompose.
combination.
They reduced the cooldown for spawning corpses, so you only need to channel for 2 seconds now to get the corpses. And then there's an aspect which chains it to 2 additional targets. So you can technically get up to 3 corpses every 2 seconds. Like just channeling Decompose, which is kind of nice. It's a pretty large amount of corpses once you get it all said and done. Oh, I didn't realize this was an event.
I need more time.
I'm so glad I don't live in this kind of a place, like this time frame. Like, can you imagine how bad it would have been living in a city like this? Like fleas, rats. I'm pretty sure, like, just in general, like all sorts of bugs and creepy crawlies, like all over the place. Like, lice. Like, I'm pretty sure lice was like an epidemic back then. That's why everybody had wigs on and were always shaved their head bald. And any number of other horrible diseases.
Wouldn't have made it without you.
This looks like one of them cities too that's just like probably just like got the plague.
I'm not ready yet.
No toilet paper neither.
I'm not ready yet.
I always find it really funny the story of the Sears catalog. So the Sears catalog used to be like the most popular thing for the longest time, and Sears was like always excited to put out a new catalog because everybody wanted it, and they would sell, you know, tons of stuff from the Sears catalog. But the paper that the Sears catalog was made out of was like a soft sort of like thin paper, you know, kind of like reminiscent of like I'm trying to think here. Like
Bible paper.
Yeah, like kind of like Bible paper. Yeah, I guess that would be a good way of putting it. Like, and so basically everybody was using it to wipe their butts with. But Sears didn't know this. Sears was completely unaware that that's what people were using their magazine for. And one year they decided they were going to up their game. You know, they thought they were doing a good thing, and they upgraded the Sears catalog to glossy paper. You imagine how many people were upset when they got their Sears catalog that they were going to use as toilet paper, and that jank was glossy. If you've ever been hard up before, like, and there was no toilet paper in the bathroom, and the only thing you had was a magazine with some glossy paper in it, and you gave it a try, you know exactly how bad that was. And that year that they changed the Sears catalog to glossy paper, nobody wanted the Sears catalog anymore. And their sales were like went to all-time low. This is the most hilarious thing. Just nobody wanted it anymore because they couldn't wipe their butt with it. I'm like, what? It's made out of glossy paper.
Oh, wait. Let me out.
Is there no way out of here? Like, what? Is just a little room with nothing in it?
There's that quest that brings you into this place to find that one person, and she's in that room. Don't follow me. I always take the wrong way.
Follow Silverius. Got it.
Check.
Check. Did you eat your lunch over there? Oh, you did eat your lunch. Look at you. You ate your food. That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Go, now get out of here. He said, dang. It's rough. He said, you gonna give me some of them chips? I'm hungry. I'm still hungry. So I'm a big dog. I could use some of them chips. So you can spur a couple of them, so that'd be nice. I'll be your bestest buddy in the whole world. Be your best friend. You would like a lemon chip? You would like one of these?
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, that fat boy just tried to bowl me over. Did you see that? He almost did, too.
I need time to do that.
He's back from outer space.
Not for long.
And he's got that little sad look right upon his freaking face. Because he didn't get no Glyph XP, EXP, because we stole it all for ourselves.
Just here for some gold. Just want some gold.
He likes to lick the bags. He doesn't eat the bag. He just likes to lick the bag. He said you're gonna lick that bag. I'll lick it for you. No bag unlicked.
What's going on, everybody?
What's up, Bob?
What y'all doing?
Trying to finish up leveling up my glyphs.
All right, I'm gonna hop in with you guys if that's cool.
Unless
you're full.
I think we got one spot.
Yeah, there's one open.
All right, definitely gonna join in on that for sure. See if I can't get my unique finally.
Shaker. Apparently, you gotta follow the rats.
I actually don't even want that. I want my druid weapon or druid helmet so I can finish this build out.
Worth keeping.
I still need my barbarian sword. So sad.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
I finally got a better helmet. I'm trying to get the Dujanks to actually put it on. But
What'd you get for a helmet?
it's not a bad roll.
I like seeing the gear, so.
I put it in chat. So don't be flashing your Rama Llama ding dong at me.
It's low level. You wouldn't want it.
I would take any right now. It's literally like the defining piece for my build.
Good salvage.
Doom Peak.
Put
The
in
Peak
guild
of
chat,
Doom.
Essence and cooldown, all stats. Yeah, beautiful.
It's a perfect cooldown
Beautiful.
too. Perfect.
All right, let's. I
Well,
don't know what you guys are. Why did it port me over here?
the all stats is nearly perfect too. Oh, we're just
You
running.
guys-
Let me see what we got.
Yeah, do we got any sigils or anything? Or
This one's fun.
what's up?
Well, we're honestly not really too picky about it. Like, I was running some higher level ones, but honestly, if it's not garbage and it's above 85, whatever. It don't really matter. Alright, I need my helmet aspect. Let me pull up my gambling tool real quick.
Onyx Hold. Oh, I like Onyx Hold. That's a good one. We'll see if I can hang with you guys. The experience here should be phenomenal for me. I'm only like level 79, but I'm going to get this waypoint.
What is this one called?
Onyx Hold?
Vicious Primal.
Let's get it.
Boots. Apparently Boots is the best one to farm for this.
The wind, fine quality. Well done.
All the ones for the characters that I need are all just offense. Just roll the offense. It's pretty funny.
Well, it's funny because like I thought it was like that too, but then I found a couple of them that were like ring only. I didn't realize some of them were ring only. I'm like, okay, screw you too then.
Yeah, the resource ones.
There's a couple of them that are ring only. This one is ring only, and I believe this one is ring only also. And that one's not resource, it's maximum essence. Doesn't help me generate easy resource, it just gives me more essence max, which I feel is like a different category.
It's a resource.
Yeah, but it's not generation of resource, it's just maximum resource.
That's what the category of the aspect is.
Did not get what I wanted. Ring only poopy poops. Ring only poopy poops. What is the max glyph level? Right now it's 21. Unless they decide to raise it even further.
Oh.
Gust ride.
Takes me forever to kill this stuff, but it's not killing me.
But Artisan's Curious, number 14. Check.
I actually have an idea about a build around that thing. Obviously, it's not going to be difficult to find a perfect one, so...
Yeah.
It's actually kind of interesting.
There we go.
So my idea basically revolves around corpse explosion. So what you're going to do is you're going to use the aspect that gives you a, it's like a 40% chance for every single time you consume a corpse to spawn a blood orb. And that gives you basically like infinite blood orbs as a corpse explosion necromancer, because you're going to be corpse exploding all the time. You wear the Blood Artisan Curios with the build, so that you can get the free bone spirits that will fire off basically every single time you collect enough blood orbs, which could be very interesting. It wouldn't be the focal point of the build, but it would just simply be like, oh, here's like a whole bunch of extra free bone spirits that you could potentially use, you know. I'm not really sure how much damage they would do or whether they would be worth it, but...
Well, if you leveled up your bone spirit, it would.
Well, yeah, you would want to put points. You would want to put points into it. It wouldn't even need to necessarily be on the bar either. That's the important thing. Like, you could have other things on the bar, because according to the way that... I think
you would still want it for bosses, so you would, like... You could max it out, and then when you go to fight a boss, you switch something out, you know what I mean?
Well, yeah, but basically the thing is, though, is like you wouldn't necessarily need to, because whatever the effect is of the armor, it just automatically fires it every single time you collect 5 orbs.
Yeah.
Which you could still collect 5 orbs during a boss as well, because if you get the hued flesh passive and some other ways to generate corpses, you should still be generating tons of blood orbs during bosses. Like there should technically be like probably 10, 15, 20 blood orbs just sitting on the ground at any given time, like as for the build that I'm considering.
It's not bad then.
Because I mean, you would, because as a corpse explosion necromancer, you're definitely going to want to optimize corpse creation. Because if you run out of corpses at any point, and I think that's the important thing here, is if you run out of corpses at any point, you're kind of screwed. Like, because that's your main source of damage, and you have no corpses on the battlefield, then you're not gonna dish out any damage. So it would probably be like Bone Golem, Reapers, Decompose probably as one of the main skills, just so that you could generate more corpses in a pinch. And then everything else to support the ability. Not having Bone Spirit on the bar would be nice, though, because it would give you an extra slot for something else. You'd probably go Blood Mist. I would assume Blood Mist would be like a mandatory thing for that. Probably run Howl from Below and Black River together for the bonus damage to corpse explosions, and also the fact that you can consume up to 5 corpses at a time. So you're basically just going to want like a massive amount of corpses on the battlefield at any given time, because you're going to be consuming them like 5 at a time. Which, as far as I understand it, with the way that ability works, is it gives you a 40% chance for a blood orb each time a single corpse is consumed. So I would assume that when you use Black River, which consumes 5 corpses, there's a very good chance you could get anywhere between 1 to 5 blood orbs per corpse explosion, which could be pretty crazy.
Yep.
I don't know. I'm not exactly sure what passive you'd go with that, but what, like, you know, Keystone passive.
Yeah, I'm actually currently in the making of a Blood Surge Necro. I want to see how that works. It's probably a pretty good trash killer in higher tier dungeons.
I've heard that if you use the amulet that gives you the blood surge around all your minions, that it just like annihilates bosses. Like you get like 15 minions and they're all surrounding a boss, and then you hit your blood surge, and then their blood surges go off, and you got like 16 blood surges all on the same enemy, and the boss's HP just melts away into nothingness.
I haven't seen that. I haven't seen that one yet. I've only been using the stuff that I found with him so far. So when I see that one, I'll probably end up trying it.
It's called the Death Speaker's Pendant, and then the Ring of Mendeln would probably also work well with it as well, because if you're going to use the Death Speaker's Pendant, you're going to maximize minions. And then the Ring of Mendeln also offers like some explosions that happen every single time the minions hit a target, like if you proc the effect or something. It's like kind of strange. Like you have a chance to proc the effect, and then they have the ability to, the next time they hit a target, they just do like an explosion. Like every single one of them has the explosion. It's kind of nice.
Yeah, I'll have to check it out, because I'm using the aspect on a 2-handed weapon right now that gives a second blood surge when you cast one after a short delay.
Yes, the
And
echo.
on a two-handed weapon, it's like 30%.
Now, as far as I know, the echo doesn't go to the minions, unfortunately. That's what I've been told.
That's fine.
They still get the blood surge. It's like a mini blood surge. I don't think it's the same as yours. It's just like their own version of it. But it's pretty cool though. And obviously, as a blood surge Necro, you're just gonna be spamming it. So every time you spam it, they spam it. So.
Decent value.
You were just staring at everything I do, aren't you? God dang. Can't do nothing. It's like every sip you take, every drink you make, every food you eat, I'll be watching you. You don't even know what's in this cup. It could be pee for all you know. You don't even care. You're just jealous of air. I'm breathing better air than you over here, and you still be jealous. Yeah, and the CE Necromancer would probably go with Corpse Tendrils too. I'd imagine lots of Corpse Tendrils spamming.
Steelwork, repairs.
Honestly, Corpse Tendrils is just amazing anyway, so.
Oh yeah, that skill is phenomenal.
It's ridiculous.
I got that off like right in time, right?
Nah, I failed.
Oh,
I was stuck in
I was
menus.
in a
I'm
load
sorry.
screen.
Controllers as well.
It failed. I want to be the failiest there ever was. I fell down when I was 3, and I did it again when I was 23.
Nope. If we go by Pokemon logic, Ash would still be 3 at that point in time.
Ash
he didn't age.
Ash is so old. He has been in that anime for like forever.
He didn't age.
You know what the sad thing is like a lot of people, like when they played the original Pokemon, like Blue or Yellow or whatever, like they always thought that that was Ash Ketchum and that he won the tournament or whatever, and like you just always kind of assume that he won the championship, like as a as the Pokemon trainer because he was the one from the game. No, he didn't win until just recently. Like it was like just recently they finally let him win. And the reason why they wouldn't let him win was because if they let him win, then he wouldn't have a goal to chase.
There's this morbid fan theory that he was in a coma from the first time that Pikachu shocked him, and he like the entire series is him just living out his dreams in his coma.
You teach
which is why he never
me and I'll
ages.
teach you. That's probably why he has his own theme music. Pokemon. To this day, I still use the meme, and I know some people don't get it anymore because Pokemon's old now. But I'll be like, Team Rocket blasting off again! And they're like, what? Wow, Buffett.
I need more time.
Hey, hey, two of you smashing me at the same time is not fun.
What? You don't like it when the two big fat guys run in and smash bellies?
Eiffel Tower.
With you in the middle? You want to be? You didn't want to be the Oreo filling in the Oreo cookie?
Definitely not.
You didn't want to be the cream filling? Oh man. I distinctly remember a request here. It says it right here on this sheet of paper that you requested to be the cream filling. I don't know how that could have happened. Level 68. The carrion scale.
I mean, it says it's less damage. It says it's another item power. So mods on it are a lot better, except for the ultimate skill damage.
Unfortunately for weapons, although the mods are important, the item power is more important.
Well,
if you're within like 20 item power, then the mods are definitely going to be better. But
I don't really use the weapon though.
If you're just using it for the mods as a stat stick, then yeah, then the mods are more important.
I use my hammer.
So if you never swing it, what do you have your leap set to?
I took the leap off. I went back to the Raft Berserker.
So you're a non-mobile barbarian. Get him! He can't run away.
I can cast my buffs and still move pretty fast.
He lacks mobility. Get him!
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, 1 milli.
You hit a 1 milli willy?
Yeah, not bad. I'm only level 80.
I'm not ready yet.
I gotta show you my charged bolt sorceress.
What level did you get it?
Just like I think I finally got her to 70 or something, or close to it.
Oh, that's not bad.
She's. I have never seen so many numbers on the screen. Like they're not exactly particularly big numbers. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I have never seen so many numbers on the screen in my entire life. Like I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that like at one point I had like 2,000 numbers on the screen at the same time.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I got a little clip of it, of literally one of the ridiculous number fests happening, and it's ridiculous. It's really ridiculous.
Oh, here.
Let me see if I can link it for you.
Oh shit.
Oh yeah, that's right. Of course, the rebooted
I'll get
earlier.
you. I'm on my way.
Did I bookmark it? I think I bookmarked it.
I didn't think there was anything there, and there wasn't until I walked up there. Then they all just spawned out of the ground. I thought I'd pick up some gold.
Yeah. You thought you'd pick up some gold.
I picked up a little bit, not much.
Picked up death.
I did pick up death.
Yeah, there it is. There's a goblin over here. There's a goblin over here. Get it. Sorry, that was from the video. I was making fun of myself. Boop, boop, boop. There you go. That's the clip. I've just posted it in stream chat. Let me see if I can throw it in Discord too. I know why you always open Steam, even when I don't need you. You sneak yourself open too. Like I swear, half the time I close you and then like blink and you're back open again. I don't even know how it does it.
Did you request me to be open? I think you did. Cold bash. Ooh, perfect bone storm roll. Yeah.
Here you go, Bob. Take a look at that clip and tell me if that is not the most numbers you've ever seen. Like, It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous stupid.
Alright, let me clear this out first.
I posted it in kinship chat if any of you guys want to look at it too.
Well, I see it. Definitely take a look at it. Oh, yeah, I didn't even know you guys were fighting the boss already. I was fighting a huge back here, and it takes me a little while to clear
He's
density.
Dead. He's dead. He's dead. The boss is dead.
I do some big beefy numbers, but it just doesn't. It's not very far. But I don't usually take too much damage either, though. I'm super tanky most of the time.
Get out of here, you thief. If you stop stealing, you'd stop getting to people's elbow. I'll give you to people's elbow every time you go thief. That's right. Don't get beat up.
It was like a mountain of numbers.
Like, you couldn't even read them at some point. Like, it was just, they were all on top of each other to the point where it's like, oh, okay. I see, like, some 3s and some 5s in there. Where does one begin? Where does the next one end?
That's how I feel when I play the... Not to that extent, but when I play the Ice Shard Stork. At some points, if I teleport and I pixel pull, as soon as I hit Frost Nova, everything dies. All it says on my screen is vulnerable. So I literally don't even know what I do for damage. I'm like, oh, cool. Just 7 vulnerables pop up and no numbers, and just then it goes away, and I'm like, oh, cool, awesome.
Well, that character is just so ridiculous because of the way that it functions. Like, it just... Yeah, so every time that you teleport in, it stuns everything, which also emits more charged bolts, which then in turn can emit more novas, which then in turn can emit more charged bolts, which then in turn can stun things, which then in turn... it's like a constant, like, circle. Like, it's really crazy, like, because of all the different effects that she has. So, like, if it rolls the right way, you would just end up with this constant ridiculous circle of just like, oh, look, this one procced a Nova, and oh, look, these procced more charged bolts, and oh, look, these charged bolts procced another Nova, and that Nova procced another lightning effect, which also stunned a monster, which procced more charged bolts, which then hit another Nova, and it just keeps going, and it doesn't stop. Like, there's times where it's literally just, like, it sounds like a... like cannon fire in the background of an army where it's just going like
I'm actually, that's what I'm playing on hardcore right now. Not like that build, but I'm playing lightning on hardcore to level because I don't feel like getting powered through on hardcore and then not be able to fight anything and be stuck waiting for other people to farm me gear. So I was like, no, I'm just gonna play my first playthrough on hardcore not by myself, but I'm gonna play through leveling up on my own.
Well, I finally got all my things to 15, so I'm gonna go grab my Tesla coil here. I'm gonna play around on her. I can be a noob with
Wake
you.
a good one?
I can be a noob.
Yeah, come on. These guys should be able to do it. Oh.
Let's see if Cody can correctly send me
88 and 80.
Send me the right toy. How can I? Oh, yeah, that's right. I gotta do it on this.
I'm not doing anything crazy. I got a 34. You know, Demon's Wake. I don't think it's too bad. It's increased critical strike. I could definitely use that.
Cody, bring me Mr. Pig. Where's Mr. Pig? Can I, Mr. Pig? Give me this pig. This is Mr. Pig. We found him the other day. He was excited. Give me the pig.
What, a 34? So it's an 80. Yeah, we should be good, right? 89.
I mean, I'll probably get my butt kicked, but you watch. I was in a dungeon with Leon the other day. They were doing like 100s, and when I teleported into a big pack and I like pulled everything in, I was actually able to kill the whole big pack. It was kind of cool. I don't do very good single target damage though. I kind of suck. My single target damage is not good. Not good.
Do you use unstable currents?
Yeah. I think that's when I have my...
That's like your only single target damage.
Yeah, that's like my best...
And it's like a crazy AoE damage too, so...
Yeah, that's... Like, if I go single target with that, if I pop that and run in and just, like, arc lash, just, like, spam arc lash repeatedly, that's, like, the best way I can do single target.
Yeah, that's the only thing I'm not doing, though. On hardcore, I'm not using arc lash. I'm using spark. I want to stay more at range. I don't want to be up in their face. as stupid as it is.
I'm pre-buffing my Arc Lash.
I pre-buff my Fortify. That's why I run around like this the whole time.
Oh, dang it, I got Frost Nova in the mix. I don't want Frost Nova in the mix. That's right, I was showing off the Ice Heart prize earlier today. So I took my points out of my other Jank. What the hell did I take them out of? I can't remember what the hell I took it out after, Joe. No. The hell did I remove it from? I don't even remember. I'll just throw it into something for right now. What's up, Discord? Yeah. Put my ice blades back in there. Yeah. And flip these back. Yeah. Actually, no. Man, I found a board on the Sorceress, which is like so bad that I literally, as soon as I got into the board, I wanted out of the board. I was literally playing this with this board because I really like the effect, the legendary affix, which is basically just 20% stronger enchantments. And then I was looking at the board and I'm like, why is everything on this board so bad? There was like one thing on the board I was like moderately interested in, and I kept rotating the board until I figured out exactly how to just get that and then leave. I'm like, I'm getting this and I'm leaving the board immediately. Like, I'm not stopping. I'm not saying hello to anything. What the hell did I even die to? There was nothing over here. The fire kill me? I see Mr. Pig. I'm stealing Mr. Pig. You don't serve this, Mr. Pig. This is my Mr. Pig. Mr. Pig gonna go for the wall. Yeah, I didn't even see anything. Is there that maybe it was a backstab? But there was no monsters over there though. I don't know. I'm a lobby. I should just expect to die.
I don't know. Just let me do the tanking.
Give me his pig.
My dude is just super tanky boy.
This guy, she will be tanky once I can get access to the aspect that I'm trying to find. The Mage Lord's aspect, it's like a huge buff to the Keystone passive, which gives you like a crazy amount of additional damage reduction depending on like how many monsters are nearby.
That wall like came up and scooted me over into the circle.
I see a exploding monster over there that I don't want to play with.
I'm not ready yet.
So many of them do janks.
I need time to do that. Precious mana.
I literally just stand in all of their stuff and just don't care ever. It's pretty sweet, I'm not gonna lie.
That's one way to build a character. That's how my Frenzy Barb feels. He's so tanky, I don't even like, unless he's doing like really high level content, he just doesn't have an issue with most stuff.
My bags are full.
I just don't get a cooldown. There we go. Oh my god, and I'm about to get a damage buff too. I got it. Your earth skills deal 30% increased damage to enemies affected by crowd control.
Nice. Ow.
Yeah. That's the legendary node on my Paragon.
Out of mana once again.
That guy said hello.
Goodbye. Wow.
I'm not ready yet.
What's up, Mr. Fallen Overseer? I hear you like mudkips.
I'm not ready yet.
I hear you like the mudkips. Hear you like the bloodkips. look at all you guys over there. Oh, you got shock lances? Oh, you guys are gonna kill me. I stunned them all and ran away.
I'm not ready yet.
That is my job.
Not it. Not it.
I'm not ready yet.
I just almost one-shot that guy.
I sucked them all in and blew them up. I said, bam. I'm almost out of this board. A couple more points and I'll be out of this board.
Cool, another millie. Nice. Alright, every time I play this druid, I like it more and more every time.
I can't wait to get back to my crit wolf. The druid is a fun character.
Probably going to be my season pick. As a druid.
Yeah, it might be mine, I'm not gonna lie, but I don't know, I like Sork way too much. Gotta drop something? Oh, I can drop this.
I don't even know what I'm working on this girl. What the hell am I working on? Probably her exploit. She probably doesn't even have her exploit leveled up at all, does she? No, she doesn't. Oh, no, her exploit is level 15. Okay, well.
I gotta go back to town now. Get rid of my stuffs. And I gotta not do it on controller. That druid is so weird to play on mouse and keyboard, so I just grabbed my controller to play him.
You still stole that thing anyway. And he ate the whole thing. And there was chocolate on them cookies too. You're gonna have a rough day, mister thief. How many times I tried to keep you from stealing that? You still stole it anyway.
My burden is too great.
Thief. Just straight up thief. That's not a bad helmet. That's not a bad helmet at all. Anybody want that? It's low level too. It's perfectly customizable.
What's still got some good in it?
It's all stats. Cooldown reduction. The life roll is perfect.
It is pretty good. I don't want it though. It is a nice helmet.
It's a low level helmet too, and anybody could probably use it.
Crit strike damage.
Better than starting from nothing.
Resource generation, I don't need that at all. So this ring is not good.
You back there crinkling up that wrapper of storm too that you stole. Not even ashamed you're a thief.
Wow, I wish I could give you this ring. Holy. This thing is crazy.
Not while I'm in town.
Critical strike with werewolf skills, critical strike chance, damage to poison enemies. And then you can roll the distant enemies. This ring is crazy.
We doing next? Got another donjon?
Yeah, I probably picked up a couple. I've like fully filled up. And this guy needs some major upgrades, so I gotta look at every piece of gear right now.
Oh yeah.
This ring was almost it, but nope.
Yeah, it's like they took Magic Find out of the sigils. I swear I still haven't gotten the Magic Find sigil.
Oh, lucky hit chance.
Probably did.
Because I was just looking through all the ones I had in here. No Magic Find. Crafted a bunch, and there's no Magic Find in these either.
There was an exploit where people were able to just get a good roll and just endlessly farm the dungeon because you could duplicate it.
Yeah, here's Blind Burrows. Let's do Blind Burrows. It's a 35 Blind Burrows.
I'm down with Blind Burrows.
I'm doing pretty good, Discord. Cute pupper. Not cute. He's a thief. He's a thief pupper. That's what he is. A thief. All he does is steal all day long. Sneaks around the house. I should get him a little raccoon mask. So he can have the you know, the little goggles thing going on. So everybody knows he's a thief.
Alright.
Where the hell is the dungeon at?
I don't know.
Failed.
It failed?
Okay.
Well,
I hit it. Y'all hit it?
I hit it.
I thought I hit it, but
Well,
my controller's slow, so
Nightmare
yeah,
portals.
no.
I was looking
controller,
around.
I mean the
I was
person
looking around the
controlling
map for
controller.
it, trying to find a damn thing. I'm gonna get your tail for stealing from me, sir. Give me this tail. I'm gonna bite it. I'm gonna bite that tail. Thief. Thieving Thievo. Did it while it wasn't paying attention. He's good at it too. It's like, oh, he's not paying attention. Get him now. Get him quick. I put a poll up for the most annoying monster, and somebody said, who in their right mind thought that bringing back the bees that shoot smaller bees was a good idea?
Or quill rats.
Prod, I was
Those are
about
the
to say,
quill
who thought quill rats? Because whoever that guy is needs to lose his job.
Oh, these spiders are kind of annoying too sometimes.
I died in one of the higher tier dungeons because I pulled in a bunch of the walking ones, and you know the walking ones explode and they die. So I killed them all instantaneously, and they all exploded instantaneously, and I died instantaneously right alongside them. I was like, oh, okay.
This gotta be one of my favorite dungeons, though.
I'm up here trying my dangest. These monsters are level 89. Somebody come give me a hand. I think I killed quite a few of them so far.
I'll be right there.
I've done pretty good actually. Like I feel impressed. Hercules. Hercules. Oh my God, the poison, please. Hercules. It's so much poison. Why is there so much poison? It burns my very soul. Oh no. Oh God.
In the morning.
Pain, so much poison, pain. So much poison.
Talk to y'all tomorrow.
Alright, Chunks, you have a good one, man.
You too.
They popped down and tried to eat my face. He's an explodey boy. Oh, there's a goblin over here.
There's a dead goblin over here.
An ancestral staff. Is it better than mine? No, it's not.
Thor, will you please target what I'm pointing at?
Bob, were you there when I had like the most ridiculous HellTide adventure ever?
No, probably not.
So on this character, I was trying to get myself a staff of Liam Neeson, and so we were doing the HellTides, and freaking, I get to the HellTide and I'm running around with Leon and them, and I freaking poison got me, and so I go down to the HellTide and I spot a goblin. Right, I start chasing the goblin, and one of the HellTide bosses spawns on top of my head. Then, as I'm chasing the goblin, I'm really low level too, so like I shouldn't be in World Tier 4, and I shouldn't be chasing the goblin anyway, but I'm doing it anyway, and I'm trying my best. And a second HellTide boss spawns on top of my head. I still haven't gotten the goblin yet, so I'm still running, and both of the bosses are chasing me, and I finally catch up to the goblin and kill him, and Kicksarth spawns on my head. I kill the goblin, and this staff drops from the goblin.
Nice.
And it's a really nice roll with pretty decent damage output for, you know, obviously you're looking for high item power. It actually rolled really nicely. And I'm like, it just, nothing was going right. It was like the most intense battle I'd ever had in my life. Like literally chasing a goblin through a sea of monsters, 3 HellTide bosses on top of my head. Like, I'm somehow managing to survive. Like, Leon finally is like, he's like, okay, I'm coming. Like 3 HellTide bosses later.
I'm not ready yet.
And he doesn't even get any of the loot from the goblin.
Oh, but Ginger found the mystery chest for me, so that was good.
I need time.
Nice.
Ow, ow, stop biting me, you stupid mean spiders. Ow, stop it. Where's my potion of poison resistant? I'm drinking
on the shelf because it doesn't work.
I don't even care if it works. I'm drinking it anyway. Might make me feel better.
Don't mind me, I went the wrong way again.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Event time.
Oh, it's definitely gonna be fun, bro.
Ready, 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 ready. Unstable currents. Let's go. That's how I feel every time I use unstable currents.
You should have waited for a deeper wave.
No, it's fine.
You could have gone crazy.
I get free casts of unstable currents, so I'm fine. Whenever it's not on cooldown, or whenever it's not active, and when it's on cooldown, I have like a, what is it,
Like a 70 or 80% chance to reset?
No, it's unstable currents. While unstable currents is not active, a 9% chance to trigger a free cast.
I'm not ready yet.
So like, I kind of want it on cooldown all the time, so it just gets free casts all the time.
You want it active all the time. That's what you want.
Well, yeah. So, well, the thing is though, is the ring doesn't work unless it's on cooldown. So, I need it to be on cooldown so that I can get free casts from it. So I just spam it all the time.
No, I meant you just want unstable currents active all the time, like period. If you could, that'd be.
I would.
That'd be the
nice.
goal.
That
That'd be
would be
sweet.
That would be beautiful. I would agree. That would be very nice.
You could probably do it actually. Isn't there one that like reduces the cooldown, or is that the crackling energy thing that does the cooldown thing?
Sure.
It might be the crackling.
I could do
energy.
this though. I killed them and then they blew up and they killed me. I hate them and their stupid self-destruct mode. Where am I from? Virginia. I'm from Virginia. Because I was born in Virginia, and that was where I was raised, with salt between my toes, because I was born near the beach, you see.
You guys are so fast compared to me.
I prioritize run walk speed on like my amulet and boots always. Ever since like the beginning, I'm just like, yep, run walk speed. There, I gathered them all up for you. You guys can kill them. I can at least do this much. Ow! I got wind-walled out. I was trying to run in. I got wind-walled out, and then 2 lightning pillars came right under my butthole. I mean, let me tell you, the lightning pillars were not pleasant. They did not feel good under my butthole. Neither one of y'all gonna res me? Y'all just gonna leave me here?
I thought one of them got you. I would have just been leading the pack. You know what? I'm even gonna come click on him too. Let's go. When it comes to the monsters, anyway, as soon as we're not fighting, you guys just are way faster than me. I'm slow. I got some evade charges, and that's it. And I got to do this weird thing, where my Fortify goes away, and then I get hit by something and I die.
Unstable currents time. Ow. Why does everything have to explode here? Everything explodes. All of it. It's all explodey. Everything explodes all the time. 24 hours a day. Full explode. There's no not exploding. It's just all exploding. All the time.
Alright, Undaunted is level 9. It's not bad.
Alright, what was the next one I was getting? I don't even remember what the next board it was I was getting. I'll have to pull up my Doojink here and see if I can find it. Can't remember what Paragon boards I chose for my doodad. Stunning close enemies restores 10 mana. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. And then I grabbed the... what was the next one that I grabbed? Why are you so drooly? Drooly boy? Brody, why you gotta have the drooliest drool that ever drooled? Will you give me this pig? Taking him away from you because you be mean to me with him. That's right. Don't be mean about that. Alright, enchantments are 20% stronger. Oh yeah, I was going with the elemental summoner one, that's right. Probably not the best one to go with. Will you get out of here and stop stealing? You thief. These items out of my freaking stash. What's up, Kai? Yeah, my sorceress is kind of weird. If you ever wanted to pinprick a monster to death, the poor monsters, I don't even think they know what's going on half the time. They're like, oh, that's no big deal. That's just 1,000 damage hit. They're like, oh, no big deal at all. And then it's like, they're like, oh my god, why is there so many thousands? Oh god, there's like 1,000 of them. There's like 1,000 thousands. Why is it going on? It's like before I hit him like for 1,000,000 damage, but it's like in thousands. They're not very happy about it either.
I'll shake on that.
I imagine my build would be terrible versus a Thorns, like a Thorns Barbarian or something. With the sheer number of hits that I dish out, I would probably end up killing myself in a matter of like a half a second. Like, say it's like the exact opposite of the kind of build you would want to fight a like a Thorns Barbarian. Yep, don't look away from the screen for half a second, Celoy. Don't look away. Don't blink too hard. Don't fart too much. Like, it's just very important. Like, any and all doojanks could end your life.
Yeah, give it over.
I've got a Serpent's Lair or a Glory Canals.
I got a Cultist Refuge, but it's got a Stormban Wraith, which I really don't want to play with.
I got a decent one. I was just looking at something for a second. But I definitely got something we can do.
Where's the Maulwood?
Picked up a couple. I got an Onyx Hold. I got I got a Maulwood right here. Maulwood's good.
Maulwood's easy.
I was like, I know I got a good one somewhere.
You can listen to us chatting all day? Good, good. Can you listen to us farting all day, though? That's the question.
I could stop muting for it.
You could stop muting
what
for
they really
it?
want. Yeah.
Wow.
I was watching some streamer. I can't remember who it was. It was actually they actually had a lot of viewers, but she was just like eating food, and then she was just like right into the microphone, and it's like just like no mute whatsoever, just chomping on stuff, burping, farting, like everything in the world. Very ladylike, very ladylike. I'm like, dang.
I don't need that yet for sure.
Oh, that's cute. Cody went up to the chinchilla bars and literally he like stuck his nose in there and one of the chinchillas ran up to him to see what was going on. I wasn't saying your name because you did something bad. Go play with your chinchies. He said, these are my chinchies, and I love my chinchies. Oh, dang, we got this one with the poison.
Where's my roller?
Wow, that poison is amazing with the with the Raiment of the Infinite. It's actually really nice. That is beautiful. I like that a lot.
Sir, your fear is not appreciated.
I'm just trying not to die by Mr. Splody Face. Mr. Splody Face is trying to teach me a lesson. He says, I was born to be a Splody Face and you better get away. Because I got the worst gas ever world. I fart right in your face.
Whoa. No, thank you.
So funny story. One day we were all sitting in the family room, me, my dad, my sister, and I can't remember what my dad said, but he said something made my mom angry. And she walked right in. She walked right into the family room. My dad was sitting in a chair. She walked right into the family room, went straight up to him, turned around, let loose the biggest fart I ever heard in my life, and just walked straight out of the room, like right in his face. Like legit just walked in the room and it was just like And didn't even
Just
say a
a
word.
foghorn.
Didn't even say a word and just walked straight out. And my
Blasted
dad
with a
stood there.
foghorn and dips. That's messed up, bro.
My dad sat there for about a good 5 seconds, and then he couldn't hold it in no more, and he just started laughing. he just started laughing. He didn't know what to say. There was nothing to say at that point. There was nothing. It was just laughter. That was all he could do. Oh, this guy's gonna kill me. I'm getting out of there.
Come on. When I use my cooldowns, that's when I don't get a spawn of it. Come on, bro.
What are you grumping about, Cody? You want some farts too? I can fart on you. You were gassing me out yesterday. Smelled like something died. That's right, I said it. Gasser.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
How often do I stream? Pretty much every single day, Disgorgia. Pretty much every single day. Very rarely do I ever skip a day. I also run a YouTube channel, which is pretty popular, so most of the time I have at least one video up a day, if not more than one video up a day. If you want to check me out on YouTube, that's where I have most of my subscribers. What am I up to, like 26,000 subs these days? That's pretty good. I need to get 35k so I can do my 35k in the bank song. But y'all don't want me to do my 35k in the bank song. That's fine. That's fine. I'll see how it be. Cody, what are you whining for? Let me tell you a story. Alright? All about how you're not leaving this room. Even if you want to.
I'm not ready yet.
I already took you out to go poo, so I know you don't gotta go. Can't lie to me this time, sir. What the hell's going on with this thing?
I need
Die.
time to prepare that.
Oh my god. I thought I just had it, and it's not unique. This game just hates me.
That's right.
Pulverize is now an earth skill. After casting Pulverize, Tectonic Spikes continue to deal 3,000. Oh, it's a pretty good roll, actually. Wow, 3.7 out of 3.9.
Ow.
I have to upgrade that. Rip that off, I guess. It's pretty good.
Why are you so mean to me?
Do we have more in here? No.
No, that was it.
All clear. All right, what else do we got?
What's the matter with you, Cody?
What did I get? Lost. A bunch of lost archives.
I got another Mallwood. I can run that one.
Yeah, definitely.
What's the horror game for tomorrow? Honestly, it was supposed to be today, but I was gonna finish up the that new Amnesia game. I didn't really feel like playing today. I didn't really feel like playing.
Well struck. Be wary on the road.
Alright, Mallwood. Where the hell is it? Gorin, Renegade, Morgan Works, Cultist Refuge.
We can do
Lost
Morgan.
Archives.
That works.
Well, it's not in here. Was that mine? Do you still have yours?
No.
Because I don't seem to have mine anymore. It's weird.
You got Morgan Works?
I do have a Morgan Works.
Yeah, that's fine. We can run that for sure. I like Morgan. Oh, somebody's AFK? Oh, man.
Looking for you, bitch. What's that? We're going to fight Uber Lilith. What?
I got rocked.
I'll teleport on her
Sorry,
head.
I just stepped away for a second. I'm
Okay,
back
let's
now.
get it.
Can I teleport on her head?
I mean, you can. She's gonna just look at you and you're gonna fall over.
I mean, I'll have Frost Armor up. I can take one hit,
Nope.
maybe. Just one.
Nope. You will die.
One, maybe.
If you have Flame Shield, I'll give you one hit because you won't actually get hit. But I
Look.
won't give you Frozen Armor right now.
Let's
You are
go.
level 70. Oh, she is going to slap you.
I just hit level 70, thank you. I am strong as a bull.
I'm strong. Big strong.
What's up, Witch Lich? Discord you on Twitch? It's the Witch Lich is a Discord you on Twitch. Look at that, it rhymes. You're such a big baby. Look at you just pouting on the ground like a little child.
Where did we activate it?
You know what's unfortunate for you? I've raised a lot of kids over my lifetime, and I've seen a lot of pouty, temper tantrumy kids, and ain't none of it worked. So I'm afraid you're on a losing scale there.
All right, let's go.
Precious mana.
My initial teleportation.
I'm not ready yet.
I can go like this, and I can teleport. I can do this, and I can teleport. Pull them all in and blow them all up.
I can't pull him in, but I do a good job blowing him up.
Well, I can pull them all in. Like this.
I'm not ready yet.
And they go boom.
My druid he just non-stop goes boom, just the whole time. Well, when I get my proc.
Time to prepare that.
Why you guys be so rude? I witnessed the silliest thing though the other day. So like, my charge bolts will pierce, and every now and then they lock onto a target according to the aspect that I'm running. So like a bunch of them broke free of the group I was in and just started chasing some random monster around, and the monster was running, and the charge bolts were just chasing him across the map, and I was like, oh okay. And then he finally stopped, and they caught up with him, and he died, and I was like, that's amazing.
I need time to prepare that.
These guys got some HP. These are the increased health monsters.
I need time to
I just hate it when I finally... The increased health mod is insane.
Uh-huh.
I don't know how much health it's increasing the monsters by, but it's like way too much. It's like
That was a nice 700k hit though.
30 times multiplier over there. They're like, yeah, increased health, you know, it's no big deal. What's up, War Master Jones? How's it going, buddy?
I almost
What's
one-shot him.
up?
That was sick, actually.
I just teleported directly onto his head and started unleashing. I don't do good single target though, so I stunned him though for you. How about that?
I just don't do like my damage is based off of randomness, because I gotta proc something in order to get my Earthen Bulwark off cooldown, and it just doesn't happen sometimes. So I'll go through my rotation, I'll put my poison and my immobilize down, and then my thing won't proc, and I'll do no damage, and I'm like, oh, that was cool. Nice, I just missed my whole damage window, because this game doesn't like me sometimes.
I'm not ready yet.
Have lots of explosions. Have I raised lots of kids? I've raised lots of kids. They're not mine. I am the forever uncle. The forever uncle. That's what I am. My sister had 4 kids. My brother has 3 kids. My other sister has 1 kid. Literally, I was like pretty much that one kid's dad because he didn't have a dad. Not really, but I just raised more kids than honestly I probably ever should have, considering none of them were mine. No interest.
I just saw my highest crit.
Of course, I have interest to have them on my own. I need a lady who's willing to do that for me. How much did you hit? Million, trillion, billion?
1.35 million. It's the highest I've seen so far, and I'm only level 80. It's not too bad, I don't think.
I'm pretty sure my highest hit is 20,000 so far.
I'm not ready
which isn't really so bad when you consider I hit like 1,000 times. I mean, what's 20,000 times 1,000, right? It's not bad.
There's a number there.
Somewhere.
That's for sure.
I don't know what it is.
I don't think you can read them, but you know.
Maybe if somebody slows it down for me.
Yeah, now you're petrified, bro. What's up?
Where'd he go? He's over here in the corner hiding. What's up, buddy?
One of these days, I'll get one of the ones I want. What do I got? I also got a Moggin Works. What's emote? I forgot what emote is.
Is Necro fun? Yeah, Necro's fun. I had a lot of fun with Necro. I had a lot of fun with all the classes so far. Honestly, I really kind of like all of them. Like,
they all do their own thing uniquely, and they've all got that fun factor.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I can't wait to get the Blood Surge Necro going. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be super fun. I like this druid. I guess it's kind of like the same concept, to be honest. But I don't know. I haven't found that aspect, that amulet aspect you were talking about, that makes my minions do the Blood Surge. I haven't found that one yet, so that'd be cool to try out.
The Death Speaker's pendant.
It's a unique, I think.
Yeah, it's a unique.
Oh, well, never mind. It's gonna be a while.
It's this one right here. Let me see.
Because I'm level
I'm sure
80.
I've got it sitting in here. I can link it for you.
Aw.
Yeah, here it is.
But now.
I'm on a load screen, sorry.
That's the Death Speaker's pendant. And I honestly, if you were going to use that one, I would probably combine it with this one. Because the two of them kind of synergize.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty stupid, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, basically, you get if you max out minions, you get like 15 little mini blood novas. I think 15 is the maximum number. And then you get 15 explosions too with the Ring of Mendel. It's kind of like a massive amount of just explosions.
I've honestly also been like, what am I gonna do for skills? Because my skills bar, I don't use most of them. I'm just using Blood Surge most of the time.
Yeah.
And like every 12 seconds, like it overpowered guarantees. So I can just stack overpower damage, and then I guarantee overpower with it. So I can do like crit, vulnerable, overpower. That's a triple dip.
Did we activate the dungeon, or I can't even?
I was on a load screen. Sorry, my PlayStation's really slow.
What PlayStation do you got? 4 or 5?
A 4.
Okay, well, have you upgraded the hard drive?
No.
Is it
I'm
the
just
same?
gonna get a
Is it the
5.
same hard drive that came with the system?
Yeah.
How long ago did you buy the PS4?
A while ago. It's time for an upgrade, but
No, I'm just like so platter drives, which is what PS4s come with. They only last for about 3 years, like before they start to fail and die. Like, so that's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, are you at failure rate? Like, you might be at failure level, like at this point.
it's
Like,
probably getting close. It's like 2 years, 2.5 years.
well, one of the simplest things you can do, like cheap, very cheap. You don't have to spend $500 for a PlayStation 5. Is go
Yeah,
on.
it's like $70 for an SD.
Yeah, go on Amazon, get yourself a solid state, clone that drive, just clone it, just make sure it's the same size. Yeah. Don't get anything bigger, don't get anything smaller, just clone it and just put it in there. And I guarantee you your load times will go from like what you have right now to basically like instantaneous. And it's like $60-$70. Like it's probably even cheaper than that, to be honest.
Yeah, I think the last time I looked, they're right at about $50 right now because they've gone down a lot.
And honestly, if you upgrade the hard drive to a solid state, when you do eventually get a PS5, you could probably sell your old PS4 if you wanted to.
I'll just give it to my kid.
Yeah, but the solid state will last pretty much forever. It's like 10, 15 years before that thing will fail. And the speed doesn't really degrade. Like, that's the cool thing. It's like, it's not going to get slower over time. It's just going to... One day it will eventually fail, but like it'll stay the same speed like the entire time.
Which dungeon are we doing?
The same one we were in before. Works.
Nah.
Yeah, but it's like one of the simplest upgrades that you can do to the PlayStation to really like revitalize it. Cheap. It's very cheap too. Oh, there wasn't even anything over here. I don't even know what the hell I got hit by. Oh, the lightning.
1.4 million. I just broke my last one.
The lightning towers.
I don't even know what damage my guy does. I don't have the numbers on him.
I have him on because it's funny to see him, like on this character. I think it's funny. I mean, I can't really see them or actually know what the hell's going on, but...
Show damage.
Just out of curiosity, do you have the aspect that increases the duration of Earthen Bulwark?
I don't want to increase the duration.
Why?
Because I keep exploding it over and over again for the damage. That's my main damaging skill is Earthen Bulwark.
Well, do you have the one that doubles the effect then? There's one that it's literally an aspect that just doubles the effect of Earthen Bulwark. It's like a 100% increase to the barrier that Bulwark gives or something. I can't remember. I was using it on mine.
Yeah, if it's just the barrier that... If it was the damage, I would 100% want it, but if it's just the barrier, like, all I do is keep revitalizing my Fortify every time I cast it, so it doesn't matter the defense for it. Like, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I can't remember what it is. Let me look it up real quick.
But I stay 100% fortified, like, the whole time. Like, I'm thinking about trying to do this as a low-life build and stacking some damage reduction while injured and just using my Fortify. Because I also use the barrier, too. So it's Fortify plus barrier and then a bunch of damage reduction while injured, and I probably won't die.
Yeah, it says gain 15 to 25% bonus amount to your next Earthen Bulwark for each enemy you crowd control up to a maximum of 100%. It's called Earth Guard.
So
it basically just doubles the barrier amount, like if you have.
But it's not barrier generation.
Around. No, it actually physically just doubles the whole barrier. Like, so if it's like a 10k barrier, it goes to like a 20k barrier.
Yeah, so my damage is based off barrier generation right now. I don't even need a weapon that does damage.
I mean, it might count as barrier generation because it's a 100% increase to the barrier. You might have to check that out then. If it's like barrier generation required, that might actually be a 100% increase to your damage output.
Which, if that's the case, is probably also a multiplier, which means I can drop like 2 things for damage because the damage output on this thing is already crazy.
Yeah, I mean it's Earthguard is a let me see here. Earthguard. It's best gambled for on Druid Pants, apparently. Oh, the War Master is on me.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm over here looking at a million websites. Yeah, I was utilizing, on my Druid, I was utilizing both. I was utilizing the duration increase and then also that one. But I can see why you would just want to spam it over and over again. But if it does increase your damage output, that would be kind of insane.
Yep.
It would also make you tankier too in the process, so it would double the barrier.
I actually don't think I'm gonna need to be tankier, because if I get fortified while injured, on top of all the other damage reduction rolls, or damage reduction while injured, and I play a low life build, that
yeah, but all that,
quadruples.
All that stuff goes into your barrier too, though. So like when you have fortify reduction while injured, let's say you're injured and then you trigger a barrier, the fortify reduction while injured should still be applying to the barrier as well.
Yeah, the damage reduction while injured, it does, but that's what I'm saying. So I don't even need any more barrier either. That's the point. Because my 5k barrier, my 5k fortify, is going to be enough. Because that's like 40k health at that point. If I can get to the 80%, that would be like, that's what you would want to hit, is probably between 70 and 80% of damage reduction while injured. And then I literally don't need probably anything else for damage reduction.
I need time to do that.
And I can just play a low health build.
Can't stand still for a second because he's stupid. Dude, Jinx. I just want to stand still and put in my points on my Paragon board. But they won't let me put in my points because they're rude and they're mean.
Oh, channeling?
Hey, what's up, Butcher? What's up, my buddy? My pal is my friend. I just used unstable currents and you're going to go to your grave.
Yeah, he's big dead. I'm gonna chonk him. Look at that. Oh, man.
I'm trying.
It shows the wall.
Come here, buddy. Y'all are funny. Black have a... You know you're not supposed to stand next to a wall when you have a bone spear necro around.
No, that's the best place to stand. Wait, you can hit me in the face and stab me in the back 5 times? Perfect!
Right through you, out the other side. Then also... then also bounces back, and then straight through you again. 6 holes. 6 holes in that guy. It's no wonder it hurts so much. When you put 6 holes in somebody, they're not going to have a good day.
I need time to prepare that.
I heard a lot of people are complaining about Raiment of the Infinite because they get stuck. So the Raiment of the Infinite pulls them in, but doesn't necessarily let you get away.
Well, that's because they're not using Flamewalker's aspect. If you're using Raiment, you gotta use Flamewalkers, like you have to.
I've never had that issue, though. Like, I guess it's just because I kill all the monsters, but... It's fun.
Yeah, you Flame Shield, and you teleport in, and you trigger your Immobilize when you have the Flamewalker's aspect, so you get the damage increase from Devouring Blaze.
Then you can run through them.
And you can run through everybody, so it doesn't even matter.
But I don't even use that, and I don't have that issue. Like, I don't know what it is. I've never been stuck in the middle of the monsters.
I gotta go back to town again.
I don't know why.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for you, for sure.
I think it's just because mine is built around stuns, and I think I stun everything so much that the monsters are just, like, stupefied the entire time while I'm standing inside of them until they die. And it's not even just
the stun or the stats.
It's not even just the stun that comes from the Raiment either. Like, I got a million stuns.
Yeah, give it over.
Yeah, what am I doing? I'm in town. I don't want to be on my controller in town.
Why does it seem like the frickin' thing I need just doesn't exist?
Same.
I'm looking for this aspect, and it's like it doesn't exist. It's called the Mage Lord's aspect, and I kind of like designed my character around the goal of eventually getting my hands on it so that it can make me tankier, and I cannot find it. I just cannot find it.
What's it supposed to like spawn most on when you gamble it?
I think I looked it up and it's it says it spawns on focuses. Let me double check here real quick, but Mage Lords, it's 0.07 offhand. I mean, it's a really nice aspect. It basically, the Veer's Mastery key passive damage reduction is increased by 20 to 30% for each close enemy, up to 60 to 90%. It's basically a herka-jerka tank thing. Like, the entire purpose is to make it so that when I teleport in and I pull all those monsters in on top of me, like, I'm getting a huge amount of damage reduction, basically, from pulling them in. Because they're all going to be within close range, and they should all give me the damage reduction, but I can't find the dang thing. It's like one of the key elements of making the build tanky enough so that I can, like, hang in there in the middle of a group of monsters. The entire purpose of Veers seems to be to make you tanky enough to hang in there.
Oh, bad luck. Try again.
Alright, this is doing better damage than what I'm using.
You just found out that you can have your skeleton warriors and mages summon at the same time? Yeah, you get both. And you can get a golem too. You can get everything. You can have it all.
Alright.
You're supposed to say, I want it all. It all. My empire of dirt. Alright, Johnny Cash, calm it down.
I need time to do that.
Exquisite.
Yeah, still yet to see a magic find. Man, they just straight up jank that from the game and not even tell anybody. There's an earthen wound. Level 33, decent mods. Honestly, Sylvan, when I found out that the PS4 still had a regular hard drive in it, I was kind of surprised. I think around that time period when the PS4 came out, I think pretty much every PC user was switching over to SSDs at that time. And it was kind of surprising that the system still came with a regular hard drive. And then the PS4 Pro came out, and the PS4 Pro still had a regular hard drive. And that was really weird. And it wasn't until the PS5 and the Xbox One X came out that they finally switched over, but instead of going to solid states, they switched over to NVMEs. They just jumped straight from hard drives to NVMEs, which was a really big jump, because NVMEs are even faster than solid states. I think they finally realized. CPU. Oh, I hear that the ones that are in the PS5 and the Xbox One X are a little bit faster than regular NVMEs too. I think they were like Gen 4s before the PCs had Gen 4s.
Oh, you have a gate? Here, I have a bone spear that'll shoot sideways.
Uh-oh. Okay, good. He got wrecked. Pain. My charge bolts just like flew off the screen and found some random monster like really far away and was just like bullying him. That doesn't even make any sense. They just like homed in on some random monster and we're just like, I'm gonna pick on that guy. He wasn't even anywhere near us. He was just picking on him. They're gonna call 911.
I need time to do that.
Cursed greed.
Time to do that.
Way to click on this cursed shrine while we're trying to kill the monsters.
I need time to prepare that.
Okay, Mr. Increased Health. Come here. Come here, let me just beat you to death. I don't know why your health has to be so increased. These boys got like tank level HP.
I took out the other elite. The cold enchanted one.
It was such a very relaxed cursed shrine. Like, it didn't even feel like there was that many monsters even coming out of him.
They were supposed to be like elites, but they didn't have nearly the HP of elites, so they didn't matter.
Be alive. Okay, I'll go stand over here and shoot bugs. Fine.
Yeah, shoot bone spears. I'm gonna unstable currents. That is my life. My unstable currents all the time. Stable currents everywhere. Unstable currents everywhere.
I thought that was unique element.
We got a dreadful flesh mauler over here. Mauling flesh.
Mobilized, bro.
Mauling flesh over here. I don't know, I hope you weren't expecting to actually be able to do anything, because I'm just going to stun you over and over again. I think it's hilarious. Like, I have such a high percentage to just like randomly stun monsters that if I just like half the time they try to fight me and then they're immediately stunned, and then they try to fight me and then they're immediately stunned. It's like, and they'll do that over and over again until they're dead. It's beautiful. It's glorious. I love it. I think it's this way.
That's definitely not the way.
You know, the lightning spear conjurations are pretty cool. Like, they just kind of fly around and find targets and just, like, try to murder them. It's pretty cool to watch. And when you do, like, unstable currents and combine it with the, it's like 20% chance that you'll just get, like, a free lightning spear every single time you cast lightning spear. There'll be, like, 6 or 7 of them just, like, flying around, just, like, murdering everything. It's kind of fun to watch them.
I need time to prepare that.
Oh, blind burrows.
I got a blind burrows, but it was suppressor and resource burn.
Ooh, beautiful.
Worst two ever.
Oh, those are the best two. What do you mean? You don't like resource burn?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, boy. Come here, buddy. I got an unstable current running just for you. I'm gonna use my lightning to make you poo. I was over there. I was literally over where the weathered breaches were when he exploded. BS. BS. There's nothing like deliberately moving out of the way for an exploding effect on the floor that you know is going to kill you, only to find out that you're dead anyway. You're like, wow.
I just picked up an earthen wound too.
Give it a try and see if it ups your damage.
Time to do that.
I mean, it basically gives you a. It's like it's really easy to do on the druid, because it gives you a It's like, what is it? A 20% like increase like per crowd controlled enemy around you, up to 100%, and like the druid just spams crowd controls. Like, I don't know if you're running a poison on that build, but that's also like a slow on everything around you. So like, depending on how you have it set up.
I need to get one of my uniques for it to really matter.
But like, you could basically on the druid, I was basically had people around me crowd controlled all the time. Like, so.
Yeah, that's why I'm not like doing such crazy consistent numbers, is because I gotta wait for a poison creeper to be off cooldown.
You're not using the chance to reset it, or?
Which one is that? Is that the
totem?
key passive?
The totem. So it's just like on any crit, it just has a chance to just reset the cooldown.
No, I want to use. I just want to be using the Crone Staff, or a Tempest Roar. And I've been going at it with this druid, but I started it when the barb stuff was still dropping for the.
You don't have to activate the poison creeper for him to poison things. He poisons things all the time. It's a he has a passive poison that is applied all the time.
It's applied occasionally.
I mean, well, yeah, but it's like once every 6 seconds or something. It's pretty constant. It doesn't do very much damage, but it should still apply the slow.
Yeah, because I have all that stuff, but I would also.
Oh, did I just lose connection? Oh, that was weird.
What I would like to get, so the Crone makes it so I can use Claw, and the Claw will cast the Storm Strike.
I know, good luck. I'm trying to get one on mine too, and I can't seem to get it.
Which will double dip in my resets, which is good.
Still haven't gotten Rumbelandies. Much I'm upset about. Speaking of, this character's like pretty much set up. Like, other than the Mage Swords aspect, she doesn't need anything else. I'm gonna go grab my Barbarian. See if I can get his Rumbelandies. His damage output is not the greatest, but he's missing literally the key item to make his damage output the greatest, which is unfortunate. He is one tanky beast, though. I tell you what, he don't take no guff from nobody.
So the 6th should be with that dev thing should be the season announcement.
Probably, yeah.
Hello.
Greetings.
Which one is Shadowed Plunge? We could do that one. It's got the cooldown one on it. I like that one. Where like your cooldowns are constantly reduced the entire time while you're running it.
Let me show you.
This is a cooldown character anyway. Everything except for my main attack is a cooldown.
Makes some cultists.
Oh, there's literally a waypoint right there next to that dungeon. I'm gonna go pick that waypoint up real quick. I don't have that yet on this guy. Oh yeah, this is the stronghold. I like how you can get the stronghold waypoint even before you get the stronghold. All you gotta do is join somebody who already has a stronghold, and then you can go click on the waypoint. And then anytime you're in the group with somebody who already has a stronghold, you can just teleport there. Even without having to do it.
I'm not ready yet.
It's nice. It's nice. Alright, you gotta find me a Ramalandis, right, Bob?
I can't even find my own stuff.
I need my Ramalandis, Bob.
I can't guarantee nothing if I can't
You
even
find me
my
a
own stuff.
Ramalandis, and I'll find you a great staff of the crown.
Yeah, but then we can't even trade.
I'm not ready yet.
He's like, here, look, I've got your thing.
I got this thing for you.
All I do is spam leaf. Frenzy. Kicks. I just spam them repeatedly. I will jump on your head until you are dead.
I just walk into the middle of the big pack and hopefully my guy explodes like 3 or 4 times. And that's it. I hope.
Beautiful.
Doesn't always happen like that. Sometimes he just stands there swinging an axe naked
Good.
for no reason.
Good. Beat that shit then.
Not ready yet.
How's the slaying come along? Keep slaying. Good, good. Die. I may not do very much damage, but I could jump on your head and hit you with a cabbage.
Not ready yet.
So what does the Ramalandis give you for damage?
0.3% increased damage per point of fury that I have upon using the ability. So 0.3 times whatever the maximum fury that I can make it will be a lot of damage.
Oh, bless you.
Which I really need.
Imagine that was a Necro thing also. Or is it a everybody thing, or is it just a Barb thing?
Only Barb.
Yeah. Imagine Necro can get that with Bone Spirit. So not only do they get a bonus for each point they consume, but they get another bump for being above a certain amount when they do it, on top of getting another for each point that they have, or a 0.3 for each point that they have additionally. Like, that would be...
Oh, this is what Ossified Essence does?
Ossified Essence is a little different.
Slightly? I mean,
like I think Ossified Essence requires you to be over 50 when you cast, or you get no effect, which is unfortunate. Ramalandis will give you an effect even if you're at 1. It just gives you 0.3. So, like, the more essence that you have, the better. The other thing about Ossified Essence is that it's for a skill that consumes essence, so you're kind of expected to burn essence with the ability, so it just kind of goes down naturally as you fight. Whereas with Ramalandis, you can use it with a basic skill, which is the general gist of what this build's about. And the basic skills generate essence, which is pretty cool. The other thing is that Ramalandis also, not only does it give you that bonus, but it also removes essence from your character in the process. So if you're not generating essence, you're not going to get good effect out of it.
I don't know that much about Barb. I'm leveling one with my son when he's able to play.
I'm not ready yet.
Yep, 1S. That's why I'm building Essence on the Barbarian. I mean, on the Necromancer too. You definitely build maximum Essence on the Necromancer. This character's a little different though. It's a little strange. Using a generator as your main skill usually does make things strange.
Yep. I mean, my main skill is a defensive skill. Placed out for this thing is definitely weird.
Ready yet.
Yeah, me and Leanne were talking about one earlier that's like there's enough leap items, like leap cooldown items and things like that, where you could literally make leap your main ability. You could just be a bunny rabbit jumping around. You could be a bunny rabbit just jumping around everywhere. Like there's one that reduces the cooldown of leap depending on like how many monsters you hit. There's another one that resets the cooldown when you kick or ground stomp. There's another one that like gives you another effect with leap. I can't remember what the name of that one is. There's one that gives you the earthquake when you leap. Like by the time you're done, like you could literally like have all the leap modifiers and just turn leap into your main attack.
Not ready yet.
What's up, Mr. Buddy? I don't care about your jank, cause I'm super duper tanky and I got a lot of money in the bank. Kick you up against the wall, die.
I need more time. I need time to do this.
What's up, punk? Wow, there's so many monsters over here. Let's get some bleeds on these bad boys. I hear you guys like to bleed. Come and bleed on my floor.
I must wait.
I will mop it for you.
Alright. Wait, is there an elite down here? No? What a waste of time. Man.
I'm not ready yet.
They wasted a whole 5 seconds going to check that area.
Oh, there's a cursey chest monster. What's up, Gozilius? No Ramalandis? Yeah, dang. Ain't never gonna give me no Ramalandos. I thought that said electrified obese for a second there. I don't know why. I know it says obelisk, but I read obese.
That works.
Alright, now I gotta go back to the bubble.
My bags are full.
Necro, that's faster than a druid.
Ambidextrous. Yay! I like leveling up when you first start. You get them like really high really quickly.
Alright, so I've got a ton of rip thingies. I don't know what they're called.
Wow,
I gotta go through them.
Sigils?
Sigils.
I mean, basically all we do is we look through them. We don't like the resource drain. Everything else doesn't matter. For that bottom mod, the second evil mod, the one that has like the Storm's Bane Wraith and all the other stuff, we usually just toss the annoying ones. Other than that, like as long as there's nothing too super crazy in there, it doesn't really matter.
It's too great.
Okay.
There's that.
Honestly, I don't know. I could probably run like really high ones at this point, so I'm not really too worried about him. This character's stupid tanky.
And every now and then I get to nuke some stuff.
I can break that dog.
I don't even know where my other points would go into. If I get the Tempest Roar, I can unslot Poison Creeper.
You can still use these.
My bags are full.
Alright, what dungeon we in now?
I don't know if we actually put one in.
There's a world boss in 30 minutes.
What do you got for sigils? CD, that's fine.
Champion's Demise.
Not while I'm in town.
I swear, every single time I pick anything up, doesn't even have to be food. If I just pick something up, he looks over here. He's like, he could be dead asleep, and all of a sudden his eye will pop open, and he'll be like, right into the can, right at me. Like, I see you trying to sneak some food while I'm sleeping. You know, you think you can get away with that. You didn't think again, I'm a dog. And us dogs got 6 cents for this type of stuff. And you ain't give me none of them Laffy Taffies, and I hope you get AIDS.
No, no, no!
And then I give him one, and he's like, I hope you don't.
Not ready yet. Not ready yet.
Oh, is that a fake portal? What's up, buddy? Man, everything's all spread out all over the place.
I need more time.
Where's that corpse tendril, Severius?
Working on it. I don't have the cooldown stuff yet. So I have
It
to
doesn't
wait
help
the
if I
full
knock
8
stuff back a
seconds.
whole bunch.
I must wait.
I knock stuff back too. I kick him in their face. I also play foosball with him though.
I must wait.
Oh dang, that boy hits hard. How many explosions did he do? Like 8 explosions?
Something like that.
It looked like it was like boom, 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 boom. Boom. That was a lot of explosions. What's up, suckers? Get wrecked by the mole.
Oh, I let it get me.
I must wait. I must wait. I must wait.
Punk.
I'm not ready yet.
Oh, look at all the little baby spiders. Die, little baby spiders. Nobody like you. They don't like the big spiders. We don't like the baby ones either.
Need more time.
Baby animals look so cute. They always look cute. No, they don't. You ever seen a baby spider? My mom tells this horror story one time. She said she was in the kitchen. And she was just, you know, doing her kitchen stuff, you know, cooking food or whatever. I can't remember what she was doing, but the spider started crawling across the floor. So she swats at it. I think she hit it with a broom or something. And turned out the spider had an egg sac on its back, and the babies were ready to hatch. And all she did was she broke the egg sac, and little baby spiders started running in all directions, like hundreds and hundreds of them. And she started freaking out.
I'm not ready yet.
As most people would when a whole bunch of like hundreds of baby spiders start crawling across the floor. I might need a hand with this vampiric guy over here. He's kicking my butt.
Alright.
I can get everybody else. I'm just having trouble with the vampiric.
I'm not ready yet.
Damage output, him stealing life, blah, blah, blah.
I'm just super slow.
I should have let you take a stone, but I wasn't thinking.
I have one of the stones.
I was talking about Bob.
Oh. Alright, well, I got the vampiric boy by himself. Okay, never mind. A portal just opened up. Had the vampiric boy by himself. Come on, get stunned. Get stunned. No, don't be stealing life. No, no, no. Okay, there you go. Steal all your life back there.
No, no, no. Whole bunch of bad. Whole bunch of bad.
I need more
Oh god, I'm out of potions. You know, you have infinite life. I don't have infinite life.
I have no potions.
Oh, good. I finally got him. That took way too long. I need one of you guys to grab this rock down here, then. So we can go do the boss. You know, this rock looks really heavy. Like I'm not gonna lie. It does not look light at all. Am I checking for drops on the specific class that they're for? All your drops bugged out after the first week. I'm not really quite sure what you mean. A white helmet, look at that thing. Don't see them very often. What's up, Cosra the Abomination?
My burden is too great.
My burden is too great.
An earthen wound.
I do actually need to step out, so appreciate the time.
Okay. Have a good one, man.
Later.
Okay.
Alright, time to see how slow we are.
Without the carry.
I don't know if it was a carry. We'll see. I got damage. I just don't know how much damage. Really, in like single.
My damage is pretty good too. Oh, let me go sell some crap real quick.
I'm gonna go into the dungeon and then go back to town.
I wish I had the freaking sword though. My damage would go up like crazy if I had the sword.
I'm saying the same thing about Tempest Roar right now. That would help so much. So much. Because then my Hurricane would be applying poison and I wouldn't need the Creeper.
I thank you.
Oh, I'm just going to do as much as this as I can. It's the lightning thing.
What is he tough as nails passive? Oh, that's the one that gives me thorns. Kind of like that. It's too bad I can't use it.
Decent value. Good fortune.
Go, go, look at how it go. Little bang, go, 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 look at how it go. I mean, I don't think it matters. Neither one of us cares about suppressor. So this one looks good.
Nope.
That's
Oh wait, no, I'm already in one.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I forgot we already did one. Ow. Load into exploded monsters. That's rude. I don't appreciate that.
No? Oh, you lived through it. Nice.
I didn't even have my buffs up. I should be able to live through all of it. I just need to make sure I've got my frenzy buffs up.
Not ready yet.
Kick you right into the tree. get some, suckers. I ain't scared of you. We got the dewjack with the evades. Kind of like that one. The poison damage on those evades is actually pretty nice.
Yeah, I keep using it.
And then we do a don't we do a leap, and then a stomp, and then a leap, and then a stomp, and then a kick, and then an Iron Mouse. And look at this big boy over here. Look at him. Come here, come here. Come here, come here. Kick into the wall. Come here. Leap on your head. Come here. Whee! It's my turn to leap and stuff. Well, with me here, I make everything bleed, so you should be able to test out that helmet. Everything bleeds and everything slowed. Everything slowed because it's bleeding. Blah, blah, blah. Oh, dang. A circle.
Kind of. More like figure 8. Oh, now it's just a 9. But yeah. It was a whole bunch of why did we do this?
Killed some monsters, whatever.
There wasn't a lead. I need to just go find the elite farming dungeon. I don't know how good this is for this druid to try to be in here finding gear, because he's slow. He doesn't get to do fast stuff.
That's why I like being able to spam leap. It's nice. I can just spam it whenever I want to, pretty much.
Not ready yet. I must wait.
I like Iron Maelstrom. It's so fun. It's such an impressive skill.
How have we not fought? Oh, it's this one where there's 2 animus carriers on the same spot. You got it over there, you think?
Oh yeah, it's definitely over here.
No, I mean, are you gonna be good over it?
Oh yeah, there's a cursed chest over here too.
I was gonna go kill the other animus carriers.
I must wait.
Bang. Yeah, I've got no problem doing higher tier content. Sometimes it might take me a little while to kill the monsters, but that's just because I don't have my damage weapon yet, so.
I just one-shot one of the animus carriers.
I need more time.
Yeah, come on, come on. I don't care. Come get some. I don't care about none of what you guys selling. Come on down, I'll hit you with the melon.
I'm not ready yet.
I still remember one time, I just reminded myself of a story.
I need time to do.
There was this one time my dad went and got watermelon, a real big one. I can't remember where he got it from, whether he got it from the grocery store or from like some farmer on the side of the road.
I must wait.
But it was a real big monster watermelon, but he never brought it in. He just left it in the car, on the seat in his car. And like, he left it there for a really long time. And then like one day he decided to bring it in, and when he picked it up, like the bottom just fell right out and all the inside of the watermelon just went all over the car. I'm like, how long did you leave it in the car for, Dad? And he's like, I don't know, a couple days. Like, a couple days? Like, the whole inside of the car was just covered in watermelon juice. Well, I got a unique from that chest, and it was a sword, but it was a two-handed sword. Fields of Crimson. Over there with your friends.
I'm under the assumption now that the uniques that I want are just classified information, and I'm just not debriefed on that whole situation yet. So I just can't get them.
I'm not ready.
It's just not possible. Oh, I lived through it. Nice.
I need more time.
Oh, this animus carrier's got some spice to it. Summoner, suppressor, and explosive.
I need time.
What's the other one got?
Multi-shot, mortar, and shock lance.
Okay.
Come here, buddy.
He's dead.
I just want to kick you in the face. Remember, he doesn't die until I kick him in the face.
I just wanted to throw rocks at him, bro. That's it.
I want to kick him in the face. Oh, that's cheesy.
Yeah. That's what you get.
That's cheesy. He tried to do the jump and it didn't work. Cheesy.
Nah, I'm gonna try and kill the boss without you.
That's rude.
I must wait.
Oh, where is it? Come on.
I put like 18 earthquakes on his head. He should be a staggered sign
The
now.
crit. There's the crit. Come on, get the crit. Where's the crit?
There, more earthquakes.
There's the crit.
Earthquake him, earthquakes with some more earthquakes. They gave me a flawless ruby for the reward.
That's because, you know, you're the bestest.
What? What? A flawless ruby?
I just need one of two uniques, and then this build just like starts to take off.
I just got a Fields of Crimson, and I don't.
Smacked my mic.
I don't want the Fields of Crimson.
You
I
gotta
don't.
get
I don't
something
even
else.
like Rupture as an ability. Like I don't think it's a good ability.
Oh yeah, that one's weird. I like.
I mean,
was
I'll hold
using
on
for
to
a
it
second,
because I'm
and I was
probably.
like,
I'm probably gonna make a video on it, but it's probably just gonna be me hating on it. I'm like, and this thing sucks.
I got sharp, blunt, sinister.
Yeah, that thing's weird. I mean, you could make it work, right? But like, do you really want to make it work?
I don't feel like you can. I feel like the problem with it is that it's based around the assumption that taking the bleed damage and turning it into solidified damage is a good thing, when more often than not it's not a good thing. Like, it kind of comes down to the idea of like saving time, right?
I must wait.
Like, do I buy dishes and then wash those dishes every single day, or do I just go, like, you know, like just get disposable dishes? Like, if my end goal is to save time, and just simply so that I have more time to do things, then the disposable dishes are better in that regard, because I just have them and use them, right? It's kind of the same thing with the bleeds. Like, I feel like in general, like, any kind of solidification or using of an ability, which is like the process of like stopping me from building bleeds, is slowing me down. Like, I feel like I could just, in the same time period I could use Rupture, I could probably just stack like 10 more bleeds on the monster and just have way more damage than what the Rupture is going to offer me in return. Apparently I also got Hellhammer on the in my box. I didn't have that one. Good, I could make a
Which
unique.
one's Rupture actually? Because I thought this was
It's the
Necro
ability.
weapon.
It's the ability that basically solidifies bleed damage on the Barbarian. Like, so you put a bunch of bleed damage on a monster and then like hit them with rupture, and it turns it into like solid physical damage.
How much does rupture cost?
I can't remember. It's a cooldown, so it's 8.6 seconds.
Oh, that's too much.
I don't know. I didn't like.
Because you could use it like you use Blizzard, right? Because the ice spikes from Blizzard is what does all the damage. Like, you don't have to do that.
I mean, from
and
what
you
I've
could stack it for damage that way instead of.
Well, the problem is, though, is that the damage that it does is completely dependent on how much bleed damage you currently have on the target. So you have to build the bleed damage and then use Rupture, which means that you can't spam Rupture. So, like, using Rupture when there's no bleed damage is useless. If you don't stack the bleed damage high enough, then it's useless. So, like, it's a whole thing. Like, you gotta build the bleed damage on the target, and then once you've built the bleed damage high enough, then you can use Rupture and get good effective out of it. But, like, my thing is I'd rather just build more bleed damage. Like, especially...
Yeah, well, with this weapon, you'd be able to hit one thing with bleed, use Rupture, and it would drop the pool on the ground.
Yeah.
So you don't have to spread the bleed. You just hit it once, use Rupture, drop it. So all you would really have to do is get modifiers like they do for Blizzard that just will up this damage to its maximum potential.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, when you actually use it, if you actually play around with it, it just doesn't feel all that amazing.
And it gives Rupture cooldown reduction. And 6 ranks of Rupture.
Dodge chance.
You could do it. It would just be weird. It would be a weird build.
I just think that inevitably, like, you're still better damage just stacking more bleeds on the target. There's just more bleeds, faster. Like, more. Especially when it comes to, like, single targets, like trash mobs and, like, low-level elites and, like, monsters that don't have large amounts of HP. Like, most of the time it just feels like a waste. Because you can literally stack bleeds so fast on targets that they're literally just, like, their whole HP bar is just full of bleed. And you can just move on to the next monster. And you know for a fact that monster's dead in, like, 2 to 3 seconds. Like, it just doesn't feel useful to be able to hit that target, that one little trash mob that you know is going to be dead in 2 to 3 seconds, and let them die. The only thing it really even seems remotely useful for is bosses, but then at the same time with bosses, it kind of felt useless with them too, because in most cases I would just spam as many bleeds as I possibly could on the boss, to the point of absurdity, so that the whole boss's bar would just be red, and I would just, like, watch him bleed to death, which I thought was hilarious. But every time I stop to use Rupture, it takes the bleeds off. So then I have to build the bleeds back up again. And it's like, it doesn't really seem like it's worth it.
Well, is this the... Yeah, Rupture's the ability that you can double stack on the weapon to make it do over 100 damage, right? Over 100% of its damage. No, that was actually my last one. I gotta get off. I gotta get bed, but I want to finish up this conversation. Rupture's got the aspect that you can, like, pretty much, it's like 80% of the damage that it deals you can Rupture, right? So if you get it on a two-handed weapon, you can do 160% of the damage. So if you get the boss bleeding for a crap ton, you can literally just one-shot him with Rupture. You just have to have him bleeding enough.
Yeah, I mean, on like an 8.6 second cooldown, but, like, I don't know. It's just, it seems like by the time you have enough bleeds on the target to actually make it worthwhile to use Rupture, the monster's already dead anyway. Like, it doesn't seem like it's really all that important. Like, every time I played around with it, like, when it was actually useful to use, when I had enough bleeds on the target that Rupture seemed like it was actually useful, the monster was already almost dead anyway. It was just like hastening the death of the monster by, like, an extra 2 seconds or 3 seconds. Like, it didn't even really seem like it was even important. What's 2 or 3 seconds? Like, most of the time I would just turn to the next elite and I would just start bleeding that one. And it felt like it was much more useful just to simply turn to the next elite and start bleeding that one than it was to finish off the other elite who is bleeding to death that is definitely going to die in 2 to 3 seconds. That way I'm not focusing damage on a monster that's already dead, Instead, I'm focusing damage on the next monster that needs to have the bleed stacked on him. And usually by the time you stack the bleeds on the monster, and they're in the process of dying and Rupture would be useful at using, you move on to the next monster. Like, you just continually just move on to the next monster pack. Like, you don't stand there and continually attack the monster that's bleeding to death. Like, if you can see on his bar clearly that he will die within the next 2 to 3 seconds, you just change targets and you move on to the next monster. And you laugh as that monster bleeds to death behind you and dies. And then the next 2 to 3 seconds that you're attacking the next monster, he's dead and you're moving on to the next one. And with Rend, you can literally bleed like entire packs, which is one of the things that really made Rupture feel useless, was that you literally would go into like a big giant room, you'd have huge amounts of monsters in front of you. You would rend like 10, 20 monsters, right? Rupture, you can pick one of those monsters and you can kill it. One. Like, but instead of me picking one of those monsters and kill it, most of the time I would just move over to the next pack, start rending that one while the previous pack bleeds to death, and it just seemed far more useful, far more like efficient time usage than trying to sit there and like rupture the monsters and make sure that they died quicker. Like the bosses and like the really hard to kill monsters are like the only ones where Rupture ever even seems remotely useful. I feel like if it didn't rip the bleeds off the monster, it would be something else entirely. Because then you wouldn't have to build the bleeds back up onto the monster to hit them again. Because then it's just a whole cycle of stack all my bleeds, hit him with a thing, removes all the bleeds, hit him again, stack all the bleeds. Like, and you constantly going back and forth between stacking and killing and ripping and stacking and ripping and stacking and ripping. And it doesn't seem useful. Especially when you have so many modifiers that increase the bleed damage that you tick. And I think that was the other thing that came into play. So there's a lot of modifiers that you can get that increase your bleeding tick damage, like on that monster. Like Flay has one that increases all your bleed damage by like 10%, as long as you have that effect on the monster when you're flaying them. And I don't know if that stuff is actually translating to the Rupture when you actually use it. Because it seems to be specifically like bonuses that are coming in. Like, when it's ticking, it's just adding in extra damage every single time it ticks. And I think Rupture is just taking the base damage, not the tick bonus damage. Which is strange. Like, it didn't really ever feel like I was doing the same amount of damage that was actually on the monster. I played around with it a lot. Like, I was really excited about it.
It's only like, what, 80% at first, and then you need the two-handed weapon to make it do over 100%.
Mm-hmm. But I think the main thing about it, though, is it's not AoE. I think that's the main big drawback, is that I can spam Rend. For every spam of Rend, I could potentially hit 10 to 20 monsters, depending on if I'm set up properly. And with every use of Rupture, I'm hitting 1. Like, it doesn't seem useful. That little pool that goes underneath your feet is more useful than the ability itself.
Oh, that's what I was talking about scaling for damage for. I wasn't talking about the bleed damage. Like, we were having a conversation about the bleed damage here because I wanted to hear it. Because you've played Barb and I haven't.
It just doesn't seem that amazing. Like, it really
doesn't.
But
the pool that you can drop, because you can keep doing it. Like, you can just bleed one person.
I mean, you can get the cooldown low enough that you can use it over and over again, and you'll have the little pools on the ground. But, like, that's kind of the whole thing, is like, because I remember when I was playing my Bleed Barbarian and I got everything set up right, like, I could just sit there and go, like, rend. And literally everything was fully bled to the point where it was dying, and I would just move on. And, like, it didn't really feel like I needed to stay there and do anything. I know it's a little silly to just be like, oh, you're dead, and then just walk away slowly, like. But that's what I did. I was just like, oh, you're dead. Yep. Just going to the next pack. See you there. Bye.
Like, I don't think it would be as good as the Blizzard, because the ice spikes each deal that much damage, and then you can increase their radius. The reason it's so good. It's just something else to think about, because I wanted to try it. I think Rupture hits in a little cone in front of you, not like a very big cone. I'm talking like a very small cone. So I think the max people that it can hit is 3.
Yeah, Rupture can hit a lot more than that. Or sorry, yeah, not Rupture. Rend. Rend can hit a lot more than that.
Yeah. I know that one, but I think Rupture has more than just a single target. I think it's like a short cone in front of you, but its max is like 3.
Yeah, no,
because I did watch some videos on it because I wanted to see it. That was one of the things I wanted to try.
Yeah, I think if I do a bleed barbarian, I'm probably not going to use Rupture. I'm probably just going to go with everything else bleed related, but not Rupture itself.
I must wait. Not ready yet. I need more time.
Just kick that whole bear. That's just silly.
I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet.
I don't know though. I think my theory is that if you ran the numbers, I don't think it would actually be an increase in damage. I feel like it's I feel like overall it's just a static thing. I think I think if you calculate it out, like the amount of rends that you can get off in the same duration of using Rupture, and how many monsters it hits, I think the damage output from Rend would exceed the damage output from Rupture in just about all scenarios, except for single targets.
Yeah, it would just be. It's really just an elite sniper. That's all it is. When you're looking for gear and you just want to snipe the elite, move on. Because you can build a barb pretty tanky if you wanted to.
I'm not entirely sure it even wins on the single targets either, because there's a whole bunch of little things that you can do to increase your bleed damage, like if you're active with it.
Yeah, but increasing your bleed damage really, it just
like,
it doesn't increase how fast they take the bleeding.
I mean, it doesn't really matter. Like, we're talking about damage.
Yeah, the Rupture is
damage.
just the Rupture is just a button that says, "All right, your bleed is gone and you're dead." So, like bosses, it's the clear speed would be faster if you had Rupture because you don't have to wait for the bleed to go away. That's.
I mean, I don't really know if it is. Like, if you have a bleed that's like 6 seconds long, and you have to build that bleed up on the target, so you got to spend a certain amount of time building that bleed up on the target. Then the bleed is already ticking by the time you've got it completely built, so it's like 6 seconds or 10 seconds until it completely ticks away. And then you tap Rupture, which takes the bleed away. I mean, you're saving yourself all of like 6-7 seconds. Like, not even 6 seconds, because you got to think, you got to build it first, and then once you've completely built it, it's probably going to tick 1 to 2 seconds before you actually get the Rupture off. So you're saving yourself at most about like 4 seconds.
Well, it's not.
And then you also have to calculate. You also have to calculate the fact that in the same time span you would use Rupture, you could also potentially use another Rend. Or another Flay, which builds more bleed damage. So that also takes away from what Rupture's adding to the boss. So you have to calculate the loss of damage from using the other ability.
All it is the difference between waiting for bleed to end or pushing a button and making your bleed end. That's all Rupture is doing.
I mean, I understand that. I understand that, Bob. I'm just saying that I don't think it's worth it. Like, I get the feeling from playing it.
Extrapolated, right?
I just get the feeling from playing it that entire build process up to that point and then pressing that button feels like you'd be much better off just doing something else, like anything else. If it didn't remove the bleed, if it didn't remove the bleed, I would say yes. It would be like absolutely amazing. But you're basically talking about like say I'm doing, I don't know, 1 million damage in bleed, okay? and then Rupture takes away that bleed, right? So that means I have now lost 1,000,000 damage. Then Rupture does 1,000,005. So I've gained 500,000 from that, right? But it's taking away a large amount of damage to add damage, which means in the long run, you're actually not doing anywhere near as much as you actually think you're doing. You hit for a big number, but at the end of the day, when you actually run the calculations, Rupture's not adding anywhere near as much as you actually think it is. Because you're taking away a huge amount of damage to add a small amount of damage, which is then replacing the huge amount of damage that you lost.
Not ready yet.
And in the meantime, you could also just be pressing that button again to get more damage. So if I can add, I don't know, 500,000 bleed damage to a target just for hitting rend, and Rupture is adding 500,000 total damage after it removes 1,000,000 and then adds the 1,000,000 back, it's 1,000,005. It could essentially just be a wash. And that's what it feels like when I used it. I'm just telling you from my experience. It just always felt like it was a wash. Or even sometimes it honestly felt like I was doing less damage when I utilized Rupture.
So, if we look at it, like, if we just do it for boss killing, let's say we did it your way, for every elite and every trash mob, we just rend, bleed until it dies and walk away, right? Even if you just used it on a boss, and let's say it helps 10 seconds on the boss, which it could, you can just build up your bleed until you have enough bleed to kill it, right? And use your same bleed skills, the same rotation you want to use. If the button saves you 10 seconds, and you extrapolate that over the amount of dungeons you need to run to level your glyphs, you probably save an hour, maybe an hour and a half on leveling your glyphs for one button.
Well, my thing is I don't even think it's saving 10 seconds. Like,
yeah, if you don't have to wait for the bleed to run out, you can push a button and the bleed is gone and does all the damage. You just save time.
If Rupture adds more than what I could subsequently add to the boss in that same time period, which I don't think it is.
No.
So what I'm
saying his health bar is actually empty, but the bleed damage is there. If you push the Rupture button, he dies.
I mean, that's one thing at the very end of a fight.
But that could save you 10 seconds of waiting for your bleed.
There's still physical damage coming from the actual attacks that I'm using. Like, I could have something else on my bar which we could be doing more usefulness. Like, there's 100 different ways I could roll it, and it just seems like having it on the bar is not even worth putting it up there.
In a game based on speed, or a runtime, I should say, so X whatever you're doing per hour, saving 10 seconds on a boss fight every time you fight him saves you a lot.
And I don't know if it actually is. That's what I'm trying to say.
I need time to do that.
So the Flay ability, which is one of the basic abilities that you utilize with that, first off, comes with a vulnerable. So you get a vulnerable every time you're flaying the target. So actively keeping Flay up on the target is huge. It means that your bleeds do more damage. It means that everything does more damage. On top of that, Flay also comes with this passive that literally gives you a... Flay deals direct damage to an enemy. They take 10% increased bleeding damage from the next 3 seconds. So keeping Flay up on the target, in general, means more bleeding damage every single time you hit a bleed on the target. You're not getting that 10% when you use Rupture. You're getting the 10% when you use Rend. You're getting the 10% when you use Bleeding Attack. You're getting the 10% when you use anything that makes the target bleed, but not when you use Rupture.
No. I think that's...
I must wait.
So if the bleed damage is already on him, right? The 10% was already applied with the Flay. So the damage is technically there. So when you hit Rupture, you don't get an additional 10% from the Rupture, but you're getting the 10% from the Flay when you use Rupture.
Yes, but
because the damage is already
that 10% is already there, though. And when I use Rend or any other ability that bleeds, I can get another 10% and another 10% and another 10%. I can continue to stack that 10% over and over and over again as long as I keep Flay up. The Rupture's not getting the 10%, it's getting the existing 10% that was already calculated.
Yeah, we just said the same thing. Just back to each other.
No, we didn't. We didn't say the same thing.
Yeah, we did. I just said that Rupture got the 10%, and then but it didn't extrapolated to an additional 10.
And
but we just
the
and then you said
10% already exists, and then Ren gets an additional 10% because it's actually applying bleeding effects. Which means that when you're using Ren, you're getting the 10% that exists that's already there, and you're getting an additional 10% when Ren applies an additional bleed. You're getting 20% total, whereas Ren's getting only the existing 10% that was already there. You're basically just capitalizing work that already exists, whereas Ren is actually working on new damage as you attack. So every single time you hit with Ren, you're getting a new 10%, which is being added on top. If you actually play with it, and I'm sure you will eventually, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about. I played with it for freaking weeks, and every single time I used Rupture, it just felt like an absolute waste. And eventually it got to the point where I took it off my bar, because it just didn't seem like it was even worth using. It was higher damage to just continue to use Flay and Ren.
No, because those just apply the bleeds that you have to wait for to tick, right?
They also do physical damage hits as well. They also apply vulnerable effects. Rend also extends vulnerable effects. There's a lot going on there that's more than just simply press a button and cause bleeds to remove off the target. Actively keeping your Rend up means actively keeping your vulnerable up. Using Flay means keeping the bleed and the vulnerable up. Like, applying Rend as your main ability and focusing that as your main ability means that Rend is usually out DPSing your Rupture in the first place. Rupture has a rather high cooldown, although I'm sure if you have the +6 from the Fields of Crimson it goes down. But it just doesn't seem anywhere near as useful during the majority of combat. And in the very few situations where it seems even mildly useful, like, it's not even really that useful. Like, it feels better just to run the other stuff. So you end up taking it off your bar because it just doesn't have the functionality that it needs to have.
Like, the high health targets, it is just, it's not possible that you kill them faster with just Rend than the thing. Because you can just keep applying your bleeds until their bleed bar is, whoa, I just smacked my keyboard. Until their bleed bar, or their health bar is depleted, but they still have a decent amount of bleed bar. If you have to keep attacking X amount of times per second, or you can just push Rupture to move along.
But the bleeds always eventually
But it's only for high health targets.
The bleeds always eventually end. Like, it's unless you can apply literally the full HP of the boss in like about less than 3 seconds, they're always gonna eventually bleed out. Like, most of the bleeds only last anywhere between like 3 to 6 seconds anyway.
Yeah, but your rotation, the way you do it is fine, but it's once you get them, the high health targets, to where the Rupture matters, it is not possible for you to be faster killing him for the rest of his life with regular attacks. It's just not possible. And you can get probably like
disagree.
a 40% bar on like...
I disagree.
On the increased health mobs, the elites with increased health that are just ridiculous for no reason. You could probably get between 30 and 40% of his health bar bleeding. And then, like, with just the 30 to 40% of the bleeding left. And just push a button and he dies, instead of having to wait for the bleed to run out.
I mean, you don't wait for the bleed to run out. You do all sorts of other things. I mean, you're constantly using abilities the entire time while you're fighting those characters.
Yes, but it's not possible for those attacks to be faster than one button to kill the rest of his bleeding health.
When the one button is removing all of the bleed damage from the target and not adding a subsequent amount that makes it worthwhile to not just continue to spam the previous ability, it is. Unless you can kill the target, unless you can kill the target in one hit, it is better to just continue spamming the other attack. The only time Rupture becomes useful is when the monster is within that range to be one-shot, and by that time he's almost dead anyway, within 3 to 6 seconds. At that time, why do you have that on your bar anyway?
So even if we apply it 3 to 6 seconds, and it's 5 or 6 elites, let's say, so we average 4.5 times 5 is 20.5 seconds. That's the difference between a 2-minute and 30-second dungeon, or a 2-minute 25-second dungeon, and a 2-minute dungeon. And if you extrapolate that over hours, that's a whole bunch of time.
That is assuming that the Rupture is actually saving you time, which I'm telling you, it's not. You're assuming that having the rupture on your bar means a quicker kill. And what I'm telling you is taking that rupture off your bar, putting something else in its place, and continuing to spam rend is faster. You can put something else in that spot, which is of higher value, that will continue or kill the fight quicker than having rupture on the bar. Rupture is almost always useless in like 90% of the scenarios where you're fighting large groups of monsters because rend hits pretty much everything on the screen, which means that using rend is 90% better than using rupture. And in the very few situations where rupture is actually useful, you could probably just get better use out of something else. It's a efficiency scenario just like you're talking about. And the efficiency scenario is that 90% of the time, rupture is not efficient. It only becomes efficient in like less than 10% of the scenarios, and usually only against bosses, specifically that have extremely high amounts of HP. So for the majority of every content that you do, which is outside of that one really hard elite, Uber Lilith, or like a boss with a trillion HP, it's basically useless. When you actually play the character, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about, because you'll be in a dungeon, you'll be fighting 100 monsters, you'll be whipping around your Iron Maelstrom, or you'll be hitting your rend button 1,000 times, everything on the screen will be bleeding, and you'll go and you'll tap one monster with your rupture, and you will just feel like it is the most absolute useless skill in the world, because all it did was kill one monster and then go on cooldown, when you could have just continued using rend on everything within the group. And against that one monster that it might give you a slightly faster kill speed with, which I'll even just give it to you, it's not worth putting it on the bar for 99% of the other content that you're doing. If that's the case, you might as well just have a skill on your bar that you're going to remove off, and then whenever you fight a boss, you just put rupture on your bar, and then when you finish killing the boss, you just take rupture back off, because it's not worth having it for 99% of the content.
I'll keep my forge hot.
You don't need most skills for 99% of the content. A lot of the skills that are actual necessities only happen the higher tier stuff. So if you're farming glyphs, or you're doing speed runs, or you're looking for uniques and stuff like that, it's just about speed. So if you can get the boss dead faster, the rest of your skills on your bar are killing everything else. Your rend and your flay and whatever else you have that is doing bleed damage, that's killing all your trash. You never have to waste cooldown on trash. Anyway, like on almost any build.
I mean, if I have something on cooldown and I'm fighting stuff, I mean, not on cooldown and I'm fighting stuff, then it's not worth having on my bar at that point. If I'm not using it in basically every encounter, it's not worth taking. Like, I pretty much use...
I feel that
I pretty much use every single ability on my bar, like, all the time. Like, yes, there are some abilities, like Iron Skin, which might be saved for specific situations, but I usually like to even get those down to the point where I can pretty much spam those whenever I need to.
Yeah, but that's... If you save that cooldown for specific situations, obviously it's defensive. Iron Skin, clearly, unless... Is that the Thorns one in this game? I don't remember.
It's just the defensive cooldown for the Barbarian.
Yeah, so it's the defensive CD. So you're using Rupture as an offensive only against high health targets. But you don't need anything else there, because the content you want Rupture for, which is the speed content, just to get rid of your bleeds on like bosses to kill time.
It's just not. You'd be better off with Steel
having
Grasp.
Anything else. Having anything else on that.
You'd be better off with Leap for movement speed. You'd be better off with anything else in that slot. You'd be better off with another Shout. You'd be better off with like 1,000 other things to like beef your damage up, or increase your movement speed, or reduce your time to kill things. You could even throw like freaking. I mean, honestly, Death Blow might even be more useful than Rupture, because at least then you get like constant uptime on berserking. If it was AoE, it would change everything. If it matched the same impression of Rend, it would change everything, and I would have it on my bar like non-stop. Like, it would definitely 100% be on my bar if it was just the same conal effect as Rend. Because at that point, then I could go flay, 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 rend, Rupture. And the entire room would die. And then it would be efficient, and then it would be useful. But because it's basically single target, it's just not useful in the majority of content.
There's, like I said, there's a lot of things that aren't useful in the majority of content. But when ladder seasons come out, boss killers are going to be a necessity. A Rend Barb or Rupture Barb could be one of the top ones just because it can multiply its damage by 1.8x for
I don't know. I feel like
one aspect slot.
I feel like this is also something that's kind of like not
like it wouldn't be a trash killer by any means. Obviously, with Rupture, they could be.
I feel
in
like this,
higher stuff, I'm not sure.
I feel like this is also something that's not really very important either. Is boss killing. Like bosses are generally, even on characters that I like, I'll be like a level 58 character and I can still hand a boss's butt like with ease. Like literally, they're almost like 15 levels higher than me. Like on equal level content, which if we're pushing ladder, for instance, we're not going to be doing 15 levels higher than ourselves unless we're just trying to get into World Tier 4. Unless we're trying to get into World Tier 4. But once we actually, but once we actually trying to level up, we're going to be trying to level up in optimal content. It's going to be like level plus 3 levels, which is basically on level content at that point. And those bosses die ridiculously fast. Like, every single time we go up against a boss that's within 10 levels of our character, even just 10 levels, the boss literally gets annihilated off from existence.
Yeah, that's not
the
what
bosses
I'm talking
don't.
about.
The bosses don't
the boss
need
killer
to
stuff
be.
is all pushing stuff. That's not like if you're doing 10 level content in a game like this, that's like nothing. Like this game is meant to be played 50 levels higher than you.
Not on ladder rushes. On ladder, your optimal thing is literally just leveling up as quickly as possible, which is 3 levels higher than you max.
Oh, they're probably going to have a ladder for that, but I think the ladder system here is going to be more like Diablo 3 than it was Diablo 2 for sure.
I mean, even in that case, pushing content is all about getting your character leveled up. I mean, you're not going to be able to push 150 rifts, basically, since we're talking about Diablo 3. You're not going to be able to push 150 rift as like a level 75 character. You're going to have to get to level 100 first.
Oh, like, of course. I'm not questioning that. That's a given. But what I'm saying is that the stuff that, like, for push variety, it's going to be, I think, more like D3. They're going to have, like, a 4-man ladder team, and whoever can clear it the quickest possibly is going to be rank 1. You know what I mean? They're probably going to still have the leveling, like who gets to level 100 faster. They're probably still going to have that because they saw how much everybody liked the race in D2. It's always fun to race.
I'm never really a big fan of grift pushing. I felt like everybody just cheesed the crap out of that stuff. Like,
yeah, there was a lot of people obviously botted for Paragon levels.
I don't mean botted. I just mean like they do.
Oh no, there were
in,
people who
like
did
they do in
sure.
Diablo 4. They just keep rolling the sigils until they get one that's like the exact right sigil that they need, like the cooldown reduction, combined with like a really easy modifier, combined with no primary resource like degen, and then they get one that's in a really short dungeon, like Blind Burrows or something like that they can roll through relatively quickly, and then they just like, oh yeah, I did a 150 the rift.
But like it's easier in this game to get to max level than it was D2. Oh.
I mean, it's getting even easier now because they freaking made the nightmare sigils even easier.
Yeah, which is crazy to me. I don't know.
I
guess I heard something about them buffing the density in them for season launch, but it might be season 2 launch, and I don't know. But they definitely need to do something about it, for sure. Because they're like too easy at this point. They like dropped density in a couple of the dungeons that were like actually hard. Obviously, if you were doing on-level content, it would be bad. But
Leslie, I think once they fix the resistances, the nightmare sigils are going to get even easier. I think the only reason they're even difficult right now is because our resistances are garbage. Because we're mainly dying to poison, fire, and like other elemental attacks. And
we're supposed to have actual resistances, and we don't.
And when the dungeons have a modifier that gives all the monsters in the dungeon 30% poison damage, and they walk up to it, because I've tested this, by the way. I was fighting in a dungeon one time, and I think it was like 115 or something. and the Butcher came.
Not too bad. Yeah.
The Butcher
Nice
came.
medium one.
And I wrecked the Butcher. Wrecked him, right? The next time I was doing another one, and the Butcher came again. So about the same level. I can't remember if it was exactly the same, but it was close. But this dungeon had all monsters have 30% of their physical damage as poison damage. Could not tank the Butcher. Like, I was tanking him before in the previous dungeon, which was equivalent level. But when the Butcher had 30% of his damage converted to poison, it was like, all of a sudden, I had no defenses, and I was literally as weak as a baby kid.
Yeah, because what they did with resistances in this game is pathetic.
But
they're going to have to do something on the defensive capabilities of the characters when it comes to elemental damage, because there shouldn't be just damage reduction scaling. Like, if that's the case, get rid of all the other rolls. Get rid of all of them. I don't want to see resistances on anything. I don't want to see plus to armor on any. I just give me flat damage reduction on the gear that needs it. I don't want to see the other rolls if they don't matter.
My thing is we need some clarification on what applies to what. Like, some of the damage reduction is functioning differently than others, and some of it is far better or far worse than others are. Like, I think the damage bucket thing also seems to apply to the damage reductions, which is kind of weird. So, like, stacking one damage reduction infinitely I don't think has the same effect as stacking, like, a couple different ones. Because it definitely seems like when you quad stack your pants, you are a hell of a lot more tanky than if you just, like, stack one damage reduction across all your equipment. On top of that, there's
damage reduction while poisoned and damage reduction while fortified and all that stuff is so ridiculously amazing, because you're stacking close damage reduction plus that damage reduction from fortified, which makes you.
Well, are you on your sorceress right now?
Oh no, I closed out of Diablo.
So there is a mod on the sorceress. It's in the lightning tree, and it basically says that the monsters. It says the monsters deal 15% less damage to you. So it's worded differently than the other ones. It's not a damage reduction of what's incoming. It words it as if the monster's damage is reduced by 15%, not the other way around.
I'm probably 92% sure it works exactly the way you're thinking it works.
Well, and that's the thing, is if it does work that way, then that is insanely higher than 15% DR, because 15% DR would be multiplicative and would have to apply against all the other DRs that you have. And then on top of that, like, by the time it's finished, it's not going to give out nearly as much as you think. But I think this one in particular is applying directly to the monster, and it's just reducing their damage by a flat 15% before it hits your DR, which means it's a hell of a lot more powerful than regular DR. There's also another one.
Yeah, because that what you're talking about turns it into multiplicative with every other damage.
Yeah, which means that 15% is now way more powerful than a normal 15% DR. There's also
it's
one in the
closer
Paragon.
To 25 to 30%, depending on what you have for damage reduction.
There's also one in the Paragon tree called Undaunted.
I'll be using that one.
A lot of people are using it, but I think that one also applies differently than normal damage reduction.
I'm not sure what that one says, to be honest. I know I'm going to be using it.
I'm trying to pull it up right now.
It's what it is.
I've been using it on just about every character, and as soon as I get it to level 15 so that it has the additional bonus, because it usually requires the level 15 to get the additional bonus because the radius is so small. There it is. It says you gain up to 10% damage reduction the more fortify you have. And it's worded weird, because it almost makes it sound like your Fortify is directly giving you this damage reduction, as opposed to just simply damage reduction being applied while fortified. Because normally when you see this, it says while fortified. Like, you have, like, I think I got some on my equipment right now. It says 18.2% damage reduction while fortified. So while you are fortified, you gain this damage reduction. And I tried to see if it was actually on the bar with the while fortified, and it's not calculating with the while fortified damage. It seems to be calculating separately. Because I think you can actually just remove, I think I actually did already, I removed the gem just to see what would happen, and it didn't go down. Which makes me think it might actually be calculating with the base, because you know how fortified...
Read it again? Can you read it again?
It says you gain up to 10% damage reduction the more fortify you have. It doesn't even say
Okay, so it's
fortified.
giving
It doesn't
you-
even
yeah,
say
it's-
fortified. It says fortify. So,
yeah, so if you're at max fortify, you get the 10% damage reduction. But now you're wondering where that damage applies.
I don't. Well, I don't think it's applying directly to the while fortified because it's not showing up on the bar. So
Yeah,
when
no,
you,
that's you're right on that 100%. Because
And-
you're gaining flat damage reduction.
and so I think that Undaunted one is actually more powerful than it seems because it's not adding to the same bucket as the
No, you
fortified.
are right. That is 100%.
And so
that
then, I've looked at that one, and I'm like, that one is impressive. Additionally, because it also gives you additional damage while you're fortified too, which is amazing.
Yeah, that's why I want to try out that low health build, or try the low health build with my current druid because I get so much fortify plus barrier, on top of whatever else I have for damage reduction. If I roll for low health and try to do
yes, fortify
damage
does.
while injured, it like quadruple dips, and your barriers go from what they are at 5k. It like multiplies them by 4 and they go to 20k. So you have like 20k fortify and 20k barrier because you're such on low health.
So Morin Strasis asked, does more fortify affect barrier? And that's actually a good question because I've actually been testing this too. When you have full fortify and you are fortified, you will notice that even just standing in poison or something like that is now ridiculously reduced. And it's you can have as much DR, like damage reduction from various sources as you want, and then stand in poison, and it still will rip your health down. But for some reason, when you are fortified and you stand in poison, it definitely is working against some of the more voracious forms of elemental damage. Whereas it seems like barrier and stuff like that isn't. Like barrier doesn't seem to be working against like bleeds.
No, hold on. Let me. Quick little tip for anybody doing barrier stuff. If you reapply a barrier after you've already been poisoned, the poison damage will tick from your barrier first, and then
it's
to
like
your health.
snapshotted basically.
But you have to apply a barrier after you get poisoned in order for that to take into account.
Yeah, so if you already have the barrier up, like, and that's the thing about
Your
fortify.
life just goes away.
And that's
like if you just have the barrier and you get poisoned, your life just goes away. But if you put a barrier on after that, you're good to go.
Yeah, and it seems like there's some hinky things going on in the way that like you have to apply things, like when something is applied. But that's one of the things that I noticed about the fortified state is that it seems like if you're fortified, it just applies to everything. It's much less conditional, I guess would be the term. Like as long as you are fortified, it seems like it snapshots everything at that fortified level.
I'm not sure. That's why I'm running the build I'm running now with the druid to test out Fortify, because that's one of the few defensive mechanics I haven't been able to try.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with Fortify on my Necromancer. Like, I think I remember, like, before I had Fortify up, I was using barriers. Like, nothing really changed for my character. Like, everything kind of stayed the same. But I did notice that once I got Fortify, like, the tankiness just went up insanely. Like, nothing else changed except for adding Fortify into the equation. And as soon as I added Fortify into the equation, it was like, oh, okay, now I can actually stand in poisons. And I don't have to worry about this explosion right here, because the explosion doesn't even kill me. Like,
yeah, I think the reason the druid that I'm using is so tanky is because it's double dipping the Fortify plus the barrier. I think that's the only reason. I think if I was just rocking Fortify, I wouldn't be anywhere as tanky as I am.
well, it's like the temerity, which is the barrier spammer.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of people
pants,
are talking
right?
about how like when you put that on, you don't have all of the additional DR modifiers. So the barrier that it's giving you is basically worthless. Like, the barrier seems to also be snapshotted with whatever buffs you had when you utilized it. So, like, when you cast the barrier, the HP
all of
from
your
the
damage
barrier...
reduction, which I think is stupid, all of your damage reduction is applying to your barrier.
But I think it's not active, I guess is what I'm saying. So I think what's going on with the barrier is that when you cast the barrier, at the moment that you cast the barrier, I think it snapshots all of your DR at that moment. So if you don't have good damage reduction when you cast the barrier doesn't have good damage reduction. And then if you do have good damage reduction when you cast the barrier has good damage reduction. So if you have a lot of flat DR and you're casting your barrier all the time, then your barrier is going to be really tanky. But if you have like conditional stuff, if you constantly have like these like conditional DR things that you're using, and then you put your DR up, you know, and then you cast your barrier, then your barrier seems to get all of the DR from that. But it seems like what happens is when your like your conditional DR goes down, and then you recast that same barrier with none of the conditional DR active, it seems like the barrier doesn't then reassume the DR once you then re-up it.
I must wait.
And Temerity kind of like proved this, because it felt like no matter what you did with Temerity, it was constantly recasting the barrier, but it was constantly snapshotting it at wrong moments. And so the barrier even would be like 8,000 HP, would just instantly go down in one hit.
Yeah, I never used Temerity. I always thought the quad reduction pants were better.
And they are way better.
Because as soon as I figured out that armor was useless and resistances were less than useless, I was like, it has to be damage reduction. And I put a pair of pants on, and I was like, oh, this is exactly
the Temerity can't outdo it, because that 8k barrier that it offers you, or however much it would be of your particular character, it just doesn't have the DR attached to it to make it worthwhile.
I must wait.
No.
And it seems to be some sort of like oddness. I don't know. Like my Barbarian is really tanky with his barrier, and I think it has to do with the fact that at all times, essentially, I constantly have the 8% times 5 and the 20% basic DR constantly running. So whenever I use Iron Skin that gives me the barrier, it's constantly under that snapshot of me having all those DRs running. So like the barrier that comes from the Iron Skin is like insane.
Mm-hmm. That's how it is with the Druid as well, because the Earthen Bulwark gives me Fortify. I have a whole bunch of Fortify damage reduction. Or it helps build my Fortify, which is why I continuously keep spamming it, because if I'm at max Fortify, it's crazy. And then the Bulwark is giving me the barrier. So my damage reduction on that build, as long as I'm spamming my abilities and getting my casts, is ridiculous.
Well, you're constantly snapshotting them, because you're not going with a barrier that lasts for a long period of time. You're just spamming the barrier and over again.
Oh yeah,
so
yeah. That's
even
what
if
I'm
you
saying. I'm always at max Fortify, so I can keep my barrier as high as damage reduction as possible.
But even if you did have a situation where, you know, like your Fortify was down, or like your conditionals were down, or at some particular time, I don't think it really matters for you all that much, because you're just spamming the barrier over and over again. So maybe your next barrier would pick up all the DR at that point. So you're just like barrier, and even if you do have a couple crappy barriers in between, like it doesn't matter. You're just rotating them so fast it doesn't matter.
He's so tanky the way he is. I'm thinking I might be able to lose a couple aspects and change them to something else if I go with damage reduction while injured. Because however tanky I am, I could multiply that by probably 80%. If I can get to the between 70 and 80 damage reduction while injured, which completely doable. If I can switch to that, then I can just play low health, and then my barriers be like they have 20 to 30k health, and there's 2 of them.
I did a low health character for so long on Final Fantasy 11. It's the Dragoon has a heal that heals at the 35% barrier, or 33%.
Yeah.
And then there was a special item that you could only get from Dynamis, which would up that to a 50% barrier, but you still had to be at 50% HP to trigger the heal. And then your entire goal at that point was just to increase your HP to enormous levels so that you could make your 50% barrier something reasonable. So instead of being at like 500 health, you'd have like 2,000 health, but half of that would be 1,000, and so you would still be at somewhere at a decent level. And you can technically kind of do the same thing. Those injured mods are kind of crazy on this game. They're all so much higher than the regular mods.
Exactly. That's why you can get it to such a high rate, which the only reason it's even good is because the damage reduction to everything is applying to your barriers, which I don't think should be the case, but that's the way it works right now. So like we have to play it that way.
I still think that one that doubles your barrier probably would come in even more handy then, because then that would also offer you an additional buffer, just constantly, like a double buffer of your barrier, which doesn't affect your other.
Druid, yeah, it doesn't affect what the Fortify is. What you're talking about.
Yeah, so your Fortify is your HP, and barrier is not HP. So you would just be doubling the barrier, which has no effect on your injured state, and then your injured state would still provide you with all the buffs.
Yeah, like I said, if it wasn't for the fact that I cast the barrier literally like every second, maybe 3, and the barrier's already massive, I would 100% go for the double, for sure. But with the amount that I keep reapplying it, it just doesn't seem like if I get the damage reduction while injured, it doesn't seem like I would need it. Because if I do the injured, then it's going to multiply it, and I'm going to get probably 4x out of my barrier than I normally would. So the 5 or 6k barrier that I have turns into like 20k barrier, 24k barrier, which is more than enough for any of that.
I just had the silliest idea. Is there anything that provides like a free cast of the barrier, like maybe while you're crowd controlled? Because I'm sitting here thinking about the topazes and how much DR that they apply. And if you could somehow finagle the barrier to be cast when you get crowd controlled, you could literally have a barrier that has massive amounts of DR on it.
No, just the damage reduction while crowd controlled. I'm
not-
pretty sure.
I'm not
I
even.
don't think there's anything that casts a barrier.
Well, you can't cast while you're in a crowd control effect.
Yeah, I mean,
well,
I
actually,
don't
you
think there's
actually
anything
you
that casts
could.
a barrier.
You could actually a slow.
Yeah, you get.
If you're slowed, you could cast it while you're slowed, which counts as a crowd control effect, which means that while you're slowed and you cast the barrier, you would have a. There's tons of different conditions where you could cast the
Or
barrier while you're
immobilized.
crowd controlled. Immobilized,
Immobilized, that's
well,
another.
not dazed, but chilled.
Even chilled.
Chilled, slowed, immobilized. There's a couple tethered. Yeah,
They don't count tether as immobilized.
Tether is a crowd control effect. It doesn't stop you from casting. It just stops you from running away from the tether point.
Yeah, that's why I figured it would be under immobilized, because immobilized does the same thing. It just locks you in a spot.
Which basically means that using the topazes with barriers would snapshot the barrier to whatever crowd control you're under at that particular moment. And while granted it wouldn't work with stun, a knockback, knockdown, or fear, or freeze.
Yeah. The only
or
ones it would work
daze,
with
but
is
it would-
barriers that get cast from unstoppable effects.
Well, it would work with chill, tether, taunt, immobilize, and maybe knockback. But you could literally cast it anytime you're under one of those crowd controls that's not going to lock you out of actions. And that would give your barrier just massive amounts of DR during that time period.
Come back if you need
Hmm.
anything else.
I
Yeah,
wonder-
the bucket system in this game is good. They just messed up on a couple of the buckets they were pulling from. Like the armor bucket's one of them.
Not ready yet.
They messed that up.
I think they have too many buckets. Like, I do think they could tone down the buckets a little bit. Like, I would like them to see them kind of consolidate some of the crowd controls down. In fact, I could totally see them just simply removing, like, all the crowd controls and just keeping the damage versus crowd control, because it just seems like there's just too many different crowd control modifiers. Just lump it.
I think then it turns into everybody wanting to spam the same singular modifier, which, I mean, they do anyway, because they pretty much did that with Vulnerable. Vulnerable is the best damage modifier for every class across the board. What I wanted to see them
because of the
do...
way they set it up.
What I wanted to see them do was a Vulnerable here, an Overpower here, a crit damage here as the best in slot bucket for them. You know what I mean? If they would have done it that way, I think it would be a more interesting way to do things than just everybody's best damage modifier is vulnerable damage. You're just like,
Yeah,
cool.
the problem with it is that they don't really have reliable ways for every class and build to get the vulnerable effect.
Most classes. Actually, who doesn't have a good way to make vulnerable?
Well, I mean, I got Barbarian right now. Let's just look at the skill tree, right? Let's say I wanted to be a bash.
Is it? Yeah, I was gonna say it's Barb's the one that doesn't really.
Let's say I wanted to
can't
be a
do
bash
vulnerable too well.
Barbarian. Well, I can't because I got to use Flay, really. Like there's not a lot of, like, really good options other than Flay. Like, you can use Kick, but maybe you don't want to use Kick. Like, then you're kind of just up the creek without a paddle because it's pretty much just Kick or Flay. Like, I mean, Rend has a vulnerable elongator, which I was talking about earlier, but it doesn't create vulnerable. It only elongates the vulnerable by 2 seconds every single time you hit them. So if you can make them vulnerable, then Rend will extend the duration, but it's just, I don't know. It's just weird. And then
Are there any Barbarian aspects that help make vulnerable?
I mean, you get the exploit thing, which is nice, but a lot of people I don't think know how to use the exploit glyph right. Like, the exploit glyph is interesting because it causes one hit out of basically at your 20 seconds to make all the enemies vulnerable for 3 seconds. But you have to realize that it's not just one monster. It's every monster that's hit by that attack that makes things vulnerable will make all enemies hit by that attack vulnerable. So like something like Iron Maelstrom, which a lot of people for some reason avoid, if you utilize that as your first hit when you enter a group of monsters, it makes everything vulnerable for 3 seconds because it's an attack that hits everything on the screen. So like you have to prioritize if you're using the exploit glyph, you got to prioritize your AoE attacks first to make sure your vulnerable is hitting more than one target. Like leap, you can leap in and you can hit like a big little area, like an area. So like
yeah, that's why the sorceress getting teleport is so key a lot, or the Raiment of the Infinite is so key a lot, because when your Frost Nova's down, you can still apply vulnerable through teleport.
I don't think she has. Does she have the when an enemy is damaged, they become vulnerable for 3 seconds? Not everybody has the same exploit glyph.
Oh, I don't even want to go check now. Ugh, I don't want to reload.
The Barbarian has this one, but the Necromancer has the one that increases vulnerable damage. It's like increases vulnerable damage like by 10% or something like that. I can't remember. It's different for each class, but the Barbarian actually has one that makes them vulnerable. Some of them, the other ones, are just taking advantage of the vulnerable status. I kind of wish everybody did have access to this same one because it would kind of even the playing field and allow every character to have access to vulnerable in some way.
Oh, it's not the same one. Yeah, this one just increases damage to vulnerable.
Yeah. Some people have different ones.
I told you I haven't played Barb at all yet, so I didn't play him in the beta. I haven't played him here yet. What other one do I have on here? Yeah, I'm still at the point where it's like I think they should have just picked a different bucket, or not a different bucket, but a different one, like vulnerable, crit damage, any of those things for each class to be their best instead of vulnerable. Because I don't think that it should be clear cut across the board that vulnerable damage is always multiplicative. I think on some characters it should be additive, like on the Barb. If it's hard for him to make vulnerable, his singular multiplier should be damage against bleeding.
I think they're worried about adding too many multipliers like that though, because I think at the end of the day, if you have too many, then people are just going to stack all of them. They're going to be like, oh well, vulnerable is a multiplier and bleeding's a multiplier.
You take the vulnerable from the Barb, and instead of making it a multiplier, you put it in the bigger bucket as an additive stat, and you just remove the damage while bleeding, or whatever you want to put it there, the critical damage or whatever. You use that one as the multiplier instead of the vulnerable damage. It just makes it so that best in slot gear for certain characters aren't the same, like across the board anymore. Because there's a lot of characters that are just looking for the same thing, and it's usually like crit, vulnerable, and then their last whatever thing they need, whether it's resource generation, max mana, damage to close, whatever other thing they're trying to do, like on a big scale. But for the most part, it's crit, vulnerable on whatever you can get it on. Yeah, and then whatever else is your supplementary additive damage bucket. It just makes it so that there's a wider variety of good gear that could either be traded or kept instead of the same like X amount of gear for most builds, or most pure DPS builds, I should say. Because that's what it is for most pure DPS. It's just crit vulnerable everywhere you can get it. Whatever other stats on it doesn't matter.
I don't know.
As long as you got the crit vulnerable, your multipliers are good enough with what you can get on the rest of your gear, like the plus the skills, making your damage bump up that way, and then adding your multipliers to it. Like, I just think it should be something else than vulnerable for other characters. And I don't care which character gets which. You just got to make it. You have to tune the characters a little bit to, instead of applying the vulnerable status effect, they're applying a different status effect.
I mean, unfortunately, vulnerable just like wins a lot of the time anyway, though, because you take like something like damage while stunned, or damage while slowed, or damage while frozen, or damage while, like, none of those things are applying to the boss or a monster that's unstoppable at that particular moment. So you're getting like nothing to them, whereas vulnerable is applying to everything. So even if the monster is unstoppable, it's still applying. Like, it's, you go to a boss who literally is immune to pretty much all crowd control unless he's staggered, and you hit him with a vulnerable, and he's now vulnerable, and he's now taking the damage. All the crowd control characters, like I remember when I was playing the beta, and the first time the Butcher popped up on my my Trapper. Like, the Trapper was all about making things slowed and frozen and chilled and all sorts of other things, to the point where literally they couldn't do anything. And here's the Butcher, and he's just like, unstoppable. And like, I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, it works out for some characters, like the Blizzard Sorceress can stagger the bosses really quickly, but like, if you're trying to kite like a monster like the Butcher and you're not fast enough, good luck.
Well, yeah, pretty much every character has that problem in the early game, like no matter what.
But that's the thing, though, is if you have vulnerable, at least you can still apply your vulnerable to the Butcher, and you can start wailing on him. Like, all the characters that are relying on crowd control are kind of like up the creek without a paddle in those situations too. Like, it doesn't.
Yeah, well, you could have like other damage modifiers be the thing. Like the Barbarian, his modifier that's multiplicative could be damage to close instead of vulnerable. You don't.
Yeah, I mean, close is fine for melee characters.
Yeah, you don't even need to apply an effect to get your bonuses. You just inherently have it now because it's a different multiplier than vulnerable. I agree with, like, even Rogue, maybe even Sork and Rogue having the vulnerable effect. I agree with, because the Rogue it's a Rogue. Like, you're trying to do stealthy, sneaky stuff and making stuff vulnerable, and doing that is fine. And the Sword being vulnerable is just freezing stuff, and they can't do anything about what you're doing anyway. And they're sure. The Barb shouldn't have to be stacking vulnerable damage. He should have a different multiplier. The Necro is the same way, I feel. I feel like he should have a multiplier.
Well, the other thing is that vulnerable damages, or vulnerable effects, are not really, like, equal either. So, like, basically, you get, you know, I don't know, let's say, like, trying to think of an ability here real quick. So Flay can make a monster vulnerable, sure. Like, it has a pretty good chance. It's like 30% with a two-handed weapon, so you can get like a 30% two-handed, you know, attack, right? But it's only one target. Like, my Necromancer can shoot one bone spear and literally make an entire room vulnerable. And when you're talking about dishing out like bleed effects or poison effects or like things that snapshot, especially, like, the difference between somebody who can make an entire room vulnerable and the difference between somebody who can only make like one monster at a time vulnerable is huge. And that's why like I was talking about the exploit glyph earlier and its ability to make the entire room vulnerable, because if I go into a room, a whole bunch of monsters, and I tap Iron Maelstrom first, the entire room is now vulnerable. Now I can start applying all of my DPS, all of my, like, you know, bleeds, all my poisons, whatever it is I'm doing. I can start applying everything, and they're going to snapshot at the vulnerable point. But, like, not everybody can make an entire room vulnerable. Not everybody can do that. Like, they have AoE attacks, but they can't make everything in the room vulnerable at the same time and then hit it in the face. They've gotta like work on it. Some characters have to work on it like one monster at a time, basically. Like, I mean, the Sorceress has Frost Nova, but Frost Nova's not always up either. Like, what, do you got 2 charges on that? And then you can, like, maybe if you use them glass cannon pants, you can like have it spawn extra times when you freeze monsters and kill them.
Yeah, those Nova pants are really only good for like open world on level content. I wouldn't push with those pants, I don't think. You just don't have the damage reduction to do anything.
I mean, it's not as often as I would like it. Like, honestly, like, I don't have any issues on my sorceress with, like, the single target, the big groups. I can kill the big groups easily, so I was using the ice blades because it always makes sure the vulnerable's up on the single targets. They're basically always vulnerable, like, on, like, the elites and the single targets and the bosses where I need it to be always up. Whereas I couldn't keep it always up on the single targets, which I was having trouble with the Frost Nova.
Yeah, when I was doing ice blades, it wasn't terrible. The only thing I had to do switch from shatter. I had to switch pretty much when I fought bosses, like higher level bosses. I'm not talking like 110 bosses, like 120, 135, probably right in there is where I made sure I had to switch from shatter to avalanche because I had to sustain my mana. But I didn't really have a problem with that one either because at the later end game I switched off of greater ice shards into destructive ice shards, which if I hit with 5 of them makes them vulnerable anyway. But that's where the avalanche passive came in, so I could just keep spamming ice shards, keeping vulnerable up. But on bosses was the only time I really needed to do that. I didn't need to do that for trash.
Well, ice shards has that thing where it kind of resets its own cooldown too, which is nice. And it resets the cooldown of my other conjuration skill, which because I'm using lightning spear. So I was actually using that to reset the ice blades. So I just always spam the damn thing. It doesn't really seem like a tactical use scenario. It's pretty much just keep it up all the time, like, so that it's constantly hitting things and constantly making them vulnerable.
Oh yeah, when I had that ice blades build before, like in the beta, that build was so much fun. I knew they were gonna nerf it. I didn't expect them to 100% nerf it. Like that's an insane nerf. Like I would have been like 30 seconds is what I thought it was gonna go to. I thought it was gonna get a +10 from the 20 that it was at, and they just full on went to nope. It's 40 seconds now, and I was like,
Steel grass seems to be better
so
than
this
kick.
build's gone.
Honestly, I like kick because kick applies vulnerable to all the monsters that are in front of you, not just like one. I was surprised when I found that out. The other thing about kick that makes it really good for vulnerable is that it resets leap. And if you grab the earthquake aspect with leap because of the, again, going back to the exploit glyph, because leap hits everything in a circle and then earthquakes, the earthquake actually continually applies vulnerable to everything touching the earthquake as well for the duration of the earthquake. So basically,
it was cast from the leap.
Because it was cast from the leap. So when you leap in and you land, as long as that's your ability, your first time you've hit them in 20 seconds, it makes all of them vulnerable. Then the quake is literally going off, and if a monster runs into it, they become vulnerable as well. And so, like, I'll literally just sit there and spam kick and leap, like, and ground stomp repeatedly back and forth, and it's great because every one of them makes an earthquake. So I find myself usually surrounded by vulnerable monsters most of the time.
Did you buffed up your quake on that build, right?
I'm using. I didn't see a lot of it. The beef up ground stomp because ground stomp's damage doesn't really go up very much.
No. It would be earthquake, right? Like because it casts earthquake, so you would want your damage coming from the earthquake AOE instead of ground stomp because it's continuous.
See, I didn't even know there was an earthquake AoE. Look at me. Is there an earthquake AoE? I thought that was just like an effect that came from the aspect and not just the. It wasn't an actual ability. That was my understanding.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't play Barb. If it's not an actual ability, then can't scale it.
I didn't think it was. Yeah, I don't think it is.
Right now?
So it just seems to be something that happens when you use like specific items and stuff. So like ground stomp can create an earthquake if you have the aspect. Leap can create an earthquake if you have the aspect. You can also use 100,000 steps, which can create an earthquake if you're using the walking arsenal passive, which I'm not. So you end up getting a lot of like earthquakes all over the place. I mean, it's kind of stupid because you can literally have like multiple earthquakes on top of a target like really quickly. The whole leap ground stomp kick reset cooldown thing is amazing if you use the aspect of perpetual stomping. It basically just allows you to use leap multiple times, like within a given time period. The cooldown is or the rotation is basically leap, kick, and then ground stomp, kick, or leap, and then kick again, and then leap, and then ground stomp, and then leap, and then kick again, and then leap, and then kick again, and then leap, and then ground stomp, and then leap, and it just continues to make earthquakes over and over and over again. The only downside is you need monsters, so you can't just use it as a movement ability. So you actually have to have a monster to hit. They made that exploit glyph though literally so good that like on the Barbarian, like you pretty much have to take it. Like if you don't have the exploit glyph, you're doing something wrong.
I must wait. I'm not ready yet.
And what what abilities can cast the Quake on the aspects?
There's two different aspects. It's the aspect of Bull Kathos, which is the one that gives you the leap earthquake. And then the other one is the aspect of Earthquake Band, which is the ground stomp creates an earthquake. And then it's the aspect of Perpetual Stomping. It's the one that lets kick reset the other two. Or kick and ground stomp can reset leap, so you basically just have infinite resets. And it's really cool too, because you get, if you set it up right, if you get perfect aspects, you can get 15% damage reduction while standing in an earthquake from the leap aspect. And then you can get a 15% damage increase while standing in the earthquake from the ground stomp aspect. And it applies to both, so it doesn't matter which earthquake you're standing in. If you have both, you get both.
Okay, 10-second cooldown, has 2 charges.
I'm not ready yet.
Kick also applies a 4-second vulnerability itself, which is amazing.
Yeah, I like kick. I like kick a lot.
And I mean, it just works out really nicely. If you're going to use kick, you might as well use like leap, and if you're going to use leap, you might as well use ground stomp. Ground stomp applies a stun to everything around you too, which is nice. Like, so you get a
which
nice...
means you get to double dip on one of these things. I was just reading.
Ground stomp kind of works as a...
Your skills using bludgeoning weapons deal 15% increased damage if the enemy is stunned or vulnerable. I'm pretty sure double dips on that and gets 30% increased if they're stunned and vulnerable.
Yep. I mean, it works out nicely. I really like it.
That's the way a lot of these things work. If there's an or in there, so if there's 2, it'll double, and then if there's 3, it'll triple. It just...
I'm not ready yet.
Some of the modifiers are crazy. That's why the sword can do some crazy things, because it can stun vulnerable and immobilize enemy. So it gets the triple dip on a lot of things.
I need time to do that.
I'm like over here looking at some of the skills for the barb now. Like I'm gonna make a barb. It's not gonna happen yet. Nah, probably not till ladder.
Man, I would not want to make this barb for ladder because it's just like I need specific uniques, and I feel like any build that requires specific unique items to make it work, there's no guarantee you're gonna get the specific unique you need, and I don't think it's gonna make a good ladder build.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I would go either.
In fact,
to start, it would either be Whirlwind or Horde.
Well, I mean, it's like, even then, like, you would probably want to pick things that are mainly in the codex. If you can get the codex entries for it. That way you can at least guarantee you'll get the aspects you need to make the build work. And then you can work on getting the perfect ones later.
Yeah, with how cheap it is to respec in the beginning, like, you pretty much play whatever build to get modifiers for. So, like, it's kind of like D3 in that aspect. If they're outside of the dungeon, because all your defensives come from the dungeon anyway.
So gear-wise, I don't like that, because I feel like you're specializing your gear toward your character, like toward your build. And then it's not always the case where, like, your gear for this build is the same as your gear for, that other build that you were holding out for just in case you got the right items. And then you gotta like respec all your equipment for the new build. Like if I had to redo my Bone Spear Necromancer for like a, I don't know, Minion-mancer or something, like none of his equipment would be the same. Like it would, he would need all sorts of different mods, like bonus minion health and all sorts of other things like that.
Oh yeah, yeah, but that's high level stuff. While you're leveling, I'm talking probably like the first 45 or 50 levels. When you're leveling up 2 or 3 times, possibly. Like obviously, if it's earlier than that, you're leveling within the first couple hours. Like if you do 2 hours of dungeons at level 35, you're probably going to get 5 levels. There's a good chance, no matter what piece of gear you're wearing, that you're going to get an upgrade for something because it's just you're 5 levels higher.
Well, I mean,
it's just inherent.
I was actually thinking about it, and like for pushing the ladder, getting to the higher world tiers is I think one of the best things. So like,
oh yeah, if you need to get to world tier 4 as fast as possible.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Is like I think that in that situation, you're looking at gearing up your characters as best as you possibly can, usually with codex entries. If you can make your character work with codex entries, you know, and maybe you get lucky and you get the legendary affix that you need, but if you can gear him up with codex entries to the point where he's powerful enough, because like I've noticed that like I can take like a level 50 character into world tier 4, and if he's using all the correct entries, even if they're just the minimum rolls from the codex, if he has everything that he's supposed to have and he's using like the best weapon that he can get at that time, he can actually kill level 73 monsters with relative ease. But he has to be set up properly, and he has to have the right entries, which is what I'm thinking is that the best way to get to tier 4 quickly is going to be to find a build that you can literally put together strictly from the codex with, you know, hopefully you get better rolls. But if you can put it together from the codex as quickly as possible, then you can probably push into world tier 4 much, much faster.
Well, the gateway for world tier 4 isn't can you kill the 73s, it's can you beat the capstone, right? Like
yes, so that's going to be damage output as well as damage mitigation. Which you know, I feel like our experience with the capstone boss was not a good experience, because if we had known at that time that armor was essentially useless in high-level dungeons, you and I probably would have built our characters much differently. And if we had built our characters like how we're doing it now with DR and DR while fortified and things like that, we might not have had the same trouble killing that capstone boss. We probably would have been able to survive a lot of his hits as opposed to getting one-shot by everything.
Not the level I went in. What level did you go in? I don't. You were in the right?
61, like 62. But like if I had,
yeah. So for you, it would have mattered. For me, I was still like I was 17 levels lower than it when I first tried to do it. That's too many levels. Even if I had damage reduction, I don't think it really would have mattered.
I don't know. Like it'd be fun to go in there with like a lower level character with decked out with the proper damage reduction and see what happens. It'd be an interesting test
for stuff like that, because you know we drop all on level stuff now. We can't find stuff for low characters. So dumb.
It really is dumb.
I love twinking characters. Twinking characters is one of my favorite things to do.
They literally have an anti-twink system in this game. Like, but
I can't even stop myself from leveling if I wanted to. Like I can't cap myself at 50 or 60 and do some capped PvP. Like, I would love to go do that. That would be awesome. Especially if I could do people in the kinship. Hey, we're all going to cap at 50. Let's go make a PvP character at 50.
Yeah, there used to be a ring you could get in Lord of the Rings. It was literally a ring that would just make it so you couldn't level up any further. You just put it on, that was it. And it just made it so you couldn't level up your character any further from that point. Like,
yeah, that was one of the reasons I liked WoW's PvP system so much, because I PvP'd for a while on a maxed out Sork. And then by the time I wanted to go back and play PvP again, everybody was level 90, and I'm like, I don't want to level my dude 20 levels. So I just capped her at 70, and I was still decked out in all the twinked out level 70 PvP gear. I was like, oh, I can do just fine. I can just keep going and play PvP the way I want to. I'm good. But here I can't twink out at 50. I can't have no fun.
I mean, it's gotten to the point where when I level up new characters and I find something really good that's like a lower level item, I hold on to it now. I'm like, this thing's level 66. I'm like, you guys don't understand. This thing's amazing for a level 66.
I mean, to be fair, I didn't plan on making as many characters as I made this ladder, but I do have one of them's a hardcore character though. I told my brother at some point.
I'm gonna make like 2 or 3 of every single class. Like, my goal is to try out just about every single build that I can. Like, I've got a basic barbarian here. I've got a ranged rogue. I want to do a trap rogue, and then I want to do. I already have the bone spear necromancer. I really want to do a minion or a corpse explosion necromancer, or both. I feel like in the time we have left, I could probably rush up and at least build several of those characters and get a good feeling for how they play. I feel like the corpse explosion necromancer might actually be like one of the easiest characters to just like gear out and play. The aspects that he needs are like so easy to come by. And leveling up the necromancer, I know like everything that he needs is like the common stuff that just drops on the ground. It's like it's you just always find it, and it's always going to be available.
I felt that way like on hardcore. I'm leveling Sork as crackling energy because I didn't do that one yet, and I wanted to try it.
I must wait.
The crackling energy stuff has just been falling. Like I don't. Okay, cool. I'll take that and put that on my ring, and I'll take that other one, put that one on my weapon. Keep 'em
the
coming.
only issue I have with the crackling energy and the blood orb stuff is I really wish they were a little magnetized. I don't need them to like suck to me like some sort of like vacuum cleaner, but like it feels like you have to literally go over and like literally stand directly on top of where it is before it like, you know, like recognizes that you've grabbed it. And like I feel like at that point you're pretty much just running around grabbing everything. And as a crackling energy sorceress, you probably really want to get as much movement speed as you can so that you're running around faster, grabbing the orbs as they spawn all over the place. It would be nice if just like if they increase the radius of the pickup by like just a little bit, because that way you wouldn't have to just like immediately go directly on top of it and then go to the next one and then go directly on top of that one. It feels a little tedious having to run around and literally collect each individual orb, especially when 2 of them are right next to each other, and you walk over and click on the one that's right next to the other one, and it doesn't pick up the second one, and you've got to walk over and pick that one up too.
I feel you 100% because I'm leveling through that process right now.
But there's some nice bonuses.
I actually think that if they had magnetism, crackling energy would be too good. Because it also reduces the cooldown of unstable currents, which makes more crackling energy. Which
it doesn't have to be big. Like, think Diablo 2. You know how Diablo 2 has gold pickup, but you still have to walk over and actually pick up the gold. But then when you walk over and pick up the gold, like all the gold that's in that tiny little radius around that gold all gets picked up at the same time.
But of course, I know about Diablo.
But you
2.
still,
how
but you
dare you say that to me, Ginger?
But you still have to actually go over and get it, right? But it's easier than having to like click on every single pile of gold. Like it's not. I'm not asking for the world. I'm not asking for a giant magnet that sucks them all in and like literally just collects them for you. But just make it a tiny bit easier would be nice. Well, these 2 rats are talking to each other. What the hell's going on here?
That would have to be something that like they put out and people were able to test, because without actually being able to test a good radius, a decent radius, they're gonna just give it way too much, and then it's just gonna be super broken.
I mean, what the hell are these rats doing?
Because I think you're right. I think the radius of like what the gold pickup is, maybe even a little bit less.
It just needs something. Right now it has nothing. Like you literally have to stand directly on top of it.
Yes.
Like if you don't stand directly on top of it, it's a little bit too harsh. Like the distance between me and these rats right now, currently on screen, is too far away. Like it literally won't pick it up if you're not standing directly on top of the rats. Like you gotta. Yeah. I should
play
be
style with the Sork a little bit. That kind of Sork. Like I don't even run Frost Nova on my bar when I'm playing the Sork. It's like I'm moving too much and wanting to bob in and out of all of the enemy.
Greetings.
And like keep them rotating through my ice spears and moving, because if they're moving through my ice spear has a better chance to turn and hit them if they're moving than it does if they're all just standing still. And I want it to hit the same enemy multiple times.
Follow me.
I mean, I tried to play around with the blood orbs, because there's some interesting things with the blood orbs on the Necromancer, and I was kind of considering trying to work them into the build. Like, there's one where it's like every single time you overheal yourself, you gain essence or something, and there's another one where it's like every time you corpse explode, like you have a 40% chance to spawn a blood orb, and like it doesn't take too much where you have like 1 or 2 aspects or 2 or 3 aspects, and like all of a sudden now you're spamming heals on yourself, healing massive amounts of resources, like getting some other effects as well from like sucking up the orbs, like damage bonuses or something. Like it seems really useful, but then I was running around trying to collect the orbs, and like they would be spread out like all over the battlefield, like so
and a
much
lot of the time
candy.
they're really hard to see.
And so I'm sitting there running around collecting all the orbs, getting the effects, and
like, cause I tried it too. I was like, wait, is that a blood orb over there? I thought that was just a pile of blood on the ground. I thought some monster was just bleeding over there. Like,
blur, blur, blur.
And nope, it's just you can barely see it moving. It's only moving a very little bit, and you're like, oh, that's a blood orb, cool. But it's only like that for some of the dungeons. Like, obviously, some of the lighter dungeons doesn't matter. Like Champion's Demise, you notice the blood shards immediately. But some of the darker dungeons, like the ones with like the spiders, or even some of the boss rooms that are like super dark, you can't see any of it. You're just like, where are my blood orbs? Because I tried it for a little while and I was like, I'm not impressed. And then I switched to Blood Surge on the Necro, and I've been leveling with that, and that's actually super fun.
My thinking with the corpse explosion Necro was basically that, and what I was planning on doing was I would just have so many blood orbs. I don't know what the cap is on the blood orbs, but they would just be all over the place. And instead of having to go out of my way to grab them, I would just look for the largest concentration and then just pick them all, pick those up. Because, like, it's a 40% chance to spawn a blood orb whenever you corpse explode. And basically you would be always corpse exploding, which means there would always be blood orbs all over the place. So it would really just be a matter of, like walking into the field of battle and just picking them up. And what I was thinking was, as a corpse explosion Necro, you're probably going to be utilizing Blood Mist, because Blood Mist is basically just free defensive and also free offensive for that particular ability, which gives you the ability to use your corpse explosions and collect the blood orbs at the same time, because you could basically just go collect them. Like, you're blood misting, you can increase the speed of blood mist.
The only thing you can do is move.
So during that time you might as well be collecting the blood orbs.
Yep.
It might work out. I wanted to do a theory craft on that.
Yeah, one of the things I was testing with the crackling energy on the sword is max evade charges. I found that the max evade charges on the crackling energy sword, well, the way I have it built, just works out better than anything else. Well, because being able to dodge in, grab the crackling energy and dodge back out was more important than being able to run a little faster after I dodged or anything like that.
So I never had the capstone, but I did a crackling energy sorceress during the beta, and I was actually really curious how it works out with the capstone, but that increases the duration of the crackling energies, and I can't remember exactly what all the capstone did, but it looked really important for if you're going to do it.
The keystone pass.
Yeah, it's just that seemed like it was really important for a crackling energy build if you were actually going to run it.
Yes. I actually might not even be there yet, and the build is still working really well, because I had to run and get the when a distant enemy hits you, there's a chance they get stunned.
And my thing about the crackling energies was a lot of the times they would waste themselves on environmental stuff, which kind of pissed me off. You would just be running along and there'd be
I noticed that it tries to prioritize enemy. And then when there's less enemies around, it kind of yeah, we're gonna waste charges for nothing, and you're like,
well, yeah, but a lot of the times you'll kill a bunch of monsters, right? And then there'll be crackling energies on the ground. And then when the crackling energies are on the ground, you then walk to the next fight, right? But while you're walking to the next fight, it's discharging all the crackling energies on everything in the room.
I guess it's if it's a new room, because whatever room you're in, if there's still breakable objects and you're a lightning sword, I'm surprised.
Well, and that's the thing, is it's always the new room that has the new pack of monsters. So the new room you're going toward the new room, and it has breakables in that room.
Oh yeah, I was looking up that key passive. I actually want to see what it is word for word.
Are you just gonna be rude like that, huh? I'm still gonna turn the wheel. I don't care about you being rude to me like that.
Okay, let's go look at it word for word. All the way at the bottom. Coursing currents. No, God, what will execute? No. Oh, here it is. Overflowing energy. Crackling energy hits one additional enemy. Each time crackling energy hits an enemy, dock skill cooldowns are reduced by 0.1 seconds.
Yeah.
Increased to 0.25 seconds against elites.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, that passive just seems like amazing if you're just gonna try and run a crackling energy build.
Yeah, I don't think, I think I'm 1 or 2 points away from having this on my current sword, but I'm only playing that if I'm playing with my brother. He didn't get on tonight, so I played with you guys instead of playing hardcore. I was like, alright, whatever, you don't want to play some hardcore, see you later. I'll go play with everybody else.
Are you Nate the hate? Because them corpse crossbows really hate you.
But yeah, this key passive seems ridiculous for the build, especially when there's 1,000 different things
that you can add in. So like you can add in like where it gives you mana every single time you pick up a crackling energy. Like you can set it up so that every time you pick up a crackling energy, there's a chance of spawning like a lightning spear. Like there's a whole bunch of various things you can do with the crackling energies. They used to have it set up so that there was a chance you could spawn ball lightning, but they took that away. Now it's something else.
Yeah, that's because they don't like people having fun. Okay, that's all it is.
Honestly,
They're
I was
fun
really
haters.
excited about the ball lightning one, and then they took it away, and I'm like, oh, okay, well that's not cool.
Yeah, now there's like kind of 2 ball lightning builds. Really, there's like the one that you need to have super top end gear for that you can. It costs 0 mana because there's so much around you, and your lucky hit chances good enough to where your lucky hits grant primary resource. Like on your gloves, you only need 1 roll of it, and because you can cast so many ball lightnings that circle you, it doesn't matter. Your mana just stays full forever.
Not ready yet.
Get out my face, Mr. Monsters. Don't care what
And then
you
there's
do.
and then there's the arc lash build, which seems super fun. And it was fun while I was playing it, and I just didn't want to keep building.
I'm using Arc Lash right now. I'm using that on my build. It's honestly really nice for the additional stun. I basically use it for the stun. That's what I use it for. Just, like, because every stun I get is just more damage. So.
Oh yeah, you're scaling charge bolt stun like as much as possible. Like I saw the video build.
That's not even. That was like when I was like level 50 something. That wasn't even. I was in the capstone dungeon, like, and they were power leveling me, and I didn't even.
No. I mean the theorycraft video. Build.
It's
I watched it.
It's not like I need to refine it, obviously, but the refinement will come in time.
Yeah,
that was part of the point of the video, like, you know, that you're not done just because you theory crafted a character. Now you need to go play around with it, see how it works, and be like, oh, well, this sucks. I'm gonna go change this over here. I'm gonna change.
We need a little bit more damage. Someone take a couple points out of this one that's not really giving me too much, and go add them into this big daddy.
My goal with that build was to create a close range sorceress. Like that was my goal. Not necessarily damage so much as like a sorceress that could get in there and actually tank. And if I did it correctly, which I think I did, I just don't have the aspect that I need to make it work. It very well could be on par tankiness. The Mage Lord aspect. That's the one that I'm missing. That's going to add the extra tankiness that I need. It's missing.
That's your shock skills make things do less damage.
It's the one that improves the key passive. What is it's the other shock one. Not the crackling energy one, but the other one.
Yeah, Veer's Mastery.
Yeah, Veer's Mastery is a close range fighter mastery. Gives you close range damage reduction. and then the aspect increases the close range damage reduction by a pretty massive amount. So having that along with it basically makes you into a close range tank. But you need the aspect to go along with the keystone to make it work. I mean, it still makes you tanky without the aspect. It's a hell of a lot more tanky with the aspect.
I must wait.
I wish there was a character that had a reliable way to get down to injured status.
Yeah, getting down to injured status is part of the issue. At that point, you're hoping a monster doesn't one-shot you.
Yeah, pretty much. And if you're doing a 150 plus, if they're not one-shotting you, like, you probably don't have enough damage to clear it, which is in like a decent amount of time, I should say. I don't want to spend 45 minutes in a dungeon. Don't get me wrong, I probably would do it just to say I cleared it, but
for
like...
the higher ones, I mean, honestly, I don't really think they're ever going to be the efficient versions. I get the feeling that the really high ones, like 150s and stuff, like it's going to be about the challenge of doing it, not necessarily like efficiency. I feel like there's always going to be a lower level dungeon, which is going to be more efficient because of the clear time and less possibility of death and so forth and so on.
Oh yeah, it's not even really about the less possibility, it's just the clear time. In a game like this where it's all just about you gotta level this glyph and you're just looking for the right rolls on certain gear and it just boils down to speed.
I mean,
And
Leon...
you just want to see as many items as possible, and the only way you're gonna do that is if you do speed content.
Leon was talking about it.
You want to do dungeons in like 2 minutes.
He was talking about how when he was doing the really high level ones, like it was pretty much just wait for your cooldowns. Like kill a big pack of monsters, use all your cooldowns, wait for your cooldowns to come back up. Kill a big pack of monsters with your cooldowns, wait for your cooldowns to come back up. Like you pretty much couldn't go in unless you had your cooldowns ready.
Yeah, they want you to speed through the rest of the game because it's on level content, which is really kind of a joke in this game. All the on-level content is pretty much a joke.
I mean, even 3 levels above yourself is a joke. Like, I don't even know why they don't have EXP bonuses past 3 levels above yourself, because 3 levels above yourself might as well just be the same thing as the same level as yourself, because there's, like, no challenge there.
Yeah, not at all. And then
once you get to 17 seems to be the magic number. Once you're 17 levels higher than yourself, things just start one-shotting you. You're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, that's,
you're like, all right,
that's the level I had a problem with the capstone.
Yeah,
like literally one-shotting me with every move.
And it seems
like,
it's weird though, because like 16 or 15 like isn't that big of a deal. It's like 17, that's where things get really nasty. I'm looking forward to see what they do to fix the resistances though, because
there's a lot of things they gotta
because
do to fix stuff in this game right now.
I don't know like how they're gonna fix it, and I hope they fix it right. Because I want to be able to stack resistances. I think we were all excited to, like, you know, stack some res and get tankier. But then we realized stacking res and getting tankier wasn't even an option. Like, it was pretty...
Yeah, anything 20 levels or 10 levels above you, really, your armor is just void. And because armor and resistances are in the same stupid bucket, your resistances are void. Like, it almost doesn't matter.
Well, and then the other thing is that the 50% of the resistances that we do have that are actually being applied correctly are being canceled out by the 40% penalty. So we do have resistances, but the resistances that we do have, the resistances that are actually coming from the half that's actually part of the resistance quotient, is just being completely canceled out by the world tier penalty. Like, I almost have a feeling, and I know we can't do this, but if we could go into, like, World Tier 2 and run, like, a level 150, I bet you it would be a hell of a lot easier. Way easier. Like, to the point where literally you would just walk around and just be like, oh, this is boring. Because the penalty wouldn't apply. That 40% massive penalty wouldn't apply, and your resistances wouldn't be so garbage.
Yep. Like, you know that it's done wrong when you sort and the Necro their resistances don't matter, and they're the character that scales it with their main stat. Like,
Yeah,
you know there's something inherently broken when even those characters don't have good resistance.
the main stat characters.
Yeah, like that doesn't even make sense. My resistance is scale with main stat. I stack main stat on a lot of gear, on top of in my Paragon.
Yeah, plus
on top of gaining it per level, and I still don't have any resistances in World Tier 4. Like
+3 is always useful, Utas. If you can do +3 EXP, that's your sweet spot. You get a nice little bonus for +3.
Yeah. On top of hopefully you got some friends in your party with you.
Anything over +3 doesn't give you any bonus. There's no reason to do anything over +3 other than challenge, really. Unless you're like level 70. Let's say you were like level 75. You might want to bump it up to level 85 so you can get access to the really rare uniques. Like for instance, if you can do a level 85 plus, then at that point you might want to bump it up to 85 plus. That's like one of the only reasons to do a dungeon like way higher level than yourself right now, is if you want to try and get access to those really rare uniques. But if you're like level 60, you're probably not doing 85 dungeons. So
yeah, I think they did it the way they did it, so power leveling would be a problem.
What do you mean?
They, like, from 50 on, the power leveling really stops. Like, that's when it stops, pretty much. Like, you can still do it. Yeah, it's cool, but it's not the same.
It's really boring, to be honest. I think, actually, I feel like it slows down really fast at 45. Like, yeah, you can get from 45 to 50 relatively quickly, but, like, you could get from, like, 1 to 45 in the same amount of time it takes you to get from 45 to 50. It's like an extra hour and a half to get those extra 5 levels.
I'm not ready yet.
Of course, I haven't
guess
tried
it really
it with
depends
the
on
new.
who's-
I haven't tried it with the new Nightmare dungeons yet.
Because I got you guys from, like, 1 to 45 in, like, 3 dungeons the other day.
Yeah, it's really fast. Like, it's really fast. That 1 to 45 is super duper fast. That's what I'm saying.
But
And
I
then
don't think you should get, because I think what's happening is you're getting capped hard once you hit 50 on your experience gained from higher tier monsters. I think from 1 to 40, 1 to 50 really.
Well, we might
it's
have to take
as harsh.
We might have to take a look at the amount of EXP required, because it might be an amount of EXP required issue. They might just scale up the EXP requirement per level. And it might just be really low when you first start out, like in Diablo 2, where it's like, it only requires, like, say, 300 EXP to hit level 2. But then, like, when you hit level 45, 50-ish, like, the requirement might be going up to more realistic parameters.
I'm not ready yet.
Yeah.
That's one
But
thing I did
really,
notice.
That really
is
doesn't start. So that really doesn't start in Diablo 2 really until like 60. If you're doing the harder, like if you continuously scale to the harder content, or do it how you're supposed to do it for the power leveling process, which is
well, see, that's the
chaos. It's chaos to 60.
Well, see, that's the
and
thing.
Then from 50 to 60 is really like a slog, but 1 to 50 is almost instantaneous.
In Diablo 2, they have all those penalties, right? So tons and tons of
Yes.
penalties. The penalties
it's
don't
just all
really.
penalties instead of.
But the penalties don't matter though, because in Diablo 2, you're getting so much EXP, like like a million EXP from a monster, that even though it's 95% penalized, you don't really need that much to hit your next level when you're a low-level character. And then by the time you do get to the point where you're no longer under the severe penalties, like, then it's just regular EXP coming in, which isn't, like, too bad. The low-level characters might be under a high penalty, too. They just might not need very much EXP, just like in Diablo 2. It's just probably just a really big penalty, but they have, like, no EXP requirement, so... I mean, we'd have to go, like,
to test
each
it
level
when I get a
and
dungeon.
look.
When I get a character that can just clear tier hundreds, we'll have to go and see.
Well, the easiest way to do it is to get a monster, pull them over, right? One monster, take a look at your EXP, write it down, Take like a level 80 or whatever, and have him look at his EXP and write it down. Kill the monster, and see how much EXP both people actually get. It could be that there already is a huge penalty applied to the low level characters, like because in that would show it right there, because you would see like one character would get like 10,000 or something, and the other guy would get like 2,000. But 2,000 still might be a lot to a low level character anyway, so we probably might end up almost leveling off of one monster kill. But it could be interesting just to get the numbers.
Yeah, well, I'll have to test it on more than just like one particular. Like, I guarantee there's obviously a reduction in EXP, obviously.
But we were noticing, me and Leon were noticing that at level like 95.
But I want to know if there's a cap to it. Like,
I don't remember the exact numbers, but like say at level 95, you needed like 17 million EXP to get to 96. Like in Diablo 2, like it would increase massively. Like the difference between like how much it took from getting to 95 to 96 and 96 to 97 was like almost like double or sometimes even triple, like the amount. It was insane. But like in here, it seems to be like, okay, it's 17 million to get to 96, and now it's 18 million to get to 97, and then it's like 19 million to get to 98, and like it goes up like tiny amounts each level instead of going up massive amounts each level. Like Diablo 2 just like kept multiplying things. Like by the time you got to 98, like to get to 99, it was like freaking ridiculous. Like what was it, like 200 million EXP or something, or like 400 million? I can't even remember.
Hold on.
It was a lot.
It's what, 3.4 billion experience?
Yeah. So like, but they're not increasing it by those massive amounts.
You had to go from so it's 800 million experience.
Yeah, and then on top of that,
you had to go from 2.6 million or 2.6 billion to 3.4 billion.
And on top of that, they added in all the penalties, and that was another thing. They kept adding in all the penalties. There was tons of penalties. So like, you'd have all these penalties also reducing the amount of EXP you were getting too, but.
Yeah, monster level being the biggest factor because you weren't getting any EXP from any of the monsters outside of Bale, Thotk, and Diablo at level 98 to 99, which made that grind absolutely
insane.
Atrocious. When you've done 5,000 Bale runs to get to level 98, and then you realize you have to double that number to get to 99, it's kind of atrocious. That's exactly what it was too. It took the same amount of time to get from 1 to 98 as it did from 98 to 99, which is, it's not the same amount of experience, obviously, but the time that you need to invest to gain that experience is the same.
My guess is we're probably looking at hard cutoff points, just like Diablo 2. Like in Diablo 2, there was a hard cutoff, like for 14 to 15. Like as soon as you hit 15, you were basically in the Act 2 area, and then that hard cutoff was gone. 25 is the hard cutoff later on. That's like if you're, like not obviously like if you're in Act 5 hell, like chaos, like etc. But like when you're just trying to level up a character, if you're level 14 and you're in Act 2, you weren't getting any EXP. And if you were level 24 and you were like in Nightmare with a group who was like, say level 30 or something like that, you weren't getting any EXP because you were right behind that hard cap. And it really does seem like level 45 almost exactly is that hard cap, like is the hard cap release basically or whatever. Like it's almost like that's where something changes in the character, and it's like you're not getting as much EXP as you would normally get.
Yeah, there was only one place in Act 2, I think, that you got experience for being under level 15, and it was the sewers.
Yeah, because
you could go in the sewers at like 12 and still get experience, but as soon as you left, you were like, "Whoa, what's going on, guys?"
Everybody be out leveling
you. Got to level 3 times in the sewers. Like, come on. Yeah, that's when people started to pull away from you, and you're like, "What's going on? Why did they level twice and I haven't leveled yet?"
Yeah, that dude, he's like level 18 already, and I'm still level 14. What's going on? And my mercenary's level 12.
Yep, it was bad. It was bad sometimes, but all right. I got too into this conversation. I should have been in bed an hour and a half.
Go to bed.
The conversation was good. I'm gonna go to bed. You have a good night, Ginger.
Go to bed. I want to do a theory craft, but I think I want to do it tomorrow. I'll do it as like a video. We'll actually make the character and everything. I got a couple theory crafts on the docket list. Did I prep videos for tomorrow? I don't know if I prepped any videos for tomorrow. Dang it. What do I got? I got so many videos that need to be prepped. Even when I get off, I gotta go back to work. Well, I got some unique item videos that I wanted to post up. I've also got this Hellhammer I need to do a unique item video on, and I got Rupture I need to do a unique item video on. Or the Fields of Crimson. Alright, guys and gals, I think I'm going to call it a night. It's like 3 o'clock in the morning anyway. I will see you guys next time, and look out for my unique item videos tomorrow. I'm probably going to have like 2. I'll probably have 2 tomorrow. Anyway, as always, thanks for watching, and keep watching.